Oh, hey. What's up, nerds? How are you guys doing? Is everybody having a good night? Welcome! Who's here? Say hi. You're tired? Well, time to wake up! Wake up! Wake yourself up, child. And embrace me. How's everybody doing tonight? Is everybody having a good night? Is everybody having a good time? I hope so. Because I want to know who's here. Name yourself. Say hello. What's up, Jack? What's up, Tex Gum? What's up, Lion Tamer? Daniel, how's it going? Chase, welcome, welcome. Anthony, Pop-Up Tower Cult 14. Oh, our friend from Lord of the Rings. Kelka Andu today. We have Banana. We got Rubber Lucy. Tradosio, champion. Milk Boy, champion. Future Planet. Welcome, welcome. Matthew, Nick Armstrong, Gladahedra, love to see you. How's everybody? Butt Poncho. Butt Poncho, not a skirt, apparently. Who would have guessed? I always assumed a butt poncho was a skirt, but they will tell you different. They will tell you different. Cassin the Lion. That's pretty cool. What's up? I didn't know we had lions here. We'd have a couple lions here. Sponge, how's it going? Lone Alaskan, how's it going, Lone Alaskan? Welcome to the stream. So is this anybody's first night? Anybody first time, long time? 2 questions. Is this anybody's first stream? And the other thing, is this anybody's first member stream? Are there anybody who's a member who has submitted Homebrew for member night for the first time this week? Say hi in the chat if you have. Welcome, Xander. First time member, welcome Future Planet, very exciting. First time viewer, Jack, hello, Rubber Lucy. Welcome. You didn't submit anything this week? That's okay, there's always next week. First time member submitter, we got Sefish, lovely. So, oh man, I think it's gonna be a good stream tonight, guys. I'm pretty excited. First time getting here at the beginning of stream. Wow, that means you get to be here for all the weird parts. Wait, I fucked it up. Hello there. Welcome. Have you seen this before? Welcome to my show. Welcome to my show. Anyway, it's really good to see you guys. Atriarch the Zebra, how's it going, buddy? What is a member? A member is somebody that either has been gifted a YouTube membership or somebody that is a patron on YouTube or somebody that has bought their own membership to the channel. The way that my streams generally go is that most days of the week, I do a little bit of homebrew reviewing, and then Sunday is a big homebrew review day. And if you want to submit homebrew to any of those streams, it's a weekly thing. The wheel resets every Monday. And there's a link in the description of this video. You hear me whistle? There's a link in the description of this video that you can submit a piece to. But if you are a member, if you're a paying member, or you've been gifted a membership for a month, or you are a person on Patreon, then you can submit homebrew specifically for Thursday night. And we devote Thursday night to looking at these pieces of homebrew. So, and the other thing that I forgot, that's kind of a big part of it, is if you are present on stream when we look at your piece, you can come on stream and we'll talk. So if you are somebody who is a member and you are not in the Discord, you should go to the Discord. You should be a part of it. It's a wonderful community, lots of great homebrew, etc., etc., etc. But you also can go to any of the stream waiting rooms if you're a member. And if your piece gets spun tonight and you're here, I'll pull you on and we can talk about it in person. So it's a little bit less of a critique and a little bit more of like a workshop back and forth. And that's kind of what makes tonight's vibe a little different. But that's basically it. Can patrons get a YouTube badge? I have no idea how to do that, Ross. If there's possible to do, yes. If it's easy to do, sure. If it requires weird plugins that I have to build, I'm not a tech guy. And I don't know how to do that. So it'll be trickier. So that's the plan for tonight. We're gonna be bringing in people. We're gonna be spinning some wheel, and we'll see where it goes. And it'll be pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's gotten to level 4 yet. I feel like level 4. I have to check. I have one that's the final form, and I don't remember what level it is. And I haven't seen anybody get the badge that's the final form badge yet. But that's okay. Mysteries. Alone in the moonlight. All right. Also, I'm not gonna mention it again other than right now. These are our goals for the night. Let's see if we can reach them. No pressure, but this is the goal for the night. This is called Cinder makes enough money that this is still considered a job and he can afford rent. This is our goal. We'll see if we get there. But let's move on. From that to this. The goal is everything, man. The goal is rent. The goal is bills. The goal is groceries. This is what I do. I don't know if we've talked about this on stream before, but this is just what I do for a living now. Okay. So, if you're new, hi, welcome. Lovely to have you. And I want to see, I'm going to go to my Discord. Okay, cool. I see people in waiting rooms. Okay, cool. Whatever waiting room you're in is fine. You don't need to, it doesn't matter. I have them set up that way so that when we do call-in shows, it's not crazy clustered anymore. So where you are, what waiting room you're in has no impact on anything. We still spin the wheel, so you don't get preferential treatment. I did a stream the other week where the people that were in the waiting room got preferential treatment, and I got a lot of very constructive feedback from people that were basically like, that's not really fair, because a lot of people still want to be on the wheel and can't make it based on time. And I was like, dang, that's right. That's a really good call. So we got to trust the wheel for balance in here. Nobody gets preferential treatment, even if we like having conversations. And I think that's about it. Any questions, answers, concerns? Quel undo today. You do not need to go into the waiting room. It is challenged by choice, my friend. It is challenged by choice. Yep. Okay, let's give her a spin. Let's just start. I do need to adjust my mic volume and stuff, though, because I'm going to be bringing you guys on. All of this needs to be a lot quieter. Pasta? Okay, we're starting off with some, with a meal. I like a good meal. What is this? This doesn't need to be up. Go away. Shoot. Oh, and if you have a different username on Discord than you do in on the form you fill out, you just got to tell me, or in YouTube or whatever, you got to tell me in the chat and be like, I'm here. Howdy, floating head man. This is a stat block I made for basically a super Leviathan. In my homebrew world, the primary rulers aren't gods, but ultra-powerful creatures that rule over different geographical features. Mountains, caves, oceans. That's a very fun little bit. I like that world building quite a bit. This one is Alkesh, Queen of the Sea. Alkesh is a familiar name. Is that from something? Why do I recognize that name? I have no idea what SGC command is. I've never seen Stargate. I don't know. It's a really familiar name. Anyway, let's take a look. I saw the Stargate movie years ago, but like that was years ago. I don't really remember it. The rule is if you want a membership, you just got to beg for it, but not actually. That might get you in trouble. It depends on what mods are around and how frustrated I am with chat. I think sometimes I don't care what you guys say as long as you're not being, you know, offensive. And then sometimes I have to time people out because I'm in a frustrated mood and people are spamming things that are bothering me. So we go back and forth. All right, this is Pasta's creature. This is a CR30 monster. So when we look at a CR30 monster, we are not really worrying about balance that much because CR30 is Crazy Town. So when you're in Crazy Town, what matters a lot more for your CR30 monster is how easy is this going to be to run? Like how many features does it have so that does it have too many features? Or are the features non-congruent to each other? Or does it have a vibe? Does it feel like something distinct, or is it just big monster, big numbers, and it does too many things in too many random directions? Yeah, we had too many crustaceans the other night. All right, so let's just quickly take a look. Let's see. CR13, why is its armor class so low? I feel like even if you want this thing to be kind of weak, I would not give a CR30 monster an armor class of 13. I feel like you got to go, if you want a low armor class for a CR30 monster, I feel like a low armor class for a CR30 monster, like an appropriate low armor class for a CR30 monster, is like 17 minimum. You got to keep in mind, when you're at CR30, and the way that you described to this creature is they're basically like a demigod. Yeah, actually, I agree. I kind of agree with Tradosio. I think 18. 18 is full plate. That's what 18 is. So that's like the strongest armor a basic adventurer can get without magic or like other abilities. So I feel like that might be a good way to figure out what the lowest you could be for like a god. You think it meant to be 23? Oh, well then 23 would work. But, you know, tale as old as time. No movement speed. If this thing's on land, it can't move at all. I probably would give it a movement speed. If it's this big, it should be able to drag itself. At level 20, the minimum someone can roll without a critical miss is like a 13. Yeah, I guess that's right. If you have a +5 in your stat, it's an 11. Unless you don't have any bonuses, it's because your proficiency bonus will be +6, and your main ability stat will be +5, assuming you don't have any magic or other things. Alkesh, Queen of the Sea, has advantage on attacks against any creature that she's surprised. Okay, she's amphibious. It's a little bit... Why is it a surprise creature? That feels strange. All right, we're going to keep going. Limited magic immunity. It's immune to magic below 3rd level. Fine, I like that. Its attacks are magic. It deals double damage to objects and structures. It has advantage on stealth while made when fully submerged in water. So I'm wondering what this creature looks like. Does it just look like a giant jellyfish, maybe? Maybe it's like more watery. Because I always imagine sea leviathans as more crabby. But, you know, we'll see. What are its attacks? Fins and sail. Oh, it's literally a fish. It's just a fish. Okay. 7d10 plus 9 on the bite attack. Well, how big is it? Gargantuan? Okay, it's pretty solid for a CR30. All the damage is... Again, all the damage is whatever. We're actually not even going to worry about it. It's enough damage is the answer. I did not give you the link yet. Who asked for it? Was that Mead? All right, Baba, you get bonus points for asking for the link. After an appropriate amount of time. Wait, why is it 11 plus 2? Where does the plus 2 come from? Tradosio, where does the plus 2 come from? It's +5 for your stat, and then plus 6 for your thing. Oh, it's not an 11, it's a 12. No, because you can roll a 1, and that's just a 1. All right, whatever. I might be missing something, but you're right. The D20 doesn't count. You can't roll a 0 on the D20. That is a good point. Tidal wave. While submerged, it can make a tidal wave. So my question is, okay, so I'm going to point something out here. Okay, guys, hey, chat, question. What am I going to say about this piece? I'll give you a clue. Look at the feature tidal wave and quickly skim the rest of it. What's my feedback? Chat, if you can give my feedback before I give it, you win a prize. The prize of my love. Not enough things to do might not be what I'm... It's not... There's no max for creatures. There's a monster that already exists that is this. It's called the Leviathan. So this is a monster in D&D. The Leviathan. These are its stats. It literally has a tidal wave feature. This thing has a slam attack, a tail attack, and tidal wave. This has a bite attack, a fin attack, a tail attack, and tidal wave. This thing's tidal wave is better, and it's CR 20. So I'm not sure if you designed this around this, but if you want to give a monster 10 CR higher than a CR 20 monster, it needs to be much better. The damage might be better on this one. This is 8d12 damage, and this is 7d12 damage, so it's 1 less. But this one creates a tidal wave that creatures get caught in, and they keep getting caught in it until they get out. It launches them. This doesn't launch creatures. This just does damage. And knocks them out of the wall. This does a lot less. When you're that high level, that sort of control and continuation of an ability is way more important than whatever amount of damage you're doing. So yeah, my main feedback for you is, I mean, this could work, but you should familiarize yourself with the 4 Elder Elementals. There's the Leviathan, there's the Elder Tempest, I think. There's this guy. There's a bunch. There's one for every element. And if you're going to be making your main guys based on monsters, or based on those sort of Elder Elemental ideas, you want to A, make sure that yours are pretty different than the ones that exist. And B, make sure that if yours are going to be stronger than them, aside from just being different, they need to really be stronger. They need to hit harder. So, that's my feedback. I like the idea, but again, it's very similar to something that already exists, and there's not enough here that differentiates it. There's some magic resistances. I see that we're getting some layer action stuff, but it's not enough. Make it more different. At the very least, make it more different. At the very most, make it more different and more stronger. At least in terms of the things it can do. These parts. All these parts are fine. All right. I don't really have much more to say about that. Thank you, Pasta. Oh, I forgot to bring up my applause. What about a fish that lays a huge amount of eggs? That could be cool and gross. Thank you, Pasta. Good job. Well done. Thank you for sharing. More stronger. Yes, exactly. I love the Elder Tempest. Yeah, Elder Tempest is great. People are giving some other suggestions that there was things with missing with like how proficiency bonuses and stuff were going. I feel like all of that is really important to build and understand, but if you're shooting for especially if you're shooting for a really big monster, it's so much more important that you land the vibe first, because the more powerful you make your monster, the more important it is to differentiate what that vibe is. I mean, that you want to have a good vibe across the board, but it's a lot easier to make a monster feel distinct at lower levels. You don't envy trying to make a demigod stat block? I feel like you could make some pretty interesting... I feel like you don't need... A demigod stat block wouldn't need to be that complicated. It would just need a couple unique features that make it feel like a demigod. And it really depends on what it's the demigod of, you know? I feel like you could go in a lot of different directions with that. Next is Twin Maelstrom. Let's see what we're looking at here. I feel like the music's a little loud. Just me. This is the College of Mischief bard. Ooh. You could be my demigod. I'm down for that. I'll be your king of the castle. You just got your hand on the official D&D on some official D&D starter guides. That's very cool. This is the one I made on stream. What do you mean? I made this on stream? What are you saying, Derek? Speak to me. I'm confused. Oh, we did look at this on stream, didn't we? Did we make this on stream? I feel like I... No, we made it. Oh, so did somebody like... But I didn't make this. I might have... I feel like I... Did I really make this? I don't think I made this. I did make this. But I didn't make it exactly. The speed brew? I made this as an example bard. I don't feel like I made... Okay, we're going to read it, though, because I think this person changed it. They evolved it. I don't think they... Because I don't think I wrote a whole thing. I don't remember writing a whole thing. My God, if I'm forgetting whole things that I wrote, that's probably trouble. The pocket bard. All right, let's see what's going on with the pocket bard. He didn't steal it. He was inspired. Well, that's the whole goal of this. The bards of College of Mischief sow discord on the battlefield. These bards believe that the greatest inspiration comes from misfortune of others. They do not fight with anger or malice. However, they fight with mischief. I feel like this should be... You know what's so crazy? It's so often that you guys should make your last sentence your first sentence. This is... Anybody that's watching right now, the next time you write a piece of homebrew, when you finish it, I want you to take the last sentence and make it the first sentence and see if it's better. And I guarantee you it will be. This should not be the first sentence. This could be the second sentence. I would say the first sentence should be College of Mischief bards fight with I feel like it should be this. I would say College of Mischief bards do not fight with anger or malice. They fight with mischief. I feel like that, something like that. All right. Or I would say bards of this college wield mischief as a... I don't know. I feel like they fight with mischief is a cool sentence. I feel like you should start there. Okay. When you select this class at 3rd level, you learn Prestidigitation. It counts as a bard spell for you and doesn't count against the number of bard cantrips you know. When you cast this spell, instead of the usual effects of the spell, you can roll on the below pocket of minor things table to obtain one object. The object disappears if you dismiss it as an action or cast this spell again. A rat trap. Some gold, some fake gold specifically, a rope that lasts 10 minutes. You float 10 feet in the air and gain a hover speed, which lasts until the end of your next turn. The creature, a tiny creature of your choice. What does that mean? What do you mean a tiny creature of your choice? What does that mean? I would be specific what that means, because tiny is just a creature size. There's a whole lot of tiny creatures in D&D. I would probably be like a rat. And then it disappears after a minute. List a couple. A maul. You spelled object wrong. It breaks after one attack and disappears. A lit torch. It lasts an hour. You pull an object out of the pocket that looks like an object on another creature's person. This lasts 1 minute. Do you guys think this should be infinite in use? I feel like this maybe should be limited. I don't know, but that's what I feel. I feel like I feel like it's reasonable for this to be limited, because right now, because it's on Prestidigitation, even though it's random, you could just cast Prestidigitation every turn and roll dice until you roll the thing that you want. So it's not really random because it's infinite. Matt, you and I just had the exact same thought at the exact same time. I don't know why it's tied to prestidigitation either. I feel like it could just be a different feature. I could very easily see you being able to do this a lot though. Like I could see it be like your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. Or like maybe you could do this a number of times equal to your bard level. That might be the way to do it. You could do this a number of times equal to your bard level. Because I feel like this is the kind of power where it's like, when you get to really high levels, who cares? And I don't think it's strong enough to merit a bardic inspiration die. Whoever in Texgum, none of these are strong enough to merit. None of these are good. These are all so situational. It's definitely not worth a bardic inspiration die. You can expend one use of your bardic inspiration and choose one creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Roll the bardic inspiration die. At the start of that creature's next turn, apply one of the following effects. Why is this mischief bard the random bard? I don't feel like that fits. I feel like mischief. I think you should. Does it all have the same randomness vibe? I don't think both the third level features should be random. I feel like that's too weird. I mean, it's not weird, but it's too specific a thing. I don't know. I feel like the double random's a little bit much. Oh, hey, Stream Elements. What's up? You can expend use of your bardic inspiration die and choose creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Roll the die. At the start of the creature's next turn, apply one of the following effects. If any of these are negative, they should require saving throws. I feel like I don't see any saving throws. Oh, yes, I do. I'm so dumb. There's a saving throw here. There's a saving throw here. There's plenty of saving throws. I'm stupid. Call me stupid. Okay, stupid. Calm down. Don't call yourself stupid. Okay, sorry. The creature struggles to move at their feet. They have to make a strength save, or their speed is reduced by 10 feet until the end of your next turn. Wisdom save, or be charmed by the closest creature until the end of your next turn. Dex save, or be blinded. Dex save, or be knocked prone. Wisdom save, or be frightened. Strength save, or be restrained. It's a little too much, right? Don't these all just feel like what is this supposed to feel like? All of these just do. Did you just like go through every single? It feels like you just went through every single potential condition and just put them on a list. Pop, 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 pop. I don't see what. I still don't see what the sinew is here. How is this thing tying together? Yeah, I don't know. Con save or float. Charisma save or darkness. Intelligence save or move. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest. I feel like if you want to make this a mischief bard, you really... Because this doesn't feel mischievous. This just feels random. And this doesn't feel mischievous. This just feels random. I see that you're starting to do it a little bit with, like, the cake is thrown. But I think you got to lean harder into that. And you got to really focus these. They should all feel... I don't know. We need more connection here. And maybe it's the fact that this is random and this is random. But I feel like at this point, once we get to this feature, it's too much random. Mischief can have an element of planning, too. Yeah, I think that random and... I feel like lol random and mischief are different. I feel like Toon 4... Okay... Texgum, I agree. I would love a cartoon-powered subclass. I think it's an amazing idea. I don't think it should be a bard. I think it should be a martial class. I think that would be so much more fun on a martial class. Toon Force Fighter would be so cool. They get hammer space. They can wield giant weapons. They can, like, I don't know, get dismembered and come back. I don't know. There's all sorts of weird stuff you could do. I think it would be really fun. What's supposed to be 6? Why is it 12? Future Planet. I love you so much. I love when we have new people and they're a little bit confident. Why should it be 6? Why wouldn't it be 12? Future Planet, what happens when this bard gets to level, what is it, 6 or 7? And their bardic inspiration die goes from a D6 to a D8. What happens if they roll a 7 or an 8 on their Bardic Inspiration die? Or what happens when it gets to a D10? Because if it stays as a D6, what are they going to do? So the way that this works, and it's okay. Listen, man, like I said, I genuinely love the confidence because it allows me to turn it into a teachable moment. The reason why this goes from 1 to 12 is so that this feature naturally grows as you grow as a bard. Because as your Bardic Inspiration die gets bigger, you get access to different features. So if you are building a bard and you want to do something like this, you want these 6 features to be basically balanced. You want them to be basically the same balance level. And then 7 and 8 can be a little stronger. And then 9 and 10 can be a little stronger. And then 11 and 12 can be a little stronger. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a great way to make bards grow. The Spirit Bard, the College of Spirits Bard gets this. Let's look at Mischief Mimic. As an action, you can magically manifest a Mischief Mimic. There's no stat block for it. In an unoccupied space you can see within 60 feet, it can look like you or another creature you can see that lasts an hour or until destroyed. You can dismiss, no action required. You manifest another mimic, or you're incapacitated. Did you just take the Echo Knight thing? You did. Look, you forgot to say Echo. It's not an Echo. It's a Mischief Mimic. If you're gonna copy paste something, you got to make sure to get rid of all the original, or people are gonna notice. It has 10 plus your proficiency bonus, AC, 1 hit point. So I'm assuming this is all just the same as Echo Knight because it's mostly copy pasted. Yep, even says Echo in here. As a bonus action, you can use your Bardic Inspiration. You can teleport magically, swapping places. You can cast spells with the range. Is this just? I wouldn't give you an Echo. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like this is not the move. Echo is the Echo power of the Echo Knight is so strong that it's. I would say 2 things. One, I would argue that it's too strong to put on a spellcaster in a lot of circumstances. And then 2, I would say that unless you're making your core class mechanic, you don't do this. This is way too specific a feature to not make the core class mechanic. The only way I would see an argument for making this not the core class mechanic would be if you made it once a day and you really dramatically changed what it did. So don't do the teleport between thing. Don't do that you can cast spells or attack as if you're there. Don't give it any of the features an Echo Knight has. You have to make it dramatically different. Otherwise, don't do it. It's too specific. It's okay to copy paste features that are a little bit more vague because it's just like mechanically I want that. Like it has advantage on saving throws against being charmed and frightened. Like that's something that's like, oh, there's a million things like that. So it doesn't really feel like anything. But this is the this is the equivalent of basically saying giving a character the Rune Knight special Rune Knight attacks. Like all of the special Rune Knight sigils at a level randomly. It's sort of the same. It's like it's too specific. Empowering Mischief at 14th level. Starting at 14th level, when a creature uses the Bardic Inspiration die, they can use their reaction to target a creature they can see within 60 feet of them. At the start of the target's next turn, apply one of the following effects from the Bardic Mischief table based on the roll of the Bardic Inspiration die. So basically, I think what you're saying here is that when somebody uses one of your Bardic Inspiration, they can force another creature that they can see within 60 feet to basically go through the process again. I use a Bardic Inspiration die. When a creature that you can see within 60 feet, when a creature uses one of your Bardic Inspiration die, they can choose whatever number they roll. They can choose a creature within 60 feet of them, and that creature gets affected by whatever the roll is on this table. I feel like if you can figure out how to word that, that's an interesting feature. I kind of like that. All right, that's my feedback. Those are my thoughts. I think you got some work to do on this one. Not gonna lie. I like the idea of the Mischief guy, but I feel like the beginning is too random. The middle is just Echo Knight. So I feel like this might be a back to the drawing board situation. Or rework the vibe of the 3rd level features and completely redo the 6th level feature minimum. Interesting idea. I'm glad our stream was able to inspire a little bit. Much nice. No French support? Bonjour, je suis hors d'oeuvre. Je m'appelle Catillon. Sacre bleu, invader. Uns, duns, tre, 14. Next we have Undine. Undine says they're here. Let's see. Undine, are you here? I don't see you in the Discord. Undine, if you have a different username and you're here, let me know. Hopping on the monk train. Prepare to suffer all the things you hate. Most in a subclass. Numbers do, in fact, go up. If you give me a piece of homebrew you know I'm not interested in, that's a strange thing to do because you know I'm just going to tear it to shreds and probably not read the whole thing, right? Okay, we'll see. Hopefully you're goofing and gaffing more than you're serious with the numbers just go up thing. Let's see. Way of the Visionary. That was such an earnest tone I just had. Oh my god. Normally I put on a little bit more of a front. Hi! Way of the Visionary monks have learned to peek into their enemies' futures and have mastered the use of what they see. Starting at 3rd level, you can't be surprised while conscious, and you can add your wisdom modifier to your initiative rolls. All right, I think that is fine. Pretty strong, but monks need at least a little bit of strength. Starting at 3rd level, each time you hit a creature with a monk weapon or unarmed strike, as a part of an action or bonus action, put a comma after that. If you're going to be writing sentences that are longer than 8 words, you need to learn how to use commas and periods. It's really going to make a difference. You can take a peek into their future, giving them a stack of future sight. A creature can have up to 3 stacks of future sight on them at a time. For each stack of future sight, I would say I wouldn't call each event of it a stack. I would just call it future sight, and then that future sight can stack up to 3 times. You gain a +1 to your AC against that creature's attack rolls. Period. Is this just does this require key points, or is this just always on? For each future stack, you get a +1 at the end of your turn, or immediately after the creature reaches 3 stacks. You can choose a creature within your sight with 3 stacks of future sight and spend 1 key point to activate one of the following 2 effects. Okay, I'm gonna finish reading this, and we're gonna talk about what this. Then we're gonna talk about what this actually does. Preparation: you consume all future sight stacks on the creature and reduce any instances of damage you take from your wisdom modifier. What do you mean, any instances of damage you take from it? For how long? Ever? Exploitation: you consume all future sight stacks on a creature to add half your wisdom modifier rounded down to all damage you roll against them. Both of these need time limits. Both of these needs to exist within a time limit. Stacking and bonuses last until the end of your next turn. Okay, fine. I see it there. This is where you put a period, not a comma. Again, if you're going to be writing things that are more than 8 words, you really, really need to be using periods and commas correctly. It will have a huge impact on your piece's readability. A creature cannot gain future sight stacks while under the target effect of... I want to punch myself in the head. A creature cannot gain future sight stacks while under the target of the effect of preparation or exploitation. And you have up to 2 times your wisdom modifier stacks applied at any given time. Whenever you apply a stack of future sight to a creature that has 1 or more stacks, the duration of all stacks are renewed. Okay. You're really starting me off strong tonight, guys. You're making me earn this money, huh? You're really making me earn this money. Okay, Undine, let's break it down. I'm going to tell you why this doesn't work in a couple different ways. Let's talk about it on different scales here. First, let's talk about on the scale of how easy is this to implement. This is ridiculously complicated. This is ridiculously complicated. Not only are you keeping track of stacks of effects on multiple creatures, but the number of stacks you have out is a math problem. Acknowledge it's just a 2 times your wisdom modifier math problem, but it's still a math problem. And then you're doing effects that only trigger on certain of them being lifted all the way. And it's just a lot of things to keep track of. It's a lot. Based on the chat, I feel like 99% of the world would agree with me. And I think that when something becomes this complicated mechanically, you find yourself in a situation where you have to ask the question, quite literally, what does this do? And why does it need to be this convoluted? And I use the word convoluted intentionally here because I feel like this is overly complicated. So that's the thing. So that will take us to part 2, which is, how is this just mechanically in terms of what it does? Every single time you hit a creature, you get a bonus to your AC against them at no resource cost. Now, I acknowledge that you can only have 2 times your wisdom modifier at any given time. But let's be reasonable and say that in most D&D fights, you're not going to be fighting more than 3 monsters. Maybe there will be a couple situations where there's a big boss with a bunch of minions or there's a bunch of zombies, but most D&D fights, you're fighting between 1 and 3 monsters. So, in that case, the way that this is built, the balance here is that you will always have these on a lot of different creatures. You will always have this. This is not a thing that you're never going to be getting full access to. Let's talk about the last thing. The last thing is that there is an element of key point usage here, but it is so minimal that it is almost negligible. And while I do like the idea that you could spend a key point to reduce damage from an incoming creature, or spend a key point to increase damage to an incoming creature, to a creature, I feel like there is no logical reason to tie that to this. I don't think you need to. I think they could just be different features. And if I were you, I would completely drop this first part. I would just completely drop it. And I would keep the second. I would create a situation where if you hit a creature with, and I would tie it to Flurry of Blows. If you hit a creature with Flurry of Blows, you're here? All right, let me grab you. You're not allowed to talk, though. The waiting rooms aren't full. There's a bunch of waiting rooms. There's literally 3 waiting rooms. All right. You're by yourself for a second. I'll come in, though. Hey, how's it going?
I apologize.
How's it going?
It's going well. I didn't realize this was getting popped up. I was within a group with friends for a second.
That's fine. Have you heard any of the feedback that I've given so far?
Not about... No, not really.
Okay, well, then you're going to need to go back and listen. I'm not going to repeat myself. But basically, in the briefest of nutshells, this genuinely doesn't work on multiple levels. It doesn't work on a level of complicated, and it doesn't work on a level of balance. And my main feedback for you here is to ask yourself, why do you need this complicated of a system? And I would argue that you don't. And my suggestion would be that you completely drop the first paragraph and give some feature that ties to Flurry of Blows that is some version of preparation exploitation. But every other piece of this I would drop. I think it's genuinely not worth it. It's too complicated for giving you something that is just overpowered in a way that doesn't work. That's my main fear for the 3rd level features. And then I think that also these 2 plus Visionary Sense, I think works well. And I think even if you feel like that's not enough, that leaves you a space that you could potentially add another ribbon feature on top of that if you wanted.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely enough. It's just a matter of the boosting AC to a single creature being very powerful in a 1v1.
It's very powerful in any circumstance based on the way that this is designed, both in terms of how it's resourceless and in terms of how much you can do it.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just overpowered. It just doesn't work. I don't know why the brew thing is. I don't know why the brew thing isn't working here. Let me see. Did I turn it off? Maybe. I feel like Stream Elements is supposed to be here. Let me try again. Here, what if I do it? Maybe Stream Elements isn't here. Whatever. All the links are in the video description also. So maybe Stream Elements is not hanging out right now. It worked a while ago. Yeah, I don't know. No idea, guys. Okay. Next part. Let's look at level 6. Hyper awareness. We have 2 things at level 6. Hyper awareness and precognition. Starting at 6th level, when you spend a key point as part of your action to gain the effects of mirrored strike. All right, so we're just going to completely drop. No, we won't drop that. That's going to just be tied to Flurry of Blows now.
Yeah, I just have to find it.
While you're under the effects of mirrored strike or any other things your stack features tied to. So what does it actually do? What does it actually do? Anytime you apply a stack of future sight to a creature, you can apply an additional stack to another creature within 10 feet of you. I would just drop this feature entirely. I don't think you need it. It just makes the thing that already wasn't working continue to be more complicated, which is the opposite direction we want to be going in here. Let's look at precognition. Starting at 6th level, you can gain the ability to defensively shift your perception of a future. As a reaction to being hit by a creature with at least 1 stack of future sight, you can spend 2 key points to move all your stacks to the creature. Okay, so we're gonna move. Actually, let's stop reading it here. What is your goal for this piece? What do you want it to feel like?
The idea was like the moment in that you see in like some shows and in some gameplay, where you like hit the almost like Ultra Instinct, I guess is a good way of quantifying it.
Okay, I don't really know what that is, but I accept that's a thing that exists.
It's a Dragon Ball thing where you feel like you can't be touched, essentially. Whereas like, oh, against this person, I have them locked in.
Mm-hmm. Now, how would you? So then, aside from what you've done here, can you think of other ways that you could potentially get something to feel like that in D&D?
The main ways that I thought of were AC, but I guess there are ways like being able to move based on attacks or something like that. Like when you're attacked, be able to reposition and stuff like that. But I can't really think of something off the top of my head. I'd have to put more work into sitting down with it. But I mean, that's what you do with every homebrew subclass.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that I feel like regardless of what the effect is, I feel like you need to, because the thing is, what you're built, the way that what you're talking about is already in a lot of the core design of a monk. A lot of monks are built in such a way that when they use their flurry of blows, that is when their subclass ability triggers. And that sort of represents that. Like, you're just pummeling one guy, and then you get to do extra stuff on top of them. Okay. So for, like, the Way of Mercy Monk, that's like you're dealing extra necrotic damage and poisoning guys. With the Drunken Master Monk, you're able to, like, backflip and dance around them super easily. With the Open Hand Monk, you're knocking them back, you're tripping them, you're freaking them out, that sort of thing. So having this tied to something like Flurry of Blows, or something that's tied to when you're fighting a creature, when you can, like, tag them, I think totally works, because it's in a lot of stuff. The thing that you need to decide is, what is that feature going to be that it does when that happens? And I feel like mechanically the easiest way to do that is to tie it to Flurry of Blows. So what I think you should do is spend a little bit of time and think about, like, what does this mean? And maybe it's some, like, because monks kind of already innately get the thing where they're amazing one-on-one. Like, they don't really need more on that, especially with, like, Stunning Strike.
I mean, yeah, that was mostly the once you hit 6th level, it's meant to give you more options not really more options. It's meant to make you better in more massed fights. Mm-hmm. But I see what you're saying. With the monks are already in a 1v1. That is where they are better, considering. Yeah.
Like when you're describing the situation you're describing in Dragon Ball, I feel like the closest representation of that is when a monk is landing stunning strikes. Or when a paladin goes Super Saiyan. I mean,
more paladin than monk for me.
So I think the question to ask yourself is, if that's not being represented enough right now, what else could I make happen that could link into those things well? And then the next question to ask yourself is, I feel like, what else should it do? Because a single, like, a class can be built around a very focused single idea of like of a character or of a thing, but we need a little bit more to fill it out. So like I'll give you a perfect example. So giving them wisdom bonus to initiative is a perfect thing like that. Like, that is just a different feature. But we want to start thinking about it in situations that are not just combat, or if we're going to be doing stuff that's combat, we want to be diversifying what that combat looks like. So for example, here, these 6th level features don't really give you anything new. They make this happen in different ways. And I feel like it would be worth it to give them something new, at least one something new. The only time that like there are monks that do just allow you to do things in different ways, but their core idea is fairly flexible and it is really tight. So like the Way of Mercy Monk works that way, where at 3rd level you get 2 really distinctly different things you do. You can do extra damage or you can do healing. And then at 6th level, both of those improve a little bit. But they really feel different. They really sit in different aspects of the game. And because of that, it allows it to feel like it takes up a lot more space at the table. So I would spend a little bit of time thinking about that. And then especially as we get to like the higher up levels, it looks like they all kind of just tie back to the main feature.
Yeah, they all tie into the main features.
Yeah, so I think the main, it's good to have everything. It's good to have the main feature feel like it grows and that it ties into it. But I feel like the next step is like, what else does this character have that makes them distinct? What else do they get that makes them unique? What other cool things can they do in combat or out of combat? And that might require you to spend a little bit more time to figure out, okay, what is the way of the visionary? What else are they other than somebody that can, if they can peek into their enemies, future, maybe there's just an element of future stuff in general, right? So maybe at higher levels, you give them access to some divination spells so that they can sort of like they could be, fortune tellers or whatever, or something like that, maybe they have a thing where on certain types of ability checks or saving throws, if they fail, they can like rewind, they can like foresee themselves failing and like get to try again in different ways. Like start thinking about
maybe
that
give themselves advantage or something like that. I see what
yeah,
you're saying.
yeah. Because right now, what's happening is that this thing is resting on the laurels of this third level feature, and the third level feature just doesn't work. So it sort of turns into like a cascade. But I think the core idea is cool. I really like the idea of a monk that is like has like some sort of foresight, and the idea that they can like punch people to be better at reading those people and seeing into their future, I think is a lot of fun. So I feel like that is the direction to go in, but I don't feel like it should be stacks. I feel like it should be like an effect that's like on or off, just to simplify it. And then what you could do is you can lean into the preparation and exploitation a lot more. And you can have those things get even more interesting and use them in different ways as you get to level 6 and level up. So it's almost like thinking about it like if you're playing like Borderlands or something. It's like it can be very satisfying in a simple way to like build up one skill tree, but it can be a lot more fun to like have like a couple like the skill tree branch. So when you get to the high level, you're getting all three of the
too much of Borderlands. I understand what you're saying. I speak that wavelength.
Okay, cool. I haven't played Borderlands in a while, but I used to be obsessed with it.
Yeah, same.
Do you have any questions or thoughts or yearnings?
No, I think I got it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I really need to rework that base feature.
Like I said, if you go back, I was very harsh on it when I started. So first of all,
I knew the second I turned in, I was like, he is going to have a problem with this.
No, it's fine. It's good. It's teach. I'm learning patience, and we're all learning how to write.
Monk that stacks AC. Ooh,
but
this is gonna get I turned in last week, and you said the monk there. I was like, dang.
No, it's fine. But because I feel like preparation and foresight are unique. I don't think the extra bonus damage on foresight is bad. I feel like it's solid, and especially if it's for a round. I think it's good. Yeah. No, I think it'll work well. And I feel like so as much as I was harsh, there's definitely some good stuff you can work in here. And now that you described to me a little bit about what you want it to be, I feel like the idea of like the hitting creatures to like sort of like slow down time almost in your fight with them, or to see the future.
Fine. The execution needs work.
Yeah, but that's that's life. Okay, so no other thoughts or questions or anything?
No, I do got one thing to say.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much for this, just in general, dude.
Oh, you're so kind. I'm glad you like it, but don't give me compliments. I'm bad at taking them.
You're right. In that case.
There we go. That's what I'll take a compliment for half a second. The best way, if you want to compliment me in a way that makes me feel comfortable, you need to hang up on me very quickly after complimenting me. You have to it ends the call. Otherwise, I'm a crazy person. Anyway, let's give a round of applause for Undine. Now, Undine, I do want to say, guys, I feel like as much as I was just tearing that apart, I think we need to, I almost want to encourage a little bit of an extra round of applause, because it is very bold to share a piece of writing that is going to get torn up. That is like extra bold, I feel like. You know what I mean? So let's give Undine a little round of applause. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is you have to be a good sport about it or it doesn't work. If if somebody sent me something that they were pretty sure I was gonna rough up, and then they really didn't want me to, it's like, why are you doing that? Like, why are you putting yourself in a position to be upset? But it is it's a brave thing to do, to submit homebrew for me to review it in general, or for anybody to review it, for the public to see it. It's a very brave thing to do. So to do that, especially if you know your idea is a little controversial, is like extra. So good on you, buddy. All right, let's give her a spin. I know I pulled you away from your friends. Enjoy the rest of the time with your friends. Tear you down. Atriarch. All right, I thought I saw you in the Discord. Maybe I didn't. Oh, maybe I didn't. Do you have a different name on Discord? Who knows? Oh, you're not going to be here. It doesn't matter. In a campaign I ran, my players wanted to be a bit more enterprising and engaging in buying and selling goods. Since the campaign I ran, what is this? I want to know what this is. Which led you to create this to help. Okay, let's just see what it is. I'm not even gonna. It looks like a chart of how expensive things are. Maybe a pricing chart. Oh my god, it's an Excel sheet. Okay, I mean, okay, here's what I'll say. Yeah, I'll give you some feedback right now. First of all, I'm not going to give you feedback on any of the numbers. That's not what this is going to be about, because I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you feedback on the usability. So let's talk about the usability. We have suggested prices. We have quantity. We've got foods that go from common to luxury, animals common to luxury, spices common luxury, textiles common luxury. Is everything common luxury? I like that. Metals common luxury. Okay, initial thoughts. This part is really well organized, and I like it. I do think that when you put it in the public, you should not have it in Excel, just because Excel is a little not fun when you don't want to use it when you do other things. For the purposes of this sheet, a crate contains 20 pounds of a good. A rack contains 10 bottles. A barrel, 4 gallons. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I like that. The price of a tome or jewelry is randomly determined by a D6. I feel like you could why does it not to be different? Did I miss some jewelry, something that you mentioned that makes it feel like it needs to be different? I feel like, in a weird sort of way, I feel like jewelry should have its own section here too. And then we have settlements and price generation. Let's see. Step 1, you roll. What are we rolling? It needs to, what? Price mod. What does this mean? I understand the D4. Okay. Any of this stuff, I'm going to be honest, I don't understand. You gotta clarify what the rules be for how the thing works, or it don't make no sense. And yeah, this is like, what is this? What are we generating here? It's just like a way to generate buildings and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool idea. Okay, I feel like your basic layout's pretty solid. I think you need much clearer rules for execution. But yeah, I like it. It's a cool idea, Atriarch. Click. Yeah, needs is a resource. Ah, got you. Okay, yeah, see, I'm a good litmus test for if a thing that is like a list with stuff is good or not, because I'm not good at using those things. So if I didn't find it, it's likely that other people won't find it. So you should maybe clarify it a little bit more, but it does seem like other people did find it. So maybe that's just me. But I didn't understand how the needs resources or any of that stuff worked. All right, and we are... Wait, first round of applause. Butt Poncho's grabbing it. Rubber Lucy's grabbing it. Did I put it in the chat? Did I link it? I think I did. Hey, man, look, you were asking if it's useful. Like, at least 3 or 4 people in the chat were just like, yoink, which means that it's at least medium useful, which is pretty cool. People are saying thanks. They're thanking you. That's pretty good, man. You're getting thanks. That's a good sign. Oh, that was close. That was almost Baba. That was barely Baba. I mean, that was barely Glad. More wind magic. You've already seen the first 2, but you've got a couple more. The new ones are vacuum and pressurize. Let me grab you. I feel like you're going to be in the Discord. Oh, you're not. Okay, Syrah. All right, that's fine. Let's see. It's, what did you say? Pressurize and vacuum. He wants the other one? What are you talking about? So we have vacuum and we have pressurize are the two spells we're looking at tonight. You're having a good time? Good, rubber duck. Atriarch. Atriarch. People are legit. I don't know if you were here earlier, but people were like, oh, yeah, I see you showed up. I see you showed up at some point. Yeah, man. Here's my main feedback. My main feedback was it was mostly really solid. I want, when you put this into a document, for you to make sure that the instructions for how to use the page 2 are very clear so that dummies like me can use it. And I want to understand what you mean with like the needs and the resources numbers and stuff. That was my suggestion. But I feel like a bunch of people in the chat literally just were like, yoink. So you're at the very minimum, it's a very good price chart. I think that everything works really well. The question is the clarification of the table builder. All right, vacuum, 5th level, evocation. Action, 30 feet. Concentration, 1 minute. They're thinking 3D. Yeah, I think mostly 2D. I haven't read spell vacuum yet. Let me read it first, and then I'll see what you said. I move all air. You move. I move. You move all air away from the head of a creature within range. Is this the thing from Avatar? The target becomes trapped in a vacuum bubble and begins to suffocate. At the beginning of its next turn, the target must make a con saving throw. On a failure, the air is forced out of its lungs, forcing it to choke. If the target creature has more than one head or does not need to breathe, this spell has no effect. I think this is too strong, if I'm being honest. I just think it's too strong. Suffocating creatures die in a number of rounds equal to their con modifier. So this creature will just kill any creature that has a con modifier. This will kill some creatures in 1 round. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's just too strong. When would be a good time for questions? Whenever you want to ask one. Yeah, there's no repeat save. Well, it's at the beginning of its next turn. So I guess what you mean is at the beginning of each of its next turns, maybe? It's a minute plus con modifier if you have a chance to hold your breath. But that is not suffocating. That is how long you can hold your breath. When you start suffocating, I'm pretty sure when you start suffocating, you might actually just go unconscious immediately. Let's just look. Because I don't actually remember. A creature can hold its breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus its con modifier. When a creature runs out of breath or is choking, now that's the situation here, it can survive a number of rounds equal to its con modifier, and then at the start of its turn, it drops to 0. I feel like a 5th level spell should not be able to do that to any creature that requires breath. That feels too strong. I could see an argument. Somebody said 7th. I don't think 9th level makes sense, but I do see. I would say minimum 7th level. I could see 8th level for sure. And then I would rewrite it so that I would say this, and then I would make it very clear that at the beginning of each of their turns, they make a con saving throw to see if they keep choking or not, or if they catch their breath. You feel like it should be Dex, not Con? I disagree with that. I feel like it's you going like, like trying not to let the breath squeeze out of you, you know? It's not like you're dodging an air bubble. It also probably should not be evocation. Well, are other wind spells evocation? Is Gust of Wind evocation? Let's check. Yeah, it is. wind spells are evocation. Boom. It's fine. It's perfect. All right, let's look at pressurize. All the 6th level, 1 action, all the air in a 20-foot radius around you, all the area in a 20-foot radius around a point you choose within range stops moving as the air pressure in the radius rapidly increases. All creatures in the area must make a con saving throw. On a failure, a creature takes 8d10 force damage and are deafened. Like their ears pop. That's kind of fun. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage and is not deafened. How is that damage? What's the 9th level? What's the 9th level spell that makes everybody's heads explode? What's it called? Synapse or something? Synaptic something, maybe? No, it's not that. No, there's one that makes people's heads explode. It's like I think it's a 9th level spell, maybe? Psychic Scream. I want to compare this to Psychic Scream. I want to see what the damage is. 14, D6, 90-foot range. So what's the radius? Oh, this is just 10 creatures. 10 creatures, 14 D6 psychic damage on a con save. This is D20. This is a little bit less controlled because it's just an area. How do we feel? Is 8d10 force damage? Is a fireball that does 8d10 force damage and deafen? Is that good? Why would it need concentration? You think its damage should be bludgeoning? I kind of understand it being force, but I agree with you for the purposes of what force is in D&D. I feel like force. This doesn't. I agree. I feel like thunder might make sense. Well, thunder would be more. Yeah, I might go thunder. But I understand it being force because it is like a vroom. Yeah, this might be fine. I like the feeling of it. I feel like the only thing that I would wonder is the 8d10 damage and deafened. I don't know if it's enough. I also feel like they shouldn't be permanently deafened. I feel like they should be deafened for some amount of time. Forces magic damage. It's basically any other wind spell. Those do bludgeoning. I guess that's true. It needs a duration for the deafen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I agree. Cool. I don't really have much more to say. It's a pretty straightforward little spell. I like the idea of vacuum a lot. It's just way too strong at 5th level. But pressure's pretty cool. I feel like 6th level might be a little strong, but I don't know if it's too strong. I could see an argument for the dice going down. But Poncho says 6d10. I kind of agree with that, I think. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Oh, and also I noticed that you made the radius get bigger each time you cast it at a higher level. I would not do that. I think then it immediately becomes too strong. I know it's a fun idea to have a spell make a radius increase, but that is so powerful that you need to make it. You would need to dramatically lower the damage for that to be in any way balanced. Yeah, normally damage just go bigger. I like the idea of a spell's radius getting bigger. It's just the unfortunate truth is it's such an exponential growth compared to the damage growth that, like, you just have to account for that in the design of the spell if you're going to do that. Yeah, it's basically 1d10-ish per level up, but or one, I don't remember, something like that. It's whatever the die is, one up of the die. So if the die is a d6, one up of that. All right, thank you very much, Gladahedral, for your sharing your spells. I appreciate it. Give them a little round of applause. Really interesting spells. Very, very interesting spells. Epic Gladdy indeed. Epic Gladdy indeed. Philip Mead, I missed you giving me a dono. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. Thank you for feeding the fire, my guy. I appreciate that. Baba, you are such a sweetie. You're a champion. Sorry, I completely missed it. I'm sorry. I was too nose into my book. I was too enthralled by thinking about the suffocation spell. Oh, man, feel bad for Tex Gum. That was so close to them. Okay, BebGab. Let's see what they got. Thank you for your previous reviews. This is my first full attempt at a subclass from months ago, but I fear it's on the stronger side, and I could ditch some features. While not explicit in the text, it revolves around unarmed strikes. But I also made this subclass before I saw the one DnD monk changes, which coincidentally have the similarities to your subclass. Regardless, thank you for your time. You're welcome for my time. I have not seen the one DnD monk, so we're not going to be comparing it to that at all. In fact, I would argue it's not probably good to compare things to the one DnD stuff, because as much as DnD says it's going to be back compatible, there's no chance in hell it will be. If you look at any of the designs of things so far, it will not be back compatible. It will be a thing where you can be stronger or you can be weaker, and that's not back compatible. That's just stronger or weaker, and nobody's going to want to be weaker. Who is this from? BebGab. BebGab, are you here? I don't see you. Anyway, let's take a look. Way of the Ancestral Guardians. Isn't that already sort of a name? Isn't there another thing that's Ancestral Guardians? Did I make that up? Is the Barb Ancestral Guardians? I wouldn't call it the same thing as the Barbarian that has a subclass with the same name. Yeah, that's a little bit. It's too. That's to make it a different name. Yeah, yeah, Barbarian. Yeah. Hey, Pat, what's up, my guy? Yeah, Path of the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. Yeah, you need a different name. Monks of the Way of the Path of the Barbarian are disciples of those that came before them. That sentence literally means nothing. They channel their ancestors' ancient power, imbuing their unarmed strikes with archaic force, and allowing their ancestors to watch over and guide them through their battles. Hey, do you remember how I said every single one of you should take the last part of your flavor text and make it the first part, and it'll be better? Watch this. What if you said, Way of the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian Monks, ancestors watch over and guide them through battles, period. That should be the first sentence. Proficiency bonus. When you choose this at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in the history skill if you don't already have it. You also gain proficiency in the arcana, nature, or religion skill of your choice. Your connection to the ancestors gives you a deeper understanding. You gain proficiency. You don't need to just write. You don't need to write all of this out. You can just say that here. You don't need to say it again here. But I like it so far. I like getting proficiency in arcana, religion, or nature. It sounds cool. I like that. Not every single one, Cinder. That's a very dramatic statement. I don't know what I don't know what I said, but I do tend to say dramatic statements. So, yeah, every single one. No, are you talking about the sentence thing? Yeah, no, that's just true across the board. No, I'm right. I'm right there. Yeah, no, every single one. Ancestral Strike. Due to your devotion to your ancestors, they got. No, you're not. Oh, look at that. Somebody's getting a little salty. Don't get salty. Don't take it personally, Butt Poncho. It's okay. Your unarmed strikes become empowered strikes, and now deal an additional 1 point of damage and deal force damage instead of bludgeoning. The additional damage increases to 2 at level 6 and then 3 at level 11. What? No, I wouldn't do that. You just deal more damage. This just comes back to that problem that we say a million times. This is just numbers go up. I put down rioters. You want me, do I need to put? I'll put down some rioters if I need to. We'll see. We'll see. Big damage, no resistances to war. There we go. All right. Okay, war is easy. Watch this. War is really easy when you control the media. You know what I mean? Like, boom. What war? There is no war in Ba Sing Se. You know what I mean? You can choose to spend 1 key point when you use an empowered strike to attempt to invoke your target's primal fears. The target makes a wisdom saving throw against your key save DC. If the target fails this saving throw, they become frightened of you until the end of your next turn. To make this feature function normally, click on each instance of unarmed strike and flurry of blows in your character to custom. Oh, you don't need to do this. Okay, but to be quite honest, this is cool. I like this. I like tying flurry of blows to a fear effect. I feel like that's fine. But I would also argue that ancestral strike just doesn't work. It's just the numbers go up, which is nothing. That's not the way it works. If you want to copy something like the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian, which has a numbers go up feature, that's a very specific one. It's once a turn, it levels in kind of a unique way, and it's very specifically radiant or necrotic damage, which adds a lot of vibe. Do you know what I mean? I would never temporarily mute anybody. I would never do that. It's against my code of ethics. Let's look at all-powerful key strikes. At 6th level, your ancestral guardians bestow a great knowledge upon your... You know what's so funny, Bot Poncho? Is that the people that are in conflict are never the ones that suffer, you know? Somebody else took a shot for you there. That's so funny. Your ancestral guardians bestow great knowledge upon you, allowing you to empower strikes to bypass immunities and resistances. That's also really strong. I don't know, man. It's also like it's strong and it's like it's a nothing burger. It doesn't feel like anything. Don't put flavor text at the second part of your pieces. That's silly. Cool limiter, but too strong. They can nothing. Too strong. Nothing can limit it. Martyr of the people. Are you guys? Is this what we're getting caught up on? We're getting caught up on the. That's okay. Dungeons, not dragons. Don't worry about it. We all live on phones sometimes. All powerful strike is kind of weird. Yeah, I don't think it works. It also just doesn't feel like anything. Legacy Surge. At 6th level, your ancestors watching over you want a show, and you're going to give it to them. It's weird language. Every time you land an attack on a new target in a round of combat, the spirit that watches over you fuels your strikes and energy, causing the new target to take an additional 1d4 force damage. The bonus damage only applies to the first attack on that new target. Your first target will always take normal damage. However, the subsequent ones will take 1d2, 1d1. I would drop this part entirely. I think this is fine. It doesn't really feel like any. I mean, I genuinely don't see how this ties to the idea of like your ancestors guiding you. And I would completely drop the second part. But mechanically, the idea of every time you hit a new creature in combat, after you successfully hit after you successfully hit one creature on a turn, any time you hit a new target, that target takes 1d4 magic damage or force damage or radiant damage or whatever. I feel like that would be fine. I think it's a neat idea. It's very bland. There's not a lot of flavor here in the mechanics. Obviously this is overlap with the barb, but I feel it's not adding much to the monk in a way that it's distinct from the ancestral guard. It's not. No, it's not. It's just making the monk better. I agree. Foresight at 11th level. You pull on generations of combat to identify the facial tics and muscle twitches that signify when a foe is about to attack. And you use these predictions to counter attack it. How does that have anything to do with the ancestor stuff? As a reaction to getting hit by a melee attack, spend a key point to evade the hit, taking 0. You have to write in full sentences. As an action to getting hit by a melee attack, you can spend a key point to avoid the hit, taking 0 damage. Put a fucking period at the end of that, please. What do you mean following up the dodge with an empowered strike at the attacker? Period. You can then make an unarmed. You can then make one unarmed strike against the attacker. You must roll to hit the empowered. What? I don't understand what you're trying to say here, my guy. Are you just trying to say as a reaction to getting hit by a target, you can use a key point to make that to reduce the damage to 0 and then make one empowered strike against the attacker? Why not just write it like that sentence I just said out loud, please? It will be helpful. I don't know. I don't know how I think the timer kicks him out for 10 minutes. I don't remember. I don't know what it's set to. I haven't changed it. Again, I think hopefully it's enough time to both have them have a quiet moment of frustration and then to move on from it. Foresight, it's not foresight, right? It's just like you can. It's just like better uncanny dodge, plus it's just better uncanny dodge than reaction attack. I mean, again, it's not a bad feature. It just doesn't feel like anything. It's very strong. But I feel like getting a very strong feature at 11th level that you can do wisdom modifier times per long rest is fine. Good night, Derek. You're wonderful. It's not even that I want... Yeah, I do, Gabe. I do want everyone to explain their meaning eloquently. And I am very passionate about it. Because if you don't even need to explain it. You need to show it in your words. If you show it in your words, that's explaining it. Because if you show your meaning eloquently, it's fun to read. And if it's fun to read, people will actually read it. If it's not fun to read, no one will read it. And my goodness, isn't it sad to spend so much time on something, to put so much passion and love into something, and then to have no one read it because you didn't take the time to figure out how to express it eloquently? Isn't that a bummer? Wouldn't that be such a bummer? It's like when we don't want that. We want everyone to read your piece. We want people to be so excited by your piece, they like it more than they should. So when I yell at you about full sentences, about getting the language correct, about making it as clear and simple and straightforward as possible, I'm yelling at you about that because I don't want your piece to get stuck in the doorway. I want your piece to make it out into the world. Horror dude, your green thumb is showing. I am an English teacher. I've been. We need like that. You know that astronaut holding a gun behind the astronaut? It's like, oh, he's being an English teacher. He was an English teacher the whole time. If you watch any of my streams for more than an hour, I feel like. Well, that depends. If you watch any of my streams for a long time, you will see that I low-key, all I'm doing is teaching you how to be a better writer. But it all is just very applicable to D&D. And D&D is the best way to teach people how to write if people are obsessed with D&D. Because you learn something better if you care about it. Okay, anyway, let's look at True Host. At 17th level, your connection with your predecessors is so strong you can temporarily give them power over your fists, combining the collective knowledge and power of those that came before you. As an action, spend 3 key points to perform Ancestral Smite ability as an attack option. That's a weird phrase. I wouldn't use that. For the purposes of martial... Like, you're not making it... It's not an attack that you're making. It's an action. So you can just get rid of that. For the purposes of martial arts class features... These attacks count as unarmed strikes. I don't think you can just say these count as unarmed strikes. Wait a minute. What do you mean for the purposes of extra attack? What the fuck are you trying to say? Are these replacing your attacks or is this your action? Which is it? You're saying as an action. So if something is an action, it's not part of your attack. It's an action. So you can say you can make your action to make a special type of unarmed strike, and then you can describe it. Or you can say you can spend 3 key points to replace each of the attacks you make this turn with one of these. Something like that. Anyway, let's see what they are. Your ancestors take turns in striking your opponent. Make 5 empowered strikes as an attack. So is this 5 instead of 1? As an action to begin charging your punch, You could do a punch that deals 10d10 force damage. Nah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't think you build it this way. I don't think you build it this way. I feel like maybe I disagree with this. I just disagree with the structure of this. These are too strong to replace attack actions. They're too strong to cost only 3 key points. If I were you, what I would make it is at 17th level. I probably would keep 1 punch and maybe lethal shockwave. I would drop 100 fists. Because it's not 100 fists, it's 5 attacks, and you're going to be making 5 attacks every turn forever as a monk, so it's not really that different. I would make it like once a day. You can use your action to do this, or you can do this. It doesn't replace attack. It's just a thing. And then if you want to do it again before the next long rest, it requires key points, and I would say it probably should require minimum of 8, maybe 5, depending on the feature. But it should not be able to be used a million times. It should be able to use a couple times, especially 10d10 force damage is a lot. And then you're going to say, wait a minute, the other monk can get 10d10 force damage. And then I'd say, yeah, it can. So maybe you can do it more. But the other one requires more steps. So I don't know. It's way more restrictive. Yeah, the other one is way more restrictive. What did you miss in terms of criticism? Is this your piece that I'm looking at right now? You missed the whole thing. I just finished. The briefest of nutshells, as I'll tell you, is that there is very little flavor going on in the mechanics in a way that is an issue. I think that most of the features kind of just feel like Monk, but better. And I think that you need to refocus the flavor. I feel like Empowered Strike is just too strong. I feel like making creatures afraid is cool. I feel like this should not... You got to drop this second part entirely. And this has to be worded... Everything has to be worded a lot more clearly across the board. I think, yeah. Foresight, I think you got to replace this with something totally different. And I think True Host, you got to drop 100 Fists. You got to rebuild how this works and maybe keep 1 punch. But honestly, this is kind of just similar to what the Wave Open Hand Wave Open Hand Monk gets. So I make something different. Also, Way of Ancestral Guardians, I wouldn't call it that. I would call it something different because the Path of the Ancestral Guardians exists, and using the exact same name is odd. I wouldn't do that. It's going to be confusing. All right. That's my quick version of the feedback. Thank you, Beg Gab. Thank you, Beb Gab. I appreciate it. Let's give them a round of applause. Let's go, team. Thank you very much for sharing your piece, The Way of Ancestral Guardians. Bebgab. I'm sorry that your name is a tongue twister for me. I'll try to be better at it in the future. Ugh. Excuse me. The riot is over? Resistance is futile? You can listen, Future, you can behave. You can do whatever you want. We all live in a world of actions and choices and consequences, you know? It is time for my favorite Lord of the Rings character, Kelk Anduchide. Hey, Cinder. Here's a spicy storm-inspired race. I think it's pretty sweet and really different from the Air Genasi. Hope you appreciate it. Ooh. I'm going to say something before I read this. My dear Kelk Anduchide. Whether I appreciate it or not is irrelevant. Doesn't matter. What matters is you made it. You tried to build something, and you decided to share that thing you were trying to build. That's all that matters. I don't need to like it for it to have value, and I don't need to appreciate it for it to have value. Okay. Enough kind emotions. A storm of howling winds and torrents of rain rages around the village. The thunder claps as a baby is born. Flashes of lightning illuminate their revulsed eyes. Revulsed is not a word that I'm familiar with. What does revulse mean? to pull back with force? Huh. As the parents discover their progenitor. The doors and windows... I don't understand what that means in terms of the eyes. The door slams open, and a newborn takes its first breath, and then silence. The last raindrops falls on the roof. Storm has passed. Okay. Stormlings are born from the diluvian winds of the harshest winters, sealed inside. I would say from the diluvian winds is a fine thing. When you say of the harshest winters sealed inside them, that sounds a little weird. I would maybe say they are born from the are they born from the diluvian winds, or are the harshest winters sealed inside them? Because they're not born from something sealed inside them. The way this is phrased, it's like they are born from something that is sealed inside them. No, they're not. They're born from a parent. They have something inside. I don't know. I would change that. It doesn't work. They have a gray skin. They have a gray skin tiered with stripes that resemble lightning bolts. This is I would probably change the verb here. I probably wouldn't use tiered. I would probably say marked. Otherwise, they very much resemble their parents, which can be from any race. I think you can just cut this whole sentence out. Some people see them as a bad omen, but more often than not, they are associated with the end of cold season. Okay, cool. Link, who just asked for the link? Hard dude, bro, you win the prize. Future Planet, you win the prize. Sponge, you win the prize. Everybody wins the prize. Sponge definitely wins the prize. That's a good joke. I love Zelda. It's my favorite game. I play it all day. I love being Zelda. I love smashing stuff with my sword, my Zelda sword. I love using triangle powers. I love playing the flute of time, the time flute, and becoming an old man, and then going into the ginkgo tree and getting the donka fruits. And I love fighting Gorgondaff, and I love all that stuff. I love it. I know English is hard. Kelka undo today. Do you know I honestly, dude, the only reason why I gave that feedback in the way that I did is because I know English is your second language, and I feel like it's more beneficial to point out those things because they might be things that make sense in your translation from French to English, but I wanted to point them out to you because I want you to know when they... Let me rephrase that, because all of this does make sense. All of this does make sense, but I wanted to point out the things that sounded a little off just because I feel like it's really hard to notice those things if you're trying to write in a language that isn't your native tongue, and I don't want you to miss that because I feel like it is a good opportunity if you want to address it. I also feel like if you don't want to address it, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, Gorgondaff is the best. Dude, and I loved in the most recent video game when he was voiced by, what was he? He was voiced by Travis, he was voiced by Travis, what's his name? Travis Makathur? Travis Winchester? Travis Worcester, whatever his name is. All right. Okay. We get some ability score increases. We get an age. We have chaos. So we're medium. Our walk speed is 35. I like being a quickie. Eye of the Storm. You are surrounded by eerie winds that you can control at will. Your vision can't be obscured by meteorological effects. Oh, interesting. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say. If you want to do something like this, I think that this is a really fun idea, but I think you need to give... you need to give examples because it is a little bit odd. Like, I think you need to say like such as like heavy, like such as like storm clouds or something. I don't know. Give some examples so that people can think about how they're going to like interact with this. The other thing is you need to sort of clarify what you mean by control the winds at will. And the way that I think you should explain that is I would look at a spell like Druidcraft, that allows you to like do small effects and try to pull that language, because that could feel like a lot of different things, or thaumaturgy or precedent, any of the things that let you do like small sensory effects. You should play around with that. I don't feel like Fog Cloud would affect this. I don't think this would be affected by Fog Cloud. on the way that it's written, because fog cloud is not a meteorological effect. It is a magical effect. But maybe it would affect non-magical fog. Does it need a range? I don't know if it needs a range, but I feel like you could. Yeah, I mean, well, I think it maybe does, right? Like, it depends on how powerful you want it to be. I feel like I probably wouldn't make it have maybe like a radius of 10 feet around you. I don't think this would, the way that this is written, it wouldn't affect any spell, because it's no spell is a meteorological effect. Spells are magic. Well, actually, you know what? That's not really clear here. So I think that might be, I think you might need to say by non-magical meteorological effects, because there are spells that let you just like change the weather. I would say that Sleet Storm isn't really a weather spell. It's more of like a single action spell, but there are spells that make you change the weather. Are you guys criticizing Matthew Mercer? Careful. Don't do that. Don't do that. He's my buddy. I'm just kidding. He's not my buddy. But I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I haven't seen anything that he's done other than Critical Role and like Overwatch and maybe like a couple other random things that I'm not thinking of. But because yeah, I don't know what else what else is he in? I mean, I know he does a lot of stuff, but he's not in the new Zelda game. He's not in the old Zelda game. Fun. He's a character in Spelljammer. He's the law. Okay. Let's see. Thunderous Roar. Your voice rumbles like thunder when you are determined. You gain proficiency in the intimidation skill. Okay, I like that. You could also do like a minor version of Thaumaturgy here, where it's like you could make your voice booming loud. I think that would be reasonable as well. And then we have Stormbearer. You can use your action to unleash a thunderous energy within yourself, causing your eyes to turn white as a storm forms around you. Your transformation lasts for 1 minute or until you end it as a bonus action. I probably would put this in not as a bullet. I probably would put that up here, and I would probably start it down here. And I would say this is what I'd say. I would say your transformation lasts for 1 minute or until you end it as a bonus action. During this time, you gain the following benefits. Period or semicolon. You have fly speed equal to your walking speed, although you can't use it to rise higher than 10 feet off the ground. The area within 10 feet of you is lightly obscured as small clouds dance in the wind. I would say dance around you. Or something, swirl around you. Dance is fine. Dance is a very flavorful word here. Maybe too flavorful? I don't know. At the start of your turn, you can... I would say at the start of each of your turns, you can choose one creature within 10 feet of you, charging it with electricity. The next attack made against the target takes lightning damage equal... on a hit equal to your proficiency bonus. Interesting. This should be a once a day feature, not a once per long rest feature. It's pretty strong for a racial feature. I would put it at the same level as like the Azamar Super Saiyan mode. I like it though. I think it's pretty cool. I like it a lot. I feel like most of my feedback for you has to do with like grammar-y stuff. I could see an argument for this having a saving throw. But I also think that it maybe doesn't need it because that next attack still needs to hit. Oh, this needs to only be a round. The next attack that hits it with before the beginning of your next turn. Period. Something like that. Like this feature shouldn't last more than a round when you proc someone with it. Butt Puncher brings up a good point. Maybe make it 5 feet off the ground. Kip, I made a whole video about that, about the Blood Hunter and the Vin Diesel thing. You think 10 should be fine? Most should get there. All right, just keep in mind this is coming from the, our most confident. This is coming from our most confident chatter. Oh, Future Planet, I'm just being mean to you now. I'm sorry. I mean no harm. Okay. I like it. I think it's pretty solid. I don't really have that much feedback. You mentioned that you thought this was pretty different than the Air Genasi, and I agree with you. It is. The only thing that I could... I don't really... I don't have much to add. I could see an argument for getting resistance to thunder damage, maybe, but I wouldn't give resistance to lightning damage. I would keep it in the thunder range. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Thank you very much. Nice piece. I would say pretty close to done. Pretty close to done. All right, let's give him a round of applause. Quelque undo today. Thank you, thank you. And listen, listen, you never need to come on stream if you don't want to. I know you're here. I saw you in the chat, and I know you said you were nervous to come on stream potentially. So you should never feel the need to come on stream. It is a scary thing. No one wants to come on stream. Well, some people do, but nobody feels like nobody has to. It's a spooky stream. Is scary. You know, it's a scary place. All sorts of weird stuff happens there. Oh my god, Dice Admiral just posted a bunch of clips from my stream last night. Alright, I'm going to check those out later. Guys, if you don't know, I have a whole clip channel on my Discord, and you are more than welcome to clip parts of the stream. It's the little scissors icon. It's along the icons on the bottom. If you don't know how to clip, get good. It's in my Discord. I think it's called Cinder Clips. It's in the, I don't know where it is. It's in the streaming section. Yeah, it's in the streaming section. Milky Boy, the Frog King. I noticed that you don't get many homebrew invocations on the stream. I don't. You decided to make some. Also, I know it's a feat. That's the best way for me to share these with you. Okay, so it's not a feat, it's an invocation. But you just format it as a feat. I accept. Did you want to come on stream? Let me grab you. Hello. Ahoy hoy.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Good.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, there are 7 of them.
Okay, I think we're just gonna go down the list until we stop, unless there's any specific ones you want me to read.
Mind Dagger is the one I'm most concerned about, but
the ones before it are short. We'll get to Mind Dagger. We'll get there.
All right.
Okay, let's start from the top. We started from the bottom, now we're here. Dark Blood, resistance to poison damage, and you're immune to the poisoned condition. Do you think that needs to be a 5th level one?
I mean, it's immunity to a condition.
Yeah. So... Okay. I feel like I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I feel like you could make it not a 5th level one. People are disagreeing with me in the chat though. I'm just thinking, like, what's stronger? Having a resistance to poison damage and being immune to the poison condition, or being able to cast Disguise Self at will? Or being able to knock creatures back every single time you hit them with Eldritch Blast? I don't know.
I mean, there are some monsters that are entirely based around poison. So.
Yeah, no, there are. And there's a lot of racial features that give you poison stuff too, but you're not just giving it out, Butt Poncho. This isn't just, it's an invocation. It's a pretty big decision to take an invocation. Like, the invocations you make have a huge impact on your character. All right, maybe leave it at 5. I think it's fine, though. I like it. I just don't know if it needs to be 5. Flying Blade. At 9th level, you have Flying Blade. Your pact, this is Pact of the Blade.
Yes.
Your packed Your packed weapon gains the thrown property with a normal range of 30 feet and a long range of 120. Immediately after you make a ranged attack with your packed weapon, you can magically return it to your hand. Isn't there another packed weapon that lets you make your packed weapon a ranged weapon?
I looked through the Warlock class and I didn't see any, but I think there might.
I think there is. Let me just quickly check. I feel like it's called like I feel like it's called like I feel like it might just called like enhanced packed weapon.
I think it might just allow you to choose a ranged weapon for your packed weapon. Like a bow or
packed weapon. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. I see. So it is different because you could make a great sword have the thrown property.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know if you should make a great sword be able to have a thrown property with a range of 30 feet and a long range of 120.
I took the same range as the javelin.
Yeah, no, yeah, but the javelin is it's not a matter of it not being a good range for a thrown thing. I think it's just too much for a really big weapon.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I chose 9th level because with more powerful weapons, this is more powerful. But if you use it on something like a mace, this isn't that big of a deal.
I kind of agree with what I think Butt Poncho has the answer here. I think it can't have the heavy property. That might be the way to solve it. Because I think if you're doing it with a mace or a sword or a regular hammer, I kind of think it's fine. Other people are saying just make the range 60. That's actually not. That's kind of an interesting idea too. Is don't give it a normal or a long range. Just give it one range, and you could make the one range a little bit higher. That's another move you could make. But overall I think it's interesting. What are you using to throw it? I guess whatever your thing is. Yeah.
I mean, I'd assume you used your hand to throw it.
No, you're. Okay, you jokester. No, I meant like what stat. So I guess if it's like it doesn't change what stat you're using to throw it. So you'll just be using whatever you'd normally be using. Okay. Yeah, I think it's interesting. You feel like it wouldn't work for any other class, but warlocks already have vastly superior long-ranged option Eldritch Blast. That is the only thing that I think. This is what I'll say. It gives you the flexibility to do some interesting stuff with magical items, like depending on what sort of magic weapons you get. That's the main difference between why I think it would be it would be advantageous over Eldritch Blast. I think that's where it would come into play. But I do think that it is worth thinking about if it's enough in what it does to justify its existence. I think that might be worth thinking about. Like, does this do enough to be an invocation?
Yeah.
I think maybe it is, but I'm not sure. Giving the thrown property is very good as an alternative, so you don't feel as shafted not using Eldritch Blast. I agree with Butt Poncho there. I wouldn't restrict it to Hexblade.
Yeah, there aren't any invocations that are restricted to subclasses, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. All right, I think it's interesting. I think at the end of the day, regardless of if it's balanced, I think it is accomplishing the goal of an invocation really well, which is to allow you to feel unique as you build your warlock. So I think that you can tweak some stuff for balance, but I think the core is solid. For folks that don't know what I mean by that, I feel like a good way to think about how warlocks work is warlocks are like a Lego set, and they have like you have like a core, you have like a core box, but then you have like a bunch of extra little pieces, and the invocations, the packed options, those are all like the extra little pieces. And you want to make sure that they all contribute in a sort of unique way. Let's look at Hellfire Blast. You learn Firebolt. Cantrip once per turn. When you hit with the cantrip, you can deal additional necrotic damage equal to your warlock level. This feels a little redundant.
I chose this because if I want to play a Pact of the Fiend warlock, I don't have an option to just... Eldritch Blast doesn't deal fire damage.
So what I would do if I were you is I would change it from Hellfire Blast to something like improved, like packed cantrip, or like something like, I don't know what language to use, but essentially just change it from change it from giving you a cantrip to making it just so that you can add equal to your warlock level. That's too much. I thought it was going to be a charisma modifier
to try to make it similar to agonizing blast.
Yeah, but that's
agonizing blast adds your charisma modifier, but at higher levels it hits more than once.
I know, but it's still too strong. This is still too much. Like I hear you, but that's still, in order for that there's, I don't know, there's arguments to be made in either direction, but I would say that I would not have it grow that way. I feel like what you could do is you could make it so whenever you cast the cantrip that deals damage, you can deal additional damage equal to your charisma modifier. You could give yourself essentially agonizing blast, but on any cantrip. But I wouldn't tie it to your warlock level for that extra damage.
Also, warlocks can't normally learn firebolt. Can
Really?
you believe that?
That's crazy. Yeah. I did not know that. That's silly. Warlocks can already get any cantrip through the Pact of the Tomes. That's true. Did you miss anything good? Only some wonderful homebrew. Tridosia. I would make it so it opens it up to every cantrip, and I would make it so the damage is charisma modifier. Mind Dagger. Whenever you use an action to deal damage to a creature that you can see within 20 feet of you, I would probably say whenever you deal damage to a creature as a part of your action.
All right.
Just because the way that it's interpreted, it's like, I don't know. I feel like that language works better. You can use your bonus action to force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw. It should just be your spell save DC. Oh, that is your spell save DC. You could just say that. On a failed save, the creature takes 1d10 psychic damage. This bonus action can be used a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. All expended uses are restored when you finish a long rest. What's the flavor goal of this? Like, what's the story you're trying to tell with this?
I don't know with this one. This one was, I put this together. I thought it sounded cool, and then I thought it didn't. And I'm not really sure about it.
I'm just not sure what the point of it is. It just seems like another way to deal more damage, but I feel like we're already accomplishing that in a bunch of different parts. I don't know. I feel like it needs to do something more distinct than just 1d10 psychic damage. I feel like just bonus action saving throw 1d10 psychic damage isn't enough. I would try to consider. I feel like I would play around with what other options you could do, what other things you could either give it instead of the psychic damage, or other ways that it would interact with how your mechanics are functioning. Because I feel like it just doesn't feel like anything right now. It just feels like, I don't know, bonus action extra 1d10 damage is kind of like, I'm not buying it. Do you have any idea of what you want it to feel like? Like what, like aside from bonus action extra damage, like what you were sort of imagining when you were building it?
Something like I feel like a great old one, like a Pact of the Great Old One warlock would like this, and it's like feels like driving a psychic spike into your target's mind, but not the mind spike spell or the psychic lance spell. Like its own thing.
So I think if you want it to be its own thing separate from either of those spells, or just in general, I think it needs to do something other than just psychic damage, or it needs to express that psychic damage in another way. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think that in its current state it just doesn't do enough. Or what it does isn't distinct enough. You could do something like, I mean, there's a bunch of different things you could do. I like the idea that it's sort of a spell that allows you to... Oh, it actually doesn't. It requires you to deal damage. I thought it was going to... I almost prefer it to be... I almost like it more if you made it a spell that doesn't deal damage. Like if I cast... Because the whole thing about being like a great old one, it's like you're all mind melty on people. So I like the idea of it's like when you cast Charm Person on somebody, you could bonus action deal psychic damage to someone. That would
break the Charm Person.
Well, I mean, it doesn't just necessarily be the creature you've attacked. You've done the damage to.
Yeah.
But you see what I mean? Like I would play around with it doing, because right now it really doesn't do anything. Right now there's no reason for this to be a great old one feature over an anything else feature other than the fact that it's psychic damage. It's just you deal damage, you deal more damage. That is what's happening here, and I feel like we need something else other than that.
Yeah, I'll work on this one.
Yeah. I like the idea, though. What if it was something... I mean, it could be something like that where it's like... What if it's this? What if it's whenever a creature fails the saving throw against a spell that... against the spell you cast that charms or frightens them, you can use a bonus action to inflict 1d10 psychic damage to them. This damage does not count for interrupting the spell. Yeah, that could be cool.
Yeah, I'd like... That's a much better idea.
Yeah,
actually.
So maybe something like that. That way it sort of turns your mind control, fear, charm into almost like a parasite on the person as opposed to just damage. Because it sort of helps flavor it in that way. It's like, I'm not even just charming you, I'm evil charming you because I'm hurting you.
Yeah, I like that a lot better.
Yeah. Speaker's Tongue. You can read, speak, write any 3 languages of your choice. The end of each of your long rests. This sort of already exists. There's Eyes of the Runekeeper. There's already something that allows you to read and write everything.
Eyes of the Runekeeper does read and write. I don't know if it allows you to write, but it allows you to read. I was thinking to change this one. Maybe only as you can speak and understand the language, but you can't read or write it.
Yeah, I mean, that would make more sense to me. I would go in that direction if I was going to go in a direction, because otherwise it just feels too similar to the one that already exists.
Yeah.
Tethered Chain, 12th level, Pact. While your familiar is within 120 feet of you, you can use your action to teleport to a location that you can see within 5 feet of your familiar. This action will be used a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. All expended uses are restored when you finish a long rest. I think this is just good. I like it. I don't think you need to make any changes.
All right.
I just like it. I could almost see an argument for it to be a bonus action and not an action. I don't know if I agree with that as now that I said it out loud, but I do think about it. Okay, but I like it. It's just solid. Just good. It's just good. High five. Psh.
High five.
Wings Unfurl. You can cast the fly spell on yourself at will without expending a spell slot or material components. I also think that one is just fine. I like it. No changes needed. At 15th level, being able to cast fly on yourself at will feels totally fine. I think it is legit. The only thing that I would say about it is it does somewhat... Well, okay. I guess the question to ask is it okay to make an invocation that makes another invocation redundant? That's the question. If it is okay to make an invocation that makes another invocation redundant, then this is fine. If it's not, then I think you need to think about it, because there's an invocation that allows you to cast Levitate on yourself at will.
Leap
what?
Does jump.
What'd you say?
Doesn't it? Otherworldly Leap allows you to cast the jump spell on yourself at will.
Isn't there another one that does Levitate also?
Yeah. I don't know if that one's just on you. I think you might be able to cast that one on others.
Not at will. That would be crazy. If it was on others at will, that would be such a strong cantrip.
I'll check.
I think it's fine though. I think the question to ask yourself is do you like the idea? And again, there is genuinely not a right or a wrong answer here. This is an opinion question to ask yourself. The opinion question to ask yourself is, how do you feel about making an invocation that makes another invocation a little bit redundant? And if you genuinely don't care, and you're like, who cares? Now I can have a warlock that starts levitating at will and then evolves into flying at will, and I like that, then this is good. If you don't like that, then I think it's worth thinking about. But that's my main thought.
And I didn't want to just give it a fly speed either.
No, I like this. This is good. Like the way that it's written works. I agree. Because it now not only do you get a better fly speed than if you just got a fly speed equal to your rock speed because it's 60 feet, but it still requires concentration. It still can be dispelled. Like, it balances out by being a spell.
Yeah.
Good night, Bud Poncho. Yeah, I don't really have any more thoughts. I like them. I think overall, these are doing some interesting things. I think the most important thing that you should be asking yourself when you're working on these in the future is, how similar are they to things that already exist, and if that's okay? And then on top of that is, how much are they selling a fiction of some sort? And I feel like, for example, Dark Blood does a really good job of selling a fiction. It's a straightforward fiction. It's like, you got demon blood. Boom. But I do feel like Mind Dagger feels less like it's selling a fiction because it's sort of mechanically just... So that's the main feedback to think about just from a general design perspective. But overall, I think they're pretty solid, my guy. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Holy moly. Was that a burp? Or was that just a deep voice? Are you turning into a robot? Okay, Milky. I love you, Milky. Bye. All right. Milky turned into a demon at the end there. Persuasive Wink. Thank you for the 10. And yeah, I got your name right that time because I'm learning. I remembered. You're not just some random name amongst the thousands. You are all individual people. And my God, as much as I used to be a teacher and I was pretty good at remembering my students, I think I'm pretty dang good at remembering you guys now. What's up, TD Pod? I feel like it's been a hot second. How you been, man? What's up, Forest Pots? Let's give a big round of applause to Milky Boy the Frog King for their invocations. We do not get a lot of invocations here, and I love reading invocations. I think invocations are so much fun, both to read and to design. So, thank you very much for sharing. Thank you all. Thank you. Applesauce. I'm gonna burp soon? Oh yeah, here it is. We are all one. We are all two. We are all two. Z Morningstar. Welcome, Z Morningstar. This is a melee sorcerer. For the last two subclass features, I don't know if they're too strong. Oftentimes, when people think one feature is too strong, it isn't. And then some other feature is too strong that they didn't think was. I feel like that happens a lot. Horror dude, you got to get out of here? All right. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. Goodbye. Avita Zane. Who asked for the link? Obelisk, you were too slow. You lose. You lost the game. For folks that are new, there is a little game we play in chat. And that game is, do I send the link before you ask for it or vice versa? And if I send the link before you ask for it, you lose. And if I send the link too late, you win. But you also have to give me a reasonable amount of time before you start asking for it. That amount of time, I would say, is 30 seconds to a minute. Once the piece is up, if I haven't sent you a link within 30 seconds to a minute, you are more than... Well, it's not even more than welcome. You're more than welcome to do whatever you want. But that's when you start to have the opportunity to win. You lost the game? That's okay. You lost the game? Is that a joke people still make? Is that a thing people still do? Lost the game? Is that still around? The game? I feel like that was a joke that I used to make in middle school. And I was in middle school a long time ago. I did not... I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad joke. I'm just saying I don't remember. I'm surprised it's still a thing that people still do. I assumed people would be too busy on their TikToks. The Sorcerer, the War Soul. The sorcerers with a War Soul focus their magic into their body. Many War Souls are reincarnated warriors whose souls have briefly bathed in magic. Some have been reborn after spending their afterlife in glorious battle, and other War Souls are combatants who realize their body has more magic than they thought possible. Cool. You've been playing for 20 years? Man, it depends on what you're talking about. I've been playing for... Depends on the game. I've been playing for 20 years. Those depend on the game, though. War magic at first level. We get more magic. Let's see. We can switch them out for evocation or transmutation spells. Here's the thing that I would say that you have to keep in mind here. While I 100% understand what you're doing for the evocation, you can't make it paladin spells. Because when you put evocation plus paladin, you get healing. Because healing spells are evocation spells. So, I think if you want evocation on the list, and you want Paladin on the list, you got to figure out how to navigate that space. Because I do not think this should be a Paladin that gets access to healing spells. What's my opinion on race-specific subclasses? I do not pay attention to them. If they have a specific racial thing, I usually think that I'm not for it. My mic is cutting out? Is my mic cutting out for everyone? It's not? It's not? Kip, are you sure your speakers aren't cutting out? Sometimes it's... Hey, listen, there's no... Listen, sometimes it's me, sometimes it's we. You know what I mean? Okay, Searing Smite, Shield, Blur, You know what? Actually, here's how you accomplish the goal of getting Paladin spells without putting them on the list. You make all of these Paladin spells. You get all the Paladin spells you wanted to have here. And then you don't have to worry about putting Paladin on this list. Searing Smite, Shield, Blur, Shadowblade, Haste, Binding Smite, Fire, Shield, Stone Skin, Holy Weapon, Steel, and Strike. I think this is a pretty solid spell list for a sorcerer that wants to go martial. I like it. I don't really have any feedback, honestly, for it. I think it's mostly pretty good. I also like that the shield is flavored as your body gets covered in a film of metal. That's cool. Mage Knight. At first level, you gain proficiency with simple and martial weapons, okay? When you reach 3rd level in this class, you learn the Enhance Ability spell, which doesn't count against the number of spells you know. You can cast it by spending 2 sorcery points or expending a spell slot. If you cast the spell using sorcery points, the spell is no longer concentration. You could just say the spell does not require concentration, or it doesn't require concentration. I wouldn't say it is no longer a concentration spell. The spell can be cast as a bonus action instead of an action. This is what I would say. I would put all this together. I would say, if you cast it by spending 2 sorcery points, you can cast it as a bonus action instead of an action, and it does not require concentration to maintain, period. I also feel like if that's the case, you probably have to limit it to self. I wouldn't allow you to cast it on other people as a bonus action with all this stuff. I would allow you to cast it on yourself this way, but I would limit it to yourself. Now, let's remind ourselves what Enhance Ability does. Advantage on con checks and temporary hit points. Advantage on strength checks and carrying. Advantage on dex checks. Advantage on charisma. Why not just include Enhance Ability on the spell list? I kind of agree, honestly. I feel like it doesn't... I thought it was going to have something to do with your attacking. I feel like the piece of the puzzle that we're missing right now is something that makes us better at attacking. You know? Why not include... Yeah. You're so tired, then go to bed, you silly goose. Reforged Form. At first level, when you aren't wearing armor, you gain AC equal to 13 plus your con modifier, and your movement increases by 10. I probably would not have your movement increase by 10. AC plus... If you base your AC on your con modifier, that's very strong. I also probably would make this 12, not 13, but I wouldn't do the enhanced movement speed. I think the thing that's missing at first level is Enhance Ability doesn't fill in the void of you fighting close range. So you need to figure out what spell or ability you're going to give them to fight at close range. I'll tell you what, it doesn't even need to be a spell. It could be something like you can spend 2 sorcery points to, you know, sync your magic to your weapons. For the next minute, all of your attacks can use your spellcasting modifier. In addition, you get something else. Like, it's essentially like a different version of... It's like if you took Hexblade and made their first level feature into like a blade singing feature and kind of mushed them together. Yeah, Arcade Avery, it does down here. But I think it's not enough to just get proficiency. I think we need something else. Enhance Ability is a 2nd level spell, but I do appreciate the confidence. Oddly enough, it's not that strong if you also have to invest the dex. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but no armor proficiency, but you get this. You don't need armor proficiency. So yeah, either way, I think that you change this into some sort of special form you can enter by expending sorcery points. And the form should not be as strong as Blade Singing. It should be weaker. It should be a little stronger than Hexblade and weaker than Blade Singer. You want it to be right in the pocket because it only costs 2 sorcery points to get in this form. So you could potentially get in this form a lot. Blade Singing you can only ever do a couple times a day. At 6th level, we can attack twice, and you can put a cantrip in place of one of those. Mixed. This is kind of fine, but if you're going to give them this is the only feature you can give them. So if you want to give them something like this, you can't give them this. Extra attack needs to be its own. You can't. Extra attack is strong enough on it as its own. That's just what you give them if you give them extra attack. Unless the other feature is really a ribbon feature. Also at 6th level, you know the Transmute spell. Meta magic option. And can change the damage type of your weapons and spells to magical, bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. I would not do that. I wouldn't let you turn things into magical, bludgeoning, and piercing, or slashing. Because that is essentially the same as you can make your weapons just ignore immunities. What I think you could do here is you could make it so... This is what I would say. Let me finish reading it in case we had something else here. You gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, which you can... I think you just get rid of all of this. I think you rewrite this whole... Okay, so here's what I think you do at 6th level. I think at 6th level, you get extra attack. I think you drop the cantrip part, maybe. Maybe. And then I think the other thing that you get is that when you attack with a weapon, you can spend a sorcery point to change the weapon's damage type to lightning, acid, thunder. You basically can use Transmute spell on melee attacks or on weapon attacks. But I don't think you allow to turn things into bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. That's magical. Because then it just becomes you can make any of your features overcome all damage immunities and resistances, except for like 3 creatures. It's just too strong. If you want to do something about getting resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, I feel like you could do that at 14th. I feel like that's a pretty reasonable level to do it at. Is it alright to get a free bonus meta magic? It is if you limit it to making weapon... If you limit it to your weapon attacks. Yeah, you can make your Warhammer do piercing damage with this, as it's written right now. I just think you got to drop the magical piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing part. Transmute self. At 14th level, at the end of a long rest, you can cast a number of spells on yourself equal to half your proficiency bonus. You must spend spell slots to cast these spells, and the spells must be spells known. Well, that's always how spellcasting works, so you don't need to say that. The spells must have a range of self, and they need to be concentration. You no longer need to concentrate on them while you are affected by these spells. You cannot cast concentration spells. If you cast counterspell or dispel magic, the spell... how long is this? I don't know, man. I would say no to this if I were you. I don't think this works. I don't think this is nearly a strong enough way to balance this out. I think if you want to give yourself the ability to enhance yourself, you just need to pick specific features. This is too easily cheesable, especially with some of the spells you can get at different levels. Like, even if it's just like, I mean, just as simple as I could go, like polymorph, haste, and blur. Boom. You are now broken. You have broke the game. Congratulations. So I would not do this. This could be the level where you use sorcery points to gain resistances to damage types, though. Spirit of War. At 18th level, you summon a Guardian of Faith that shares a space with you. As a bonus action, you can teleport yourself and a Guardian of Faith to an unoccupied space within 10 feet of you. While you are within 10 feet of the Guardian of Space, you gain bonus to your AC equal to your Charisma modifier. I wouldn't do this. We already get the AC. When you make a melee attack, the Guardian of Faith attacks with you. The target must make a Dex saving throw. On a failed save, the target is hit by the Guardian of Faith, taking 20 magical bludgeoning damage, piercing, or whatever. I would just... Doesn't it normally do radiant damage? I guess you could make it that. If you hit a creature with your weapon attack, the creature makes a saving throw with disadvantage. Once the Guardian of Faith deals 80 damage, it vanishes. Once used, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or take 6 sorcery points. I feel like this is too strong to only cast 6 sorcery points. This is 6 sorcery points to guarantee that your next, what is that, 4 attacks are gonna deal an extra 20 damage each. I know it's kind of what the spell does, but the main difference is that the spell with the spell with Guardian of Fate is that it doesn't move with you. That is the only reason why it is a balanced spell. So this is a good example of a place where I think you sort of need to pick your poison, where you're like, I'm either casting Guardian of Faith and that's just the thing I'm getting for free or whatever, or I can pulling aspects of the Guardian of Faith spell and putting it on my character. So you could do something where it's like once a day as a bonus action, you can cast, you can enter a super, you can do a super move for the next minute. Anytime you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you deal some exorbitant amount of extra damage. Something like that. I know you were responding to them. I was explaining to the chat why I feel like this doesn't work. I didn't think you were saying anything crazy talk. That's not true. I would argue that 80 damage is a ton of damage no matter what. 80 guaranteed damage. I feel like that's a pretty big amount of damage. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you want it to be a kind of thing where you get like some extra bonuses for a little while, because what does this really do? It doesn't do Guardian of Faith at all. It basically allows you to bonus action teleport 60 feet, and then it allows you to, and then it gives you a bonus to your AC, and it gives you a bonus to your damage. So that's what it does. It does those 3 things. If you want to get access to those 3 things, I think you need to build it more specifically to be those 3 things. And I also feel like 6 sorcery points for getting to teleport as a bonus action, getting bonus to your AC, and dealing an extra 20 damage on hits for the entire duration of Guardian of Faith is a lot. Because Guardian of Faith can potentially be around a lot time. You know? You can tell me something, Skirba Derba. Usually when somebody says that, the next thing they say is something that I ban them for. So just be careful that you don't do that. Because I love banning people. So I hope it's a real thing that you want to say. Either way, I think it's an interesting piece. I think there's some interesting stuff going on here. I feel like the 18th and the 14th level feature don't really work. And I think that the vibe is strong, and I think with a little bit of tweaking, you will find yourself in a solid place. Yeah, the silence. The silence is real. Well, the silence means one of 2 things. It either means they decided they didn't want to say anything, or they did say something, and the auto mod blocked them already. Or didn't block them, but it made it so they're what they said didn't go through. One of the 2. All right. Let us give Z Morningstar a round of applause. I think as far as melee sorcerers go, this is a pretty noble effort. And I think with just a little bit of work, you will find yourself in a really good spot. There you go. Oh, that was not applause. Let's give Z a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Skirba says, I just wanted to say that you really respect and admire me. I'm in a hot pursuit of my goals. And you admire the work I put in and my strategy. Well, that's very kind. You're very kind. I'm glad you didn't say something anti-Semitic or something. And it's very kind of you to say, Skirba. It's a good name. All right. Thank you, Z. Click. as they say in the business. Click. Next is Matthew. Oh, is this Matthew Mercer? My friend? Probably. Long story short, a friend of mine needs to switch out his character in the middle of my campaign. The party is in a mean lock next, so he wants to play a mean lock victim. So I built him a race with a little help from him and another friend. Also, this is my first homebrew I've posted here, so I'm assuming you haven't spun me on the other wheel so far this week. I don't think I have. Let's take a look. Are you going to be in the chat? Excuse me. I see Matt Thorne, but I don't see Matthew. So I'm going to assume you're not here. This is the half mean lock. It's you? Yeah, but I don't see you in my Discord. So, are you in my Discord? You're Zombie Steve? Oh, okay. Hey, Zombie Steve. What's up, my guy?
Hey.
How are you?
Doing good.
Make sure to mute the stream when you have a chance.
I did.
Nice. All right, so we're looking at a half mean lock?
Yes.
Cool. I love mean locks. Let's pull them up so just chat knows what we're talking about here. So mean locks are pretty cool fey creatures. They don't really look fey, but they are. They're just like they are basically fear incarnate. They can do a claw that paralyzes you. They can teleport from dark areas, and they have a fear aura. So they basically can like hide in your house and make you scared and paranoid all the time. All right, let's see what's going on here. We get some ability score increases. That's all whatever. Languages is all whatever. Hybrid nature. Your 2 creature types, humanoid and fey. Okay. Size, medium or small. Ooh, okay. You could be a big boy, mean lock. You got 30-foot walk speed, 120-foot dim light, dark vision. Okay, ancestral legacy. If you replace, that's just all regular stuff. Shadow teleport. As a bonus action, you can magically teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space, provided that both the space you are teleporting from and your destination are dim light or darkness. The destination needs not be within a line of sight. Once you use this trait, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Okay. The fact that you don't have to be within line of sight is cool.
Yeah, that's how to help make up for it needing to be in dim or darkness.
Yeah,
which actually I'm assuming that's why it is on the original meme lock.
Well, no, I mean the reason I think the reason it's on the original mean lock is more for flavor because monsters don't really need to be balanced in that way.
That's true.
The thing that people are saying that this is very similar to the Shadow Monk feature. It is, but it's a little different. The main difference is that it's into the area that you can't see.
I've not actually seen the Shadow Monk feature.
The Shadow Monk a 6th level Shadow Monk can use a bonus action to teleport from one area of dim light and darkness to another.
No, we have Obelisk asking for a link.
Oh, there you go, Obelisk. I got you, fam. So yeah, that is a good point. The kind of thing that won't really. Do you have any Shadow Monks in your game?
No, I don't.
Do you think anybody's gonna surprise become one?
I doubt it.
Then I don't think it matters for your game. I think it works fine. But I do think that if you want to post it in the bigger open world, I would just know that it sits in a similar headspace to the Shadow Monk feature, specifically because of the dim light and darkness and the bonus action. Frightened Whispers, you learn the message cantrip. Nice. You can also cast Dissonant Whispers once with this trait. You regain the ability to do so when you finish a short or long rest. I would make the casting of Dissonant Whispers once per day, probably.
Right.
I would drop sunlight sensitivity. I mean, unless your player's really excited for it. Most things don't get this anymore. Could I make a suggestion with Frightening Whispers?
Sure, go ahead.
What if instead of giving them Dissonant Whispers number of times per day, what if you learn the message cantrip and then proficiency bonus times per day, when you cast message on a creature, you can force them to make a wisdom saving throw. And if they fail, you deal some amount of damage to them and they're frightened for a round.
That could work.
So you get like special message. The thing that's cool about that, I would make it weaker than Dissonant Whispers in terms of its damage and its effect, because the thing that would make that really strong, but I think in a way that would be kind of fun, is you could essentially cast it on creatures through walls, because you don't need to see a creature to cast message. You just need to point in their direction and be in range and know who you want to target.
That's fair. That also helps with another thing I wasn't sure about with Dissonant Whispers, which is the stat to cast it with.
It could be whatever. I think if you do this, you pick a stat and then that's the stat you cast it with, I think that's a totally reasonable way to do it. That makes a lot of sense because it's yeah. Unless you want to limit them to something, I feel like that's fine. But again, I think it might be more fun for the player, and also just I think it might be more fun if it's if you make the message cantrip potentially offensive, but just very limited, like proficiency bonus times a day.
All right, I'll probably do that. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
Not really.
Okay. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty solid. I think that you do a very good job of capturing the core of the mean lock.
Well, thank you. I do want to say that the stuff at the top, the description, that was not me. That was another friend. But I think you did a good job with it.
You want me to read it or no?
You can if you want.
You didn't answer my question.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, there we go. Thank you. Whether by fluke or design, you've survived an encounter with a dangerous fey known as mean locks. Put a period here. They failed to turn you, and as a result, you came away as something more. I probably put a period here too. And I would say you've left what you once were as a lingering memory in the back of your mind. Yeah, so it's pretty good, although this is one sentence and that's too long. Now you venture forth in your new form. I don't think you need to say now you venture forth. I'd probably just jump into what you do. Now now you have a ever-present fight with hunger or whatever. No matter whether you are looking for a cure or you have instead taken fully to the new form, the world will present new challenges for you to overcome. This sentence doesn't say anything, so I'd probably get rid of that. So I think it's pretty good. I just think you got to shorten this sentence to a couple things, and I think you end it with this. Maybe you can end it with saying like maybe there's a cure, maybe there's not. But I think that this last part really doesn't really say anything. You probably get rid of it. But yeah, I think it's a pretty solid little race. Yeah, change Frightened Whispers to be a more unique weird thing. Maybe, honestly, man, if you're not going to have any Shadow Monks in your game, then you don't need to worry about changing this part. It's fine.
All right.
Cool. Thank you for sharing.
No problem. Thanks for reading it.
Of course.
Glad I finally got to be homebrew reviewed.
Yeah, man. Anything you want to say to the people?
Happen.
Now you made it onto the stream. Anything you want to yell? First time making it on?
Well, hi, everyone.
All
That's
right.
about all I got.
There we go. All right. Well, welcome to the show. Love to have you. Thank you I'm glad you got a piece on. I'm hanging up on you now. Bye. All right. Guys, let's give a big round of applause to our dear Matthew. So Matthew did something really nice there, which is Matthew was like, I want to make a half mean lock. So what they did was they took a look at the mean lock stat block. They were like, okay, it has a fear aura. Am I going to make that work? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Then they got light sensitivity. All right, that's easy to add. Then they were like, oh, it can paralyze. Should I do that? And you'll notice they completely avoided the paralyze feature. That's a good eye. What they gravitated towards was the shadow teleport and the fear aura. And I feel like that is a great way to think about how you're going to build your characters. But also, I want you to notice something. Even though they did also have the sense to drop the paralyzed thing, they did not give their character a fear aura. They gave them an ability to do something that sort of feels like fear. And that is wonderful. Because a fear aura like this wouldn't really work on a player option. So a great thing to do if you're trying to build something like a half monster or anything like that, or if you're ever trying to take inspiration from a monster, which by the way, you definitely should. It's a great way to build stuff. You should never just copy paste features. You should always take a little bit of time and be like, how does this sit in the action economy? Is this something that would be reasonable for a player to have? And if it isn't, you need to ask yourself, well, what does this do? What does it feel like? And what could I give a player that makes something that feels similar, but does something that works on the player side of things? Yeah. I'm going to need to take a bathroom break soon. All right, next we have Kelf. Oh, Tradosio, just missed you, buddy. I don't see Kelf in the waiting room, but Kelf, if you're here, come say hi. This is a wizard subclass designed around the concept of living spells. Conjuration Evocation wizard who can grant minor sentience to their spells. This is a really fun idea. I am so curious how you handled this, and I hope that it's a very simple system. I hope that it's not a complicated system. The only way that this is going to work is if the way you animate spells is incredibly straightforward and simple. Let's see. The Dissonant Whispers was the player who's going to be playing them. Listen, if they... Okay, regardless of what I said, Matthew, if the player that's going to want to be playing it would rather have a once-a-day Dissonant Whispers and infinite... And they would rather just have the cantrip message and then once-a-day Dissonant Whispers, that's also fine. You should give them whatever the thing they think is more fun. All right, let's see. Okay, you gave it a stat block. I like that. Okay, let's see. Living Spellweavers are a rare breed of wizard. Merging arcane theory. Just cut out this whole part. Just say Living Spellweavers merge arcane theory with innovative practice to breathe life into their spells. You don't need a rare breed of wizard. They can get, you know, we don't need that. Link. All right, I got you. I got you. Who just said it? Waywing Odin, you win. Congratulations. Uniquely adept at combining the schools of evocation and conjuration, they create semi-sentient constructs known as living spells. With a living spell weaver on a field, magic is not just cast, it lives. It moves, strikes. I would probably drop it lives and just jump to it moves, because you talk about living a lot here. So lot lives just feels repetitive. It strikes on its own, making these wizards a tactical thing. Those who master this form of magic and find themselves at the pinnacle of the arcane innovation, wielding a unique and compelling form of spellcasting to match. All right. We have spell weaving. Starting at 2nd level, you unlock the arcane potential to animate your evocation or conjuration spells. When you cast a damage-dealing evocation or conjuration spell from the wizard spell list of 1st to 5th level, you can choose to make it a living spell as part of the casting action. It has a stat block which uses the spell level to use to create in several places. Okay. It appears within 30 feet of you. In combat, it shares your initiative. It performs actions based on the mental commands you give it, requiring no action on your part. So basically, normally, if you want to create a thing, if you have a minion and you want it to do stuff, it normally requires some part of your action economy to command it to do anything other than to dodge. So like if you wanted to attack, deal damage, do something special, you need to use your bonus action to do that. So I probably would do that here, where I think you would need to make it require a bonus action to like attack, use features, and be like, it can dash, say like it can, you know, do the things that aren't attacking, casting spells, using features on its own, but bonus action to do one of those things. You can have one at a time. It lasts for a number of rounds equal to your intelligence modifier. Oh, it really doesn't last that long. I still feel like it should require a bonus action probably to do stuff. As a bonus action, you can choose to sacrifice it. Doing so grants you temporary hit points equal to your spell. How many times a day can you do this? Can you just do this anytime you cast a spell? This probably should require some extra resource than just casting spells, if you can do it every time you cast a spell. Like, it needs to cost more than just that. So, like, you should be able to do this, you know, proficiency bonus times a day. Because it's a little bit too much, because all the spells are still taking their full effect in addition to you getting this minion. So, like, normally, if you have a summon ability, you can do it once a day for free, and then you can expend a spell slot to do it again, but you're expending that spell slot. Maybe have it cost an additional spell slot. Yeah, that would be hard to balance, but that could be a way to do it. I'm not really sure. Honestly, I think the way to do it is to make it so you just can't do it that many times a day. Let's look what the living spell is. What does it do? How is it represented by the spell? Does it get any of the spell's features? Equal to 1/3 of the spell damage rounded up. That damage is high. Spell mimicry. See spell effects of chosen spell. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. This is too strong. If it can just continue to duplicate the effects of a spell, that's just too strong. Like, this is what I was talking about for limited use. Like, it's got, like, the way that this thing is written, at 0 cost to you, you can double your spell output. Do you understand that, chat? Are you seeing how that works? Do you see why it works that way? Because I can cast Fireball, summon one of these guys, and then at no cost, these guys can cast Fireball. Then I can summon a new guy, cast Fireball, and then the new guy comes, and they can cast Fireball. That's every single time you cast a spell. Spell mimicry should... I'm gonna argue two things. I'm gonna say spell at a minimum, spell mimicry should be once a cast. I mean, that's the thing is, like, do you want to make spell mimicry a feature that it doesn't have but you have? Because the way that this works is anytime you summon it, it's a new creature. So anytime you summon it, even if it's a once a use feature, it's still the minimum this is doing is doubling your spells. Yeah, it has a recharge, but you have to understand that recharge doesn't mean it still starts with it. If it's going to replicate a spell, it should require you to expend another spell slot. I'm going to be honest. I don't even know. I don't know if that's... I feel like that's almost too much in the other direction. Because then why don't you just cast the spell? I think the tricky thing is there's too many goddamn spells that you need to account for. But you need to... Like, I think that A, it's hard. You can't really build a feature that gives you access to infinite, all the spells being applied to this, because there's a lot of spells that just aren't going to make sense to be applied to this. But more so than that, it can't just double the spell output. You gotta build in a different way. It doesn't double the spells automatically since the spell isn't cast when it is transformed into a minion. Where does it say the spell isn't cast when it's transformed into a minion? It doesn't... It's a part of the casting. It doesn't get rid of the spell. I think you misread it, my friend. It does not get rid of the spell. You cast the spell, and as a part of the casting, it comes to life. So it still happens. Full spell still goes off. That could be a solution. Instead of casting a spell, you could summon one of these. I see that as an option. And the spell doesn't go off. And this happens instead. But even then, I don't think it should have recharge. It's a neat idea, but I think in currently the way that it's designed is just busted. Also, and again, for two reasons. One, the spell doubling, and then two, this needs to be limited number of times per day, and it should not be limited. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't be able to just keep doing it over and over and over again. You shouldn't be able to. Sally just don't like fun playing? Really? You think that's it? You know what that reminds me of? What Skirba just said is I just had a crazy bit of nostalgia. It's very, very similar in my mind to when I was in school and I had people that I knew in school that thought math was dumb. And they would say it all the time. They were like, math is stupid. And then you learn that all of those people that say math is stupid, they're not good at math. And that's why they think it's stupid. Because they don't really think it's stupid. They're frustrated with it because they don't understand it. So they decide it's stupid because they don't have the emotional intelligence to just accept that something is a challenge. That's what Skerberderba's comment reminded me of. Spellweaver Savant. At second level, your close bond with living makes it easier for you to understand and learn spells related to them. Whenever you gain access to a new level of spell slot in this class, you can add one evocation or conjuration spell from the wizard spell list for free. Additionally, your expertise in creating spells is enhanced. Whenever creating a living spell, you can replace the verbal component with the somatic component. This is a very ribbony thing, and it's kind of fine. That's the other thing, is that when somebody gets called out, they always go, "I was joking." "Oh, I was just joking." Like, okay, sure. I'm glad you were just playing. I was just playing too. We were playing together. And you know what happened? I won. I wouldn't give them an extra spell at each level. I don't think that's the way to represent you being good at conjuration and stuff. Honestly, I feel like this is fine. I don't think you... I feel like that could be enough. The extra spell is a little overkill. If I were you, I would drop this first part. And if you're like, "Oh, man, but I really want something else," then you can put something else, but it can't be an extra spell. It's got to be real toned down. Next, we have Spell Synergy. At 6th level, your bond with your living spell deepens. When a living spell is within 30 feet of you, you can use the bonus action to command it to recast itself without consuming another spell slot once you use this feature again. This, I mean, we've already talked about why this is kind of, this is the whole issue with this feature. This, once you use the feature, can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. This should probably be just a long rest, and again, this should be part of the core thing. Let's see. Elemental Resonance. At 10th level, you learn to tap into the residual energies of your living spell. When one of your living spells is sacrificed or reduced to 0 hit points, you can absorb its elemental essence. The next time you cast a spell that deals damage of the same type as the absorbed living spell, you can add your intelligence modifier to the roll. You must use this feature before the end of your next turn, or the stored energy dissipates. Additionally, you can now have 2 living spells active at the same time. This is so powerful that it should be your capstone feature. And you definitely shouldn't put both of these together. I'm going to be honest. I feel like you're losing the plot. Elemental Resonance doesn't fit the vibe of this at all. I don't know. I feel like it feels like a kind of convoluted way of having your pet get better. Before time, there was nothing. And before there was nothing, there was monsters. That's a great line. I love that line. Wait, does Living Spell have its own concentration? Like you can have Firewall going at once? I mean, listen, there's a lot of reasons why Living Spell is an issue. That's a big one, though. The concentration part is a huge one. I wasn't even thinking about that. Soul of the Spellweaver. At 14th level, your mastery over living spells reaches a zenith. As a bonus action, you can channel your arcane power into one living spell, allowing you to enact as an extension of your will. During your living, the duration of your living spell increases by 1 minute, and it gains additional hit points equal to your wizard level. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think you got to complete... Listen, this first part here where you're doing a little bit of extra damage, I think is probably fine. I feel like you got to change the way it's worded because it's a little bit convoluted. I feel like you make this the 14th level feature and you completely drop this. And I think you still need to do a lot of work to balance Living Weapon down to something reasonable. But I like the idea. I think you lose the plot about halfway through. And it starts a little bit too strong. But the idea of being able to make a spell a living spell is cool. Alright, those are my thoughts. I have no more thoughts. Thank you, Kelf. Thank you very much. Interesting idea. Thank you, thank you. I love the concept too. It's just very broken right now. Yeah, yeah. Everybody in chat is saying that they're figuring out combos. Yeah, I agree. I don't agree that I'm figuring out combos. I agree that you're figuring out combos. I'm figuring out combos. Oh, I agree. You are figuring out combos. But you know what I mean. Combos to make it too strong. Oh boy, I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart. Oh, you hear that? You guys hear that? Did you hear those sirens? It didn't spin you, but the person that was there was disappeared, and it spun really close to you. You were close. Next is Tex Gum. Hey Cinder, been a while. Sorry my computer broke. Oh, don't worry, my guy. It has been a little while. Tex Gum. Let's see what she's got for us. All right, Tex Gum. The Raid Breaker Paladin. Is Texas gum better than other gum? It might be. I don't really know. I've never had it before. I've never been to Texas. Paladins with the Oath of the Raid Breaker set off on protecting the many villages across the boundless overworld. Paladins of this order are otherwise known as the Order of the Iron Golem. That's a cool name. I might call them I like that name almost more than Raid Breaker. Because of their determination and to protect the innocent. Raid Breakers are known to shut down fights before they even start, with access to spells like Alarm and Guardian Smite. Alarm is not really a fight-stopping spell. Protect the weak. They must protect the innocent. Be vigilant. Always watch for danger. Engage in commerce. What? As with the villagers of the overworld, paladins of this oath must engage in commerce and help the village improve with time. This is very... What is the vibe of this? It's a Minecraft paladin? It's a Minecraft reference? I've never played Minecraft. Feels like an admin. All right, you guys can make all the Minecraft references. I don't understand any of them. I genuinely don't know what the vibe of this is supposed to be. So it's kind of like because all of this stuff is kind of just regular paladin stuff, right? Alarm, Sanctuary. How is Sanctuary going to help you protect people? Aid, Warding Bond, Counterspell, Guardian Smite. I guess that's a homebrew spell. Banishment, Death Ward, Circle of Power, Dispel Evil, and Good. Oh, you can cast Sanctuary on others? Okay, I thought it was self only. Bobby. Okay. It's an interesting spell list. I would probably go well, I guess Counterspell makes sense, but I feel like I like Dispel Magic over Counterspell. But even then, I feel like, maybe not. Maybe not that. Iron Golem is a Minecraft mob that spawns around villagers and protects them from harm. I think raiders are also a thing in Minecraft, but it's been a while since I played. Dispel Magic for sure. Yeah, I was feeling Dispel Magic feels like it sits better there. When you take this oath at 3rd level, wait, the Iron Golems are inspired by the robots from Castle in the Sky. Hey, fun fact. If you listen to my podcast called Unbalanced Encounters, which you can find anywhere podcasts are, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, it's on YouTube. You could listen here, which you all should. Fun fact, fun fact, fun fact. My character is also inspired by the robots from Castle in the Sky. That's where my character came from. Hey, Tex, did you want to come on stream? No. Okay, cool. Never mind. Channel Divinity. When you take this oath at 3rd level, you gain the following channel divinities: Iron Defense and Golem's Fortitude. Okay, guys, so I'm going to assume that there's flavor elements that I'm not getting here because I genuinely just don't know the Minecraft references. So I'm going to need your help in making sure that this thing from a flavor perspective is cohesive. I'm going to be able to help with the mechanics, but I don't know anything about Minecraft. So if you guys see something and you're like, that's not this, you let me know. From a flavor vibe perspective, because I need help on that, because I just don't know Minecraft at all. Iron Defense is a bonus action. You harden your skin to that of iron. If you are hit with a weapon or a spell attack, you take 5 less damage from the attack for 1 minute. Can I make a suggestion here? First of all, here's what I would change. I would change this as a bonus action. You harden your skin. You harden your skin to that of iron. Period. Whenever you take damage from a weapon or spell attack, I would say whenever you are hit with an attack, you can just say attack, because those are the only 2 types of attacks, are weapon and spell attacks. Whenever you are hit with an attack, you can reduce the damage by, and I probably wouldn't say 5. I probably would make it something like your charisma modifier plus something, so that it could grow over time. I feel like you should figure out how to make this should grow over time. And then you say period, and then you say this lasts for 1 minute. Or the effect lasts for 1 minute. It's very close to Heavy Armor Master. It is, isn't it? It's a little bit better because it's anything. So I think that this would stack with Heavy Armor Master for specifically non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. But I think that's okay, actually. I think that's okay. It's not that hectic, in my opinion. You might disagree. Trap Attack. Link. Oh, shit. Did I not give the link? Sorry. Give the ability a die roll. Oh, no. Yeah, I agree with Josh. I agree with Josh. This is what Josh. It should be a D6 plus your con mod, a D6 plus your proficiency bonus, or a D6. Yeah, D6 plus your prof bonus could work. You could also do something like something plus a part of your level, or something plus your charisma modifier. But yeah, a roll of the dice plus a stat that can grow over time, whether it's charisma modifier or prof bonus. I think that makes sense. You think 5 is more than enough for the whole game? You don't think it's more fun to let it grow over time? I like letting it grow over time. I don't like class abilities that scale with prof because it incentivizes multi-classing. Yeah, it doesn't need to scale with prof then. It could scale with something else. Stick it to charisma. Boom. You could also have it scale with your paladin level. What if it's a D6 plus half your paladin level? Is that too strong? At level 3, that would be a D6 plus 1. And then at level 10, it would be a D6 plus 5. I feel like that might be okay on the Channel Divinity. You might need to limit the damage types then. If you did it, if you make it scale, I might limit the damage types. Also, I want to keep in mind, the way that this is written, it is not affecting any spells or abilities that are based on a saving throw, which I also think is a limiter there. It's not every instance of every damage type. It's just attacks. So, food for thought. Golem's Fortitude. You can mend your wounds like that of a golem. As an action, you can spend up to 3 hit die plus half your paladin level and roll it and regain the amount of health. This feels boring. I wouldn't do this. I would drop this one and try to come up with something else here. This is just like a heal. Just a big heal. Chat, maybe there's something that this maybe the iron golem does something in Minecraft that allows it to self-heal. And maybe that's what this is based off of, but I would argue that I don't like the self-heal here. I would try to come up with something else unique. Because the thing is, these are doing the same things. This is a defensive ability. This is a defensive ability. This is fine for a combat ability. Either give us something that is non-combat or something that is not defensive in the same way where it's like protecting you. This could be maybe something where you can protect others, a protect others feature maybe. You could eat iron as health. You can heal golems in Minecraft. Yeah, but you can heal anybody and anything. This guy, paladins innately can heal. They have lay on hands. Oh shit! People are learning Minecraft stuff. Aura of shared suffering. At 7th level, you exude an aura to prevent harms on others. To prevent harm on others. Get rid of that S. I would say to prevent harm to others. To prevent harm on others? It's a weird sentence. To prevent others from being harmed, period. You have an aura, while... You don't need to say while conscious. You could just say it emits. You could... I don't know. While you're conscious, I don't know. That's a weird... You have an aura while conscious of 10 feet is a really awkward wording. I would probably say at 7th level, you exude a 10-foot aura that protects those around you, period. And then I would probably say something at the end where it's like about the conscious thing. While creatures within this aura take damage... While a creature in this aura takes damage... When a creature in this aura takes damage is the word to use, not while. When a creature in this aura takes damage, you can lighten the blow. Don't say they have taken, just say lighten the blow, period. As a reaction, you reduce the damage that creature has taken, not in half, you say by half. However, if you do, you take half of the total damage. This shouldn't be an aura. Why is this an aura? This makes no sense as an aura. This shouldn't be an aura. Don't make it an aura. Confusing text in the middle. Clean that up. Yeah, the language gets really confusing. This is what I would do. At 7th level, you gain the magical ability to passive warding bond is probably not good. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't agree with it. I don't agree with it mechanically, and I don't agree with it being an aura. What I would probably do is I would probably say something like, at 7th level, you learn to innately blah, 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 the blah, blah, blah. Whatever the flavor text you want to do is. And then period. When a creature that you can see within 10 feet of you takes damage from an attack, you can use your reaction to reduce that damage by half. Period. You take the extra damage. Or something like that. Period. That's... But even then, I don't know. It's a little bit much. Might not... Yeah, one sentence mechanics, one sentence flavor text, yeah. Hold action, thank you for the fire. Future Planet says, no rose feature for the Iron Golem. Disappointing. See, this is why I need the Minecraft people. I don't even know what any of that means. I don't think this works, though. I think you got to go in a different direction here. I would make this... I would probably... Honestly, I feel like you either need to figure out how to turn this into some other mechanic that just isn't this. Maybe bake it like... Yeah, it's just got... I would just not... I would just drop this. Or maybe bake it and maybe make it the 15th level feature. It doesn't work as an aura. Beginning at 15th level, you become an Emerald Disciple. Excuse me. When you buy or craft items, with the gold cost is halved. In addition, you have +1 to AC and saving throws. This is nothing. This is boring. Rebuild this feature. While in a settlement, a place determined by your GM, usually a village or city. I would say while in... I don't know. That's weird language. Your movement speed increases by amount of feet indicated by your aura of shared suffering. What the fuck does that mean? There is no movement speed indicated by your aura of suffering. So what the fuck does that mean? Tech scum. What the hell are you trying to say? Okay, let's talk about what's happening here. Then you need to say the range, and I also disagree with it. Okay, so here's what I would say. I know you're saying the range now, but you didn't say it here. You gotta say, you gotta put it in the language. Because range is not distance. It's not movement. Range is not distance. Range definitely is distance. But range and movement are different things. I know it's the range. It's the range. But range and movement are different things. And if you don't say that, and the reason I'm specifically pointing at it is because tech scum, I think one thing that you struggle with is the words that you choose are off a lot of the time by like 1 inch. I'm not sure why, like when you say, for example, I'm just going to give one example here. Your movement increases by the amount of feet indicated by your aura of shared suffering. Now, when you say the word indicated by, that implies that something is very clearly laid out earlier. So, if there is not a movement thing mentioned in your aura of suffering, then movement is not indicated in movement of suffering. It's just, or aura of suffering. It's just not. So you got to be pretty thoughtful with the words that you're using because you're going to trip people up with this. Now, let's talk about what this feature actually does. You can, when you buy or craft items, is this any items? This feature is either a ribbon feature that kind of doesn't matter, or it's really, 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 really good. And the question is does this have to do with magic items? If it's any items, I would argue it's too strong. If it's non-magical items, I would argue it's a fine ribbon feature. But regardless, what does this actually do? At 15th level, you move faster in cities, and you get +1 to your AC and saving throws. The thing is, you're already a fucking paladin, my guy. We don't need a bonus to our AC and our saving throws. That's just being a paladin. We already have our aura of protection, which gives us a bonus to our saving throws, and we're already going to be really heavy, chunky armor because we're a paladin. So I feel like this just needs a rework. I feel like this whole feature just needs a rework. A ribbon feature, the gamers, is a feature that is there, that is not super impactful, but helps you feel like the thing you're supposed to feel like. It's like a bonus feature. So being able to craft mundane items and to be able to buy them more cheaply is not going to have a huge impact on the game, but it's a feature that if you as a player chose to engage with a lot, it could really impact the way your character feels, even if it's not impacting like you winning the fight. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, basically this just gives you a ring of protection. I don't know. I feel like I would redo this whole thing. I would probably make the crafting thing is cool. I think you keep that. I like that. You make it not magic items though. Moving faster in a settlement, I don't feel super strongly about that. The thing that I'll say that's a little ironic about that is if you are protecting settlements, you are not faster when you're outside of them. So if you're fighting, you're only faster if you are dealing with a monster that has already made it into the settlement. You know? Maybe it's fine. But I think if I were you, I would relook this whole feature. Hero of the Village. At 20th level, you manifest a spark of golem power for 1 minute. As a bonus action, resistance to all damage. Your size grows to huge, and you deal an extra 2d6 damage on all attacks. Okay. You need to decide: are you getting an extra attack each turn, or are you dealing extra damage on each attack? You can't do both. When you use Iron Defense, you can now reduce the damage. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you pick. This is what I would do if I were you. I would just drop the 3rd extra attack. I would just drop this. It's way too strong. To give you an example, there are other 20th level features where the main thing they get is an extra attack as a bonus action. It's not even just a free extra attack. This is a free extra attack on top of all of your attacks dealing more damage. So, I personally, if I were you, I would lean towards the attacks dealing more damage. Resistance to all damage is really strong too. These two features are basically enough. I think that you could pretty comfortably drop both of these two. Those are my main thoughts. Tex Gum, I know you're in the audience. Do you have any questions, thoughts, yearnings? I feel like this is a pretty... it sounds... I don't know. I don't know anything about Minecraft, so I have no idea if the flavor lands. I will say that it doesn't feel like that much specific to me, other than just like a tankier paladin, but maybe that's fine. If there is another really specific goal you're going for, I think it's still worth aspiring for it. Maybe you could turn the aura into something you're doing with Channel Divinity. Maybe you figure out how to translate this into here. And then maybe you come up with new aura, new middle here, with whatever else vibes are that this thing has that you want to make it feel like that isn't just tanky plus warding bond. If there's a thing that's really important that says tanky plus warding bond, that I would make that a part of it. Everybody in chat saying, where's my goddamn rose ability? So maybe the rose ability is important. I don't really know what roses are. Vagabond, thank you for the 5. Hey, Cinder and Stream. Have guys talked about or looked at DnD Shorts Roku's Guide to Realms on stream? I have not, no. I don't look at professional published things on stream usually, unless it's sponsored. I like looking at stuff that you guys make. I like looking at stuff before it's done. Maybe I'll look at his stuff, but I won't look it on. I'm probably not gonna look at it on stream. I'm down to look at it. I like DnD Shorts' content a lot. I've no idea what he's like as a designer, but as a general YouTuber, I think he's super entertaining. He's a really good editor. His editing skills are really nice. All right. Thank you very much, Tex Gum. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Vagabond says it's a Kickstarter. I know it's a Kickstarter. I'm very familiar with it. It got like 1.7 million bucks. It's doing really well. I just haven't read it, so I don't know. And I don't have it, and I wasn't asked to look at it. I wasn't given a preview, so I have no thoughts other than I like DnD Shorts quite a bit as a creator. I think he's a good guy. Why the fuck is this not working? There we go. Lucy. Hi. I made a cool little druid subclass. It's called Circle of Aspirations. I originally wanted to call it Circle of Dreams for my little compendium, but that already exists. So, yeah, tell you what you think. All right, we will. It looks like you said you wanted to come on stream. Let's see if you're in the Discord. I see you. Hey, Lucy, what's up?
Just a minute.
Yep.
A minute.
Take your time.
Okay, I'm free. Okie dokie.
Welcome. How's it going?
It's fine. I'm just a little tired and yeah.
What country are you calling from?
Damn. Already
What nation?
Nate. Damn. Israel.
Baruch Hashem. אני מדבר קצת עברית.
Nice.
Havaz lo tov. I'm not good at it. My brother's in Israel right now.
Really?
Yeah, he's at a wedding.
What's he called? Maybe.
What's his name is Pele. I have no idea what his friends are called, and I don't remember where the wedding is. I think maybe I think it was near Haifa, but I don't know exactly where it was. I don't think it was in Haifa. I think it was in a place that I hadn't heard of before. I know it wasn't Haifa and it wasn't Akko, but it was in that area. Somewhere in the north. All right, Circle of Aspirations. Let's dive in. Druids who are members of the Circle of Dreams hail from regions that have strong ties to the Feywild and dreamlike realms. the druid's guardianship of the natural world makes for a natural alliance between them and good aligned fae. These druids seek to fill the world with dreamy wonder. Their magic mends wounds and brings joy to downcast hearts. And the realms they are protecting are gleaming, fruitful places where dreams and realities blur together. Where the wary can find rest. Okay, cool. So flavor-wise, it is still very similar to. I can horror dude, bro. I can speak a little bit of every language. Flavor is still very similar to Circle of Dreams.
Really? I didn't check it.
It just has similar language about like
Okay.
the light and the dark of the Fae. So I don't think it's bad. I think it's fine. It's just similar.
Yeah.
Let's see what we get. At 10th level, we get Facet of Aspiration. Or first level, not 10th level. At 2nd level, we get Facet of Aspiration. At 2nd level, you can, as a bonus action, expend a use of your wild shape to take on a Facet of Aspiration rather than transforming into a beast. Cool. While in your Facet of Aspiration, you retain your game stats, but your appearance changes to align with your current facet. The form lasts for 10 minutes. It ends early if you dismiss it. Are incapacitated, die, use this feature again. Okay, and you get 3 options? Okay, very cool.
Yeah. Wait,
We get Facet of Wealth, Facet of Power, and Facet of Fame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you might notice that the initial text is very similar to Circle of Stars, but that's because I took some inspiration, and it's basically like, yeah.
I think that if the thing that it does is takes
No, it's different.
I was gonna say like if the way you're trying to accomplish the goal is similar, then taking the same language to like get there makes a lot of sense. Oftentimes there's a feature that you want to do that doesn't really exist, but there's a feature that's near it that is very similar. I think it's fine. All right, let's take a look though. Facet of Wealth. While activating the Facet of Wealth, 6 spectral coins appear around the character. As a bonus action, everything that you're writing here, you should change it to the second person. So instead of saying appear around the character, you should say appear around you.
Okay.
Normally in Dungeons and Dragons, when you're writing something that's specifically like player options, it's written in the second person. It's directed to you, usually. As a bonus action, you can choose to flip 1 or 2 coins into the air. If only 1 coin is flung into the air, I would again make it more active. If you only flick 1 coin, it transforms into a golden projectile and shoots down towards a target within 60 feet of you. Put a period here after this. Make a spell attack against the target. On a hit, it deals 2d8 magical piercing damage, period. If you fling 2 coins in the air, they continue to rise into the sky, period. Moments later, they descend down a torrent of coins. Choose a 10-foot cube within 60 feet of you. All creatures must make a dexterity saving throw against your spell safety. Taking 4d6 magical bludgeoning damage on, or half on a success. Okay, so I'm assuming that when you use all the coins, it ends.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, you get 6 shots of 2d8, or you get 3 shots of the 4d6 little explosion, or some mix and match in between them. Okay, I like that. That's interesting. I like the idea that it's like I like that. I think that if balancing is a thing here, the only place where I would think about that would be around the dice.
Yeah.
But I think that it probably is fine. Like, the Circle of Stars does a d8 plus your spellcasting modifier. So I feel like 2d8 as opposed to a d8 plus your spellcasting modifier is probably fine. And 4d6 I think feels totally fine. Chat, you're more than welcome to yell at me if you disagree. But to me, 4d6 and a 10-foot cube, I feel like that's very reasonable. Let's look at Facet of Power. While activating the Facet of Power, your physical power is bolstered to align with your aspiration. When you have the Facet of Power active, you gain bonus weapon damage equal to your Wisdom modifier. In addition, you gain advantage on athletics, and your push, drag, lift, and carry weights are doubled. Okay, I would make the bonus to weapon damage only one. Okay, I would probably make the bonus to weapon damage only once per turn. Only because I feel like that becomes like a really powerful weird dip for martial classes then.
Yeah.
But I like everything else about it. I think it's pretty solid. Let's see Facet of Fame. When they have
I would like to give credit to Grantino, who really helped me with this.
Okay, Grantino, shout out. Let's go. Power to the people. Isn't it wonderful when we help each other? It's a lovely thing. When they have... Okay, Facet of Fame. When you have the Facet of Fame active, your bonus to Charisma rolls equal to your Wisdom modifier. I would probably... You don't want to say Charisma rolls. You want to either say Charisma-based skill checks or saving throws, or both, if you want it to be both. In addition, creatures of your choice that can see you have disadvantage on saves against being charmed. I don't know why I don't see the logic of this. I don't see how the second part connects to the first.
What's the second part? Wait.
Disadvantage on saving throws against being charmed. Creatures of your choice. What's the flavor of that? What's that supposed to like? What is that supposed to feel like?
You're so fucking wait, let me find the words.
Is it sort of like you're so cool that no one else can be as cool as you?
Not necessarily that no one else can be as cool as you, but like no one else can how do I say this? Can like stand in your coolness.
Okay.
Know?
Yeah. I got it. That makes sense. Okay. I think then I wouldn't make it creatures of your choice that you could see. I would make it creatures within a certain radius of you.
Understandable.
I think that would be a lot easier to just keep track of. Okay, that makes a lot. Okay, I like it. I like that. Okay, thank you for explaining. Okay, let's see. We also get some. Okay, so let's first of all. I don't remember what I said about the second level feature. I'm sure I gave some feedback in there, but overall, I like this a lot. I think this works really well, and I think that all the different mechanics are different enough that they're all interesting in ways that like will be fun. I like it. I get the vibe, but they're all over the place. But what's all over the place? Is the vibe all over the place? I don't know if it is, because I think the mechanics being a little all over the place, it's not that. I think it's okay. It really does feel like the Circle of Star Druids in that way.
Yeah, it's supposed to be very different with the idea of like every facet is different because their aspirations is different.
Yeah, and I think because it's the only thing we're getting, right? Like, we're not getting temporary hit points. We're not getting bonuses to our AC. We're not getting any of the benefits of Wild Shape. This is the only thing we're getting. It's a good way to think about it is it's like, you're like, I don't know, it just feels like a special move that you're getting, almost more so than like this is on top of something else. I don't know. I think it works. I'm okay with it. I think it works pretty. I don't know, because sometimes I do like to argue with people that things are going in too many different directions, but this is one of those circumstances where I think it's fine. I think it works pretty well, actually. We get some spells. Command, Disguise Self, Enhance Ability, Fortune's Favor, Fast Friends, Incite Greed, Hallucinatory Terrain, Polymorph Dream, Skill Empowerment.
The oddball, in my opinion, is Polymorph. But that mainly is like, oh, you can turn into whatever you dream of, you know.
Yeah, polymorph is very. I could see why polymorph would be a little bit fey. The other thing that I could see an argument for is dropping some of the. I could see an argument also for like maybe some sort of either like not teleport, like maybe either some teleporting stuff or like more like masking stuff, like in the same way that hallucinatory terrain and disguise self kind of do that. I feel like you could lean into that a little bit more if you wanted to. I'm wondering if there's something at third. Like I feel like third level is the spot that I'm looking at where it's like there might be something to switch out there, but I don't think it's the biggest deal.
Okie dokie.
This is a very inaccurate accent of a Danish. People are talking about Danish history. All right, whatever.
What?
Yo,
What?
I don't know. Ani lo yodea, as they say. I can say one thing in a Hebrew accent really well. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure.
I can say. Here you go. You ready? Bruchim habayim tachana haba leva mifratz. That's pretty good, right?
That is very good.
Thank you.
That is honestly.
I know. I can do a really good Hebrew accent. I lived in Israel for a little while. I used to actually not speak Hebrew. I used to speak a little bit of Hebrew, and I used to be very good at a Hebrew accent. I lost a lot of that, though. But I can still copy the train. At 6th level, when taking a short or long rest, you can choose a number of creatures that share aspirations with you. Once before the next short or long rest, they can choose to reroll a saving throw or attack they make. They must choose to roll the new one before knowing the outcome. Okay, so this is fine, but I think you got to word it a little differently. So I'd probably say at 6th level, whenever you take a short or long rest, choose a number of willing creatures. I would say, it probably should be equal to your wisdom modifier or something that are resting with you, period. Boom. You give each of them a assurance of dreams. Once before their next short or long rest, they can choose to expend that insurance of dreams to reroll a saving throw, attack roll, blah, blah, blah. I think you should turn it into make language so that it feels like a charge mechanic thing that they get a unique charge for. I think that will make it, I think that'll just make it read a little bit easier, but I like the feature. I think you also need to pick you got the willing creatures need to be creatures that you can see, and it's got to be willing creatures that I think there's got to be a limit on how many you can give it to.
I mean, it's like one person, like you take a short rest, or short or long rest, so it's like people with you,
Yeah.
That you would target, like someone that you can't see.
Yeah. I guess it's probably okay because of that. But yeah, I like it a lot. It's interesting because I don't know if you did this on purpose, but mechanically it starts very similar to the Circle of Dreams again. Because the Circle of Dream power also ties to short and long rest. I like this different interpretation of it. For folks that are watching at home, if you ever try to make a subclass that is flavor-wise very similar to one that exists, but you have a very different way of mechanically expressing it, that's not a bad idea. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. And this is a good example of that, in my opinion.
Doing a short. Oh, nice. I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fun, happy accidents. Fun little coincidence.
Yeah.
Maybe put something in for nightmares. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I wouldn't tie it into the 6th level.
But the thing is, it would be good, but I made a clear distinction between dreams and aspirations.
Yeah, I agree with that. Somebody in the chat was mentioning nightmares. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Let's look at strength and aspirations, 10th level. At 10th level, when you activate your facet of aspirations, you now choose 2 facets instead of 1. Okay. And additionally, any bonuses you gain from your facets gain +1. I think that you could make this more interesting.
I know. I just was really tired at that time.
So it's okay. Here's what I would do if I were you. I would make each of these grow. I would make each facet grow independently. I would make facet of wealth either give more coins, or I would make its damage go up. One of the two, but not both. I would make facet of power probably make it. I don't know what I would do with facet of power. That's something to think about.
Add a modifier, maybe.
Yep. I mean, I would. Well, the modifier is probably what I would add for facet of fame. I feel like facet of fame is where you can have the bonuses go up a little bit. I don't know what I would do with facet of power, but I do think that it would be worth it improving. I'm not sure. It's worth thinking about. Maybe your attacks deal an extra D8 on top of the wisdom bonus. That could be it. I'm not exactly sure, though. That's what it could be for all of them, actually. It could be facet of fame and facet of power could be extra D8s, but the 1 D8 for the facet of power would be on attacks with weapons, and the D8 for facet of fame would be on charisma checks. You could do something like that, maybe. That might be a way to do it.
Maybe.
Facet of power should be once per turn, so at 10th level you could remove that. The thing is, but you're not gonna have extra attack anyway, so it's not really gonna make that big a difference. So I don't think taking it. The only reason why I said it should be once per turn is because of the multi-class potential. And if you're gonna be once you're 10 levels into Druid, it's not really an issue. So I don't think that I don't think that we have to worry about that. Let's look at the 14th level, Power of Friendship. At 14th level, as an action, you can expend use of your Wild Shape. In doing so, you draw upon the camaraderie of those who stand beside you. You gain a bonus equal to the number of friendly creatures. A bonus to what? A bonus to the number of friendly... You gain a bonus equal to the number of friendly creatures within a 10-foot radius of you, plus your Wisdom modifier with a maximum of 5 creatures. The bonus can be applied to any roll you make except for damage rolls within the next minute. This feature stacks with any additional bonuses you have. Wait, let's just do the math on this for a second. So you gain a... Okay, so you gain a... Okay, it's a lot, but I think it's not as much... It's powerful, but I think we just got to move the words around. So I would probably say... So this is just a... So what this really is, it's a special new form, is what it is. It's the form of friend... It's the facet of friendship.
Yeah.
So I would write it that way. I would say at 14th level, you gain access to a new facet, the facet of friendship. When you use the facet of friendship, it lasts for 1 minute instead of 10 minutes, and you gain the following features. And then I would say, whenever you make whenever you make a roll that is a, whenever you make a roll other than a damage roll, you can add a bonus to that roll equal to the number of friendly creatures within 10 feet of you. And I probably would take away the Wisdom modifier, and I would also take away the maximum.
I mean, the thing is, you can cram a lot of creatures in there.
I guess that's true if you got like a bunch of friendly rats in a bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so maybe don't take away the maximum. I would take away the Wisdom modifier, though, and I would maybe add something else to sort of account for that. I mean, getting to add a flat bonus to all attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws is pretty strong.
Yeah, that's like my idea. I'm like, okay, so this is what I wanted this to be is like to be a surefire hit, you know. So you basically won't be able to lose. But I didn't want this. But like I was like, okay, 5 creatures is fine.
I have two ideas. I have two ideas. I think you drop the Wisdom modifier. Okay. And I think that... What if it had another part to it? Where it was like... Because right now it's a minute of you adding a number up to a maximum of 5 to all attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. I would probably change the language so it says that also. Like the bonus, to just clarify that that's what it is as opposed to what it isn't. And if you feel like that's not enough on its own, if you drop the Wisdom modifier, what if you were able to use it on allies? So what if, in addition, so you do this. This is a thing you have. But on top of that, as a reaction to an allied creature making an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can give the bonus to them for that roll. But doing so makes it so you do not get access to this ability again until the beginning of your next turn, or until the end of your next turn. Something like that.
Okay.
Maybe play around with that. Maybe. I don't know if that's good or not. That's just where my head went. Since you're traveling with a party, it's almost guaranteed to always be a +5 to everything. I think it depends on how many people are in your party, right? But also, it's just for a minute. I kind of feel like that's fine. Is that crazy? I don't know.
I mean, when I was looking through like the many druid subclasses, I like looked on like the 14th level features.
Yeah.
And they are halfway between like avatar states and like abilities, straight up abilities.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was like, okay, let's just do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be fine. I feel like if it feels too strong, you could make it so it's not all of those things, but I feel like a minute for a +4 to a bunch of stuff that is arguably not the most important thing. Because the other thing that I want to point out here, which is not a huge deal, but the strongest abilities that a druid has access to are spells that require a saving throw. So getting a bonus to your attacks is not the biggest deal. I mean, there certainly are attack spells that druids get, and you can definitely use those. But I don't know if this is the most hectic thing. I like it. I feel like I could see an argument for it being a little too strong, but I could also see an argument for it being fine. I definitely would get rid of the wisdom modifier part.
Okay.
But yeah, people in chat might disagree with me, but I think that it's
One last
probably
question.
fine. Yeah.
Unrelated to the aspirations, but I had did another subclass, the College of Whimsy, and you said that it didn't really feel whimsy. What do you consider as whimsy?
I feel like I don't know what I would consider mechanically as whimsy, but I do feel like whimsy to me is freedom and carefree and like playful. Light and fun. Yeah, light and fun is what I would say whimsy. When I imagine whimsy, I'm imagining somebody skipping through a field and they're giggling and there's brightly colored things around them that feel nice. Not caring is what Databank says. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Well, off to visit your mother. Yippee-ki-yay.
All right. Wow. You know what? You know what's so crazy? I think the fact that you're an Israeli made that insult less insulting, because I know that Israelis are just kind of punks. They're just kind of hard asses. Every Israeli is so crude. When I lived in Israel for a little while, man, people are really crude. So it was a time. It was many years ago. It was more than 15 years ago that I lived there. Many years ago. Good night, Cage. All right, before we do the next one, I am going to go to the bathroom because I need to pee so badly. So I'm going to take a little break. We're going to keep going in a second. But if you feel like you want to stick around, we'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. And I shall see you guys in a little bit. Oh, Future's getting upset. Don't get upset, man. It'll be okay. You'll get there. Maybe. I'll be right back. One sec. Okay? Okay. What's up, nerds?
Now the most marvelous, wonderful feat of art.
Oh no. What have you guys been doing? Why is this a thing that we do now? Why are you guys so into crabs? What is happening? Why is this becoming the joke of the stream? I don't get it. Everyone hide the crabs. I'm back. They must be freed. I'm curious if we have any stragglers. The question is, whenever you're doing these sorts of games, the question is, who's the last person? You know, it's like when you're on the highway and everyone's speeding and there's a cop and everyone starts slowing down, but one person takes a little bit too long to slow down. Let's see if we have any of those. Next is a piece from Snotty. Oh, you can't see the wheel? There we go. Show us the wheel! The wheel! No. It's my wheel. You have to just look into my eyes now. Do you guys know that I can make myself cry on command? Do you believe me? Do it. Your eyes look like two pools of eye. Your heart couldn't take it. All right, I'll do it on stream at some point. It is a fun party trick to pull out. I made a trap. Tradosio. Tradosio says, I can do it too. I just remember how sad I am. Oh, buddy. I made a trap of sorts. I have to completely improvise all of the mechanics, so any feedback on how is understandable. Would be appreciated. Okay, let's take a look. Snotty. This is a lot for a trap. It's like more of an encounter. That can be fine, though. The Feydark Conduit. I'm going to give you some feedback right now. The color transition here between the light and the dark is not easy on the eyes, and it makes the reading of the white. This hurts the eyes a little bit to read. So I would change your formatting pretty dramatically. Tradosio thinks the document looks pretty, but I don't think the white text on top fits. This link to the plane of the Feywilds appears as a small colony of fungi. If a creature touches the colony or physically disturbs it in any way, a portion of the fungal forest from the Feydark is summoned into the current plane. Each space within 120 feet of the colony is replaced with a new landscape for 1 minute. I would not say each space. I would say all space. At the end of the duration, the landscape is restored to its original form. Immediately upon this happening, you can just say each creature. You can just say each creature must immediately... I would say each creature within the area must immediately make a wisdom saving throw. DC 20. That's a pretty high DC. As hallucinatory spores fill the air. DC 20 is a little high. I'd probably lower that. Unless you're, like, using this against very high-level adventurers. On a failed save, a creature... Don't say it. A creature is under the effects of the spores for 1 minute. For the duration, an affected creature must roll on the table below at the start of each of their turns, moving only as indicated and taking no other actions. On a successful save, it can act normally and becomes immune Upon moving out of the summoned portion of the Feywild, any creature affected is immediately regains control. I don't know how I feel about having... Well, let's see what they do. Let's see what they do before I was going to say anything here. Let's see. Yeah, this is a great song. This is my favorite song to play on the stream. The creature moves forward equal to its walking speed. What does forward mean? You need to pick a direction. Forward is not a direction. The creature needs to move towards or away from something, or in any direction. If it moves at least 10 feet, it makes eye contact with a disembodied Fomorian eye. It takes 3d10 psychic damage and must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, it grows various large tumors on its body and has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls based on strength and dex for 1 hour. I would probably put all of this behind a con save. I wouldn't auto do the damage. And again, your DCs are very high. Creature turns around to face the opposite direction. Directions, again, aren't a thing in D&D, so you can't... It doesn't really work. If it moves at least 5 feet, it treads through primordial mud. It takes 3d8 necrotic damage and must succeed on a con saving throw. Or its AC reduced by 2 for 1 hour. This reduction does not stack. Who should sleep? Oh, future planet? Yeah, I agree. We all should sleep someday. Creature on the creature's turns to... Okay, we're gonna ignore all the movement stuff. It takes damage, or saving throw be poisoned. More movement stuff. Takes damage. Or have its speed reduced for a while. The creature is caught in a web. Doesn't move and ends its turn. The creature momentarily regains control of its mind, and it can choose to move. So here's what I'm gonna say. All the directional stuff needs to change pretty dramatically. All the DCs need to go down. All the damages should be behind the DCs, not in front of them. You can make it where if they succeed on the DC, they still take half damage, so it's still doing something. Why is this affecting a landscape? That doesn't make any sense to me. The only thing that is happening mechanically is the hallucinatory spores that do all this. So I feel like I would, if I were you, I'd completely change the language to make it like when a creature touches it, hallucinatory spores pool out in a 100-foot radius or whatever. I also feel like it doesn't need to, like, it doesn't really feel like I mean, I guess it's a trap technically, but I don't know. I feel like I would, if I were you, I would probably make it a thing where if you touch it, it explodes with spores. I would not make it a 120-foot radius. I would make it much smaller. And I probably would make the spores, maybe the spore cloud could last a minute, maybe. I might make the spore cloud also, like, lightly obscured. And then if a creature starts their turn or enters it for the first time, they make a saving throw. It could be a wisdom saving throw. And then they roll a d6. And then one of these things happens. I don't know how I feel about all these things lasting an hour. Also, I'd probably lower that. It's a neat idea. It's a little all over the place with the flavor. I probably would drop the stuff that isn't happening because you're imagining things and make it more into the hallucinatory, because we're not really getting anything about the terrain actually changing, so it doesn't really make sense for the terrain changing to, like, be a part of it. You know? All right, those are my thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. I like the flavor of these mechanics. I mean, they're pretty straightforward. I think all of these things are definitely frustrating they're all going to make a player suck for a little while. The one thing that I'll say about this that I don't love is that, in my opinion, the best traps have ways that the players can engage with them to overcome them, or to evade them, or to change them, or to solve the problem. This trap has no way to solve the problem. It just happens. The only way to solve the problem is to succeed on the saving throw. So if I was going to make a trap that was this complicated, a trap that took a whole page to explain, a trap that was basically an encounter, I would make sure I included ways that you could engage with it a little bit more actively. Things that your character could do to try to overcome it, to try to get you can make a nature check to understand to determine, I don't know. You can make a nature check to be better at defending against the spores because you recognize them or whatever. There's lots of different stuff you can do. But you should build that in. There is a whole chapter of Xanathar's Guide to Everything that talks about building traps and puzzles. And it does a very good job of showing examples of how you can create dangerous situations or dangerous traps and give players a variety of options to how to deal with them. Excuse me. I see how this could very easily be that who said that? Databank? Yeah, I see how this could be sort of just like a fun, goofy time, as opposed to like a we're getting a little bit more calm with the music now. As opposed to a whatever I just said. I lost my train of thought. Oh, my brain is starting to turn to mush. All right, feedback over. Love you. Snotty, thank you. Oh, I don't want to do that. Let's do a different music. Let's do... All right, who's next? Let's see. I spelled something wrong. This is the music that I want. All right, next is Teague K. Hey, Zeke, we looked at your piece earlier tonight. Teague K, I do not see you in the Discord. If you have a name that is different in the Discord, you should let me know. A bard subclass for a silly political-themed homebrew campaign. I know it fits the same niche as the Eloquence Bard, but since it's not made for the public, I'm mostly concerned about balance. Alright. If it's funny in a way that is mostly offensive to me, I will probably not read it, just so you know. We'll see. Oh, it's a Word document. Weird. College of the Electoral. You said it's just for your home game, so I'm not going to worry about flavor text. Third level, you can use your wit and eloquence to disparage the name of your enemies. This insulting speech makes allies who hear it fight with a ferocity previously only known to barbarians. As an action, you can spend use of your bardic inspiration, making one willing creature you can see go into a rage. They gain the following benefits. They just gain rage. They're not able to complicate while raging. It ends if the creature chooses to end it, or they go unconscious or a minute fast. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you should give a creature just rage. I just don't think you should do that. I just don't think that's a great idea. I would go in a very different direction if I were you. TK is in the waiting room. Never mind, they left. Well, they left then. Yeah, I don't know, man. I would say no to this. This is just rage, but better. Because you're going to get more of them. I agree with Databank. I wish it was a mechanically different rage. Fake news. While third level, you practice lying to the masses. While making deception checks, you can choose to add double your proficiency bonus to the total. Additionally, you have advantage on saving throws against Zone of Truth. And the use of Truth Serum. Truth Serum isn't really a thing in D&D. I would probably say... But I would say you have advantage on spells or effects that would, require you not to lie. So that way it's sort of whatever truth serum you're talking about is included, but it's not like whatever. It'll just be a part of it. Truth serum is a thing in 5e? Really? All right, let's look it up. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just never heard of it. How do you spell serum? True serum. I think you meant truth serum. Nope, not true serve. Truth serum. Ingested. Oh, yes it is. It basically just It does Zone of Truth stuff. Okay, there you go. Live and learn, friends. Live and learn. Okay, I mean, it just makes you better at lying. I think that's fine. It is similar to Eloquence Bard. I think this feature is fine for balance. I think this feature is way too strong, and you should come up with something more distinct. I would not give them all of the aspects of rage. You just tuned back in, but this flavor feels very weird. I agree. It's a little bit weird. Circle of Gerrymandering. Your political talents enable you to redraw congressional lines. As an action, you can draw a magical line starting at the end starting and ending at a point within 30 feet, creating any shape of your choice and making the area within it difficult terrain. This area does not affect creatures within your party. When you use this feature, creatures within the area must make a dex saving throw or fall prone. Creature that enters the area or ends their turn there must make a dex saving throw or fall prone. This lasts for 1 round of combat. You can just say for 1 round. Or I would actually probably just say it lasts until the start of your next turn. And you can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You gain expended use when you finish a long rest. So it just basically gives you an ability to create any amount of area around you, difficult terrain, and knock creatures down within 30 feet. But you can create, like, safety areas. The language is kind of confusing, but that's basically what it is. I think that the thing that I would say is everything in D&D is, like, done in 5-foot squares, so I probably would... I might consider using that language. Creatures in your party is odd. Yeah, I wouldn't just say creatures in your party. Creatures in your party isn't a thing. I don't even know where it says that. I might have read it, or I might have missed it. Yeah, allies, non-hostile creatures, those are both better alternatives. Oh, Matt, I agree. This rage is stronger than this rage is better than barbarian rage for the most part. You also get way more uses of it because you have a lot more bardic inspiration than you do barbarian rages. So here's what I'm going to say. These features are so radically different from each other that this doesn't feel like anything. That's your biggest problem right now. The flavor isn't really flavor. It's like one-liners, right? Like this does like this. It's like puns is the flavor. So I don't know. I feel like a gimmicky idea or an idea that's based off something silly can work really well, but you need there to be some consistency and some togetherness amongst the features. There is not enough of it here. They don't feel like they are part of the same subclass at all. Fear-mongering ward. Also, I probably would make this once per short rest, not proficiency bonus times per long rest. Or maybe once per long rest. Fear-mongering word. Your skills as an orator have given you the power to deliver intense and terrifying speeches, which can now manipulate creatures' emotions to an extreme. As an action, you target a creature of your choice within 10 feet of you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw against you or spell save DC or be frightened for a minute. While frightened this way, they have to move away from you. They can repeat the saving throw at the end. It's just fear. Additionally, as a bonus action, you can spend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration die and dealing the result in psychic damage. And deal the result in psychic damage to who? To the creature? The effect ends... The effects of your speech do not take hold if the creature cannot hear you. This is really not good. This is just, like, weak. And also, not interesting. Also, why would you ever expend a Bardic Inspiration die to do damage when you could expend a Bardic Inspiration die to give a creature rage for a minute? The 3rd level feature is, I don't know, between 10 and 15 times stronger than the 14th. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you need to I think you need to tighten the vibe a little bit, even if it's just the mechanical vibe. I think it needs I think this needs a whole new feature, and I think fear-mongering word needs to be needs a new feature. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Them's my thoughts. It's a little all over the place. And the problem is, it's a little all over the place, and none of the abilities feel like solidly expressive of what this is supposed to feel like. So I really don't know what it's supposed to feel like. So if I were you, I would try to focus that in a little bit. All right, that was Teague K. Teague K, everyone. Next is Suki. Hello, everyone. I wanted to apologize for getting the Hungry Monk picked. Whatever. You don't gotta apologize. You submitted magic item. You don't need to apologize, Suki. You didn't do anything wrong. Unbalanced Encounters. That's my podcast. All right, let's see what we got here. We have Thorn Thicket. What has a lot of options. Okay, let's see what it does. Wondrous item, very rare. A small ball of thick green interwoven stems that fits into the palm of one's hand. Inside sits a long, loose thorn. Yeah, that was very cringy. The Social Justice Paladin was very cringy. I felt bad for the person that posted it because in the Discord they were like, oh, I'm so excited to see what Cinder said. And I think all I said was the humor didn't land, and I stopped reading it. All right. Good night, Dabman. As an action, a creature holding this item can throw it down at the ground. How far away can they throw it? As an action, you can throw the thick thorn at a spot on the ground you can see within 30 feet, within 100 feet, within 6 feet. Period. The ball immediately begins to unravel. The ball unravels into a thicket. The thicket is a spherical mass of plants that forms in the shape of a 25-foot radius hut with a 15-foot high ceiling. If a hut has a 25-foot radius, that means the ceiling is 20 feet high because it is a half sphere, just so you know. As an action, the creature that summoned the thicket can create a seal of 6 feet, a seal of 6 foot opening around the wall. What does that mean? Additionally, the creature who summoned the thicket can place a table and up to 3 chairs inside it. Anybody could place a table and chairs inside it if they want to. They could just pick them up and put them in. Do you mean they could summon table and chairs with it? Unless otherwise listed under the thicket type, the thicket... What the fuck are you trying to say? Because H... What are you trying to say? I feel like you're way overcomplicating the wording here. The thicket creates a 20-foot 5 radius dome. As an action, you can close it. I guess you can open or close a section of the wall to enter it. Additionally, when you throw it, you can choose for it to appear with 3 chairs inside it. It has an AC of 16 and 30 hit points and vulnerability to fire damage, immunity to that. You gotta write it something like that. It is a house you can kill. I mean, this item kind of already exists. There's that. What's it called? What's the item that you can throw that grows a tower? It's not vulnerable. It's immune to psychic damage. No, not tiny hut. What's the magic item that's like a little chess piece that you can throw and it becomes a tower? There's also a spell called Galder's Tower that does something similar to this too. Summons a tower. If I were you, I would look at spells like Galder's Tower or whatever that magic item is that summons a little tower to get this language right, so you can clean yourself up. In the forest, it has an AC of 20. In the jungle, the inside counts for difficult terrain, except for the creature that summoned it and its allies. I would not write it like that. I would say you can maybe creatures of your choice. Walls are made of thick cactus. Any creature that starts their turn and moves next to a thicket wall takes 1d6 piercing damage. Instant fortress. Yes, thank you, chat. Thank you, yes. It's an interesting idea. I like that it grows differently and does different things depending on what environment you grow it out of. I think that's cool. I think you got to clean up a lot of the explanatory language here in terms of like how it functions. Anytime a creature in the center of the thicket may, don't say may, say can. Come on, Suki. Can pull a thorn out of the ground, cause the thicket to wilt or collapse after 1d4 hours. Once the thorn is removed, it can't be used again for another 1d10 days, or can be used again in 1d10 days. Okay, I see. After which a new ball of stem grows around it. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea for an item. I think it's pretty cool. I like it. I did not read through all of these things. I hope you don't mind. I think that they are mostly fine. I think that this language here is where you need the most work. All right, let's give Suki a little round of applause. Thank you, Suki. Thank you. All righty. Next we have Deadpoolio. I tried making a sorcerer subclass meant to feel powerful while also having enough restrictions that is balanced enough. Also, for me, your homebrew review stream start at 9 a.m., so the plan is to be in the Discord during stream. All right, we'll see if you're there. You are here. Let me grab you. Hey, are you here? Hey, Deadpoolio.
Yep.
What's up?
Nothing much.
So what's the deal with
Hello?
this? What's the deal with this sorcerer?
Basically, their magic derives from an ancient race of beings called the Primordials, and
Okay.
it's meant to like empower their magic, and later on it becomes increasingly more difficult to deal with
Okay.
in ways that the main subclasses for magic casters don't actually do. I tried to make this kind of unique.
Okay. I'm curious to see. I will say that generally speaking, giving class features, subclass features, racial any of that stuff downsides is a tricky dance to play. I'm not always. I think that it's in general it's both the D&D community and the official is sort of moving away from that, but it can work. It's just hard to do well. Because especially a lot of the time what ends up happening is if you give somebody something that's really powerful and then you try to balance it by giving them something that's like really not really weak, you end up in a situation where you are just creating situations where they're overpowered and then other situations where they're underpowered. So it's not really solving a problem, it's just creating another one. But that might not be the case. Let's see what happens. You are connected to the ancient magic of the Primordials. The Primordials are ancient elementals known for having a high aptitude for magic. However, they were made of pure magical energy and deep connection with the weave. Using the power of the Primordials' blood that runs through your veins, you're able to empower your magic and defend yourself. At first level, we get 2 features, Heightened Cantrips and Magical Barrier. At first level, you can choose 2 damage types. When you cast cantrips dealing these 2 damage types, you can add your charisma modifier to the damage roll. Additionally, you know 2 additional cantrips from any spell list and can cast them at will. You normally can cast cantrips at will, so that doesn't matter. What you can say is you know 2 additional cantrips and they count as sorcerer spells for you.
Right.
They don't count as the number of the known. Okay. One of the 2 cantrips have to deal 1 of the 2 damage types of the chosen by this feature. Okay. I don't like the language of 1 of the 2 cantrips have to deal 1 of the 2 damage types. I feel like you should say at least 1 cantrip must deal a damage type of, I don't know, something like that would probably be how I started it. Due to the nature of your magic, you need both hands free to use your magic, so you cannot wield weapons except for staffs or shields while casting your spells.
I know they don't usually have proficiency, but a lot of the time, a lot of people multiclass like sorcerer or fighter. So
Yeah. What about? Well, I kind of agree with what Tradosio just said. What happens if you choose force damage and then you get Eldritch Blast?
I guess I could exclude force from one of the 2 damage types.
I think you should limit the. I agree with what Sprong said. I think you should pick. They should be the elemental damage types.
Actually, that is a good idea. Yeah.
Base them off the damage types that absorb elements gives you, and then you're golden.
Cool.
At first level, transparent magical energy surrounds you. I don't know if you need this second part, but if you want to keep it, you can. But I don't know if you need it. At first level, transparent magical energy surrounds you. While you're unarmored and have at least 1 spell slot remaining, you gain a bonus to your AC equal to your charisma modifier. Huh. Huh.
At lower levels, people generally try to save their spell slots, but this is meant to at first level give a bit of incentive to use cantrips, as well as kind of only use spell slots when needed, as they are a very limited and the thing at the start, very limited resource.
Is it intended to stack with mage armor or no?
It is intended to stack with mage armor and the robes, the arch magi robes.
I would not let it stack with mage armor if I were you.
Okay.
I feel like mage armor. I feel like this is an alternative to mage armor, but I don't think they should stack. I feel like if they stack, that makes it a lot too strong. Because even if your dex is 10, that makes it so minimum realistically your AC is going to be like 15 or 16. That's assuming you have 0 in your dex and you have 16 charisma.
Yeah, okay. I see your point, yeah.
Yeah.
How would you word it in a way so that it excludes mage armor, but it allows you to include the robes, because those are a magic item you only get like late in the game anyways.
Why is it important to you that it matches, that it stacks with the robes? Like, who cares?
I guess it's just like I want each feature to always feel useful. So like if you later come by the robes and they
But why are you assuming that the robes are going to be in the game? Like, I don't feel like I hear what you're saying, and if it's for your home game, then you can write it however you want to do that if that's like a goal you have, but you shouldn't design a subclass feature to account for a specific magic item, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah, that is actually very helpful. Yeah.
Caliber, I think, is hit the nail on the head with either you could have this counting as wearing armor for the purposes of spells like magical abilities, or you could have it so while you have a spell slot, you can use your charisma instead of your dexterity when calculating your defense.
Okay, yeah. No, that's actually a pretty good idea, yeah.
Tradosio says if you make it a calculation, you can't benefit from other sources, and this way it stacks with shield. Yeah, so yeah, if that's the thing that sounds good to you.
That sounds good to me, yeah.
Advanced magic. Starting at 6th level, choose one of the 2 damage types chosen for don't you got to come up with different words. Don't say choose chosen. Come up with something else. Yep. Starting at 6th level, even if it's pick one of the 2 damage types you chose from a heightened cantrip feature at level 1. When you cast spells of 1st level or higher that deal damage type of the I'm just chuckling at how much chosen is happening. Deal damage type of the chosen damage type. You can add your charisma modifier to the damage roll. You also can recover half your sorcery points on a short rest. Why? This is you shouldn't just give them. You know, this is the sorcerer's capstone feature, but better.
So, the Sorcerer's Capstone feature, isn't that just like 4, not half? Oh, yeah, you did say but better. Um, mm, to
Yeah,
be
you
fair,
got
the Sorcerer's, no one, not many people actually go like full straight 20 levels in
it
Sorcerer
doesn't
anyways.
really matter. I think the reason, the more important part of the puzzle there is it is at 20th level because it is very strong. And it is very strong even if you're just getting 4. It's not the strongest, but this is too much. Getting half your sorcery points back on a short rest. It's just way too
Fair
strong.
enough.
Like, I could see that being your only 6th level feature if it was once per day. And the amount of sorcery points you got back was still not that. It was measured in some other way. Yeah, exactly what Tradosio says. I love getting infinite spell slots. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you can't do that. And even then, I wouldn't do that. I would move away from any sort of sorcery point recovery. At 11th level, you ignore resistances. You ignore resistance to the chosen damage type, and at 16th, you ignore. I would cut this part out too, honestly. If you want to make this part of the things, build it into the core features. Otherwise, don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
With the dealing extra damage of the chosen type on leveled spells, that's not the only thing that okay, I mean, I think it kind of works. This is what I would do. I mean, if I were you, probably what I would do is I would, of whatever chosen type you did, if you want to keep that, I would also probably give you resistance to that damage type now also. And then the other thing, though, is, like, I kind of feel like it's a little one note so far. Like, it's not really doing anything other than you are just better at casting very specific. You're better, not even at casting. You're better at dealing damage with very specific spells. And like, is that embodying? Okay, is that embodying? Like, if you only ever get to level 6 in this class, is it embodying the primordial sorcery? Or is it like are there any pieces of the puzzle that are missing by this level? Because I would say that if there are, then you should maybe consider making that piece of the puzzle that's missing your 6th level feature. The other thing that I want to point out is that almost every single sorcerer at 6th level gets something that is pretty damn cool and also requires sorcery points to do.
Okay.
So I would think about it like that. Like, what else should this guy get? Assuming that most campaigns end between level, 7 and 10. So assuming this thing gets nothing else, like, what can you give it to sort of fill out the rest? Like, what is enough? Like, what's like you spend 3 sorcery points and something happens. What should that something be?
Yeah.
So I'd think about that. And I would probably put something like that here. I don't think there's anything wrong with advanced magic. Like, it works. It's just very one note. And I worry that we're losing a little bit of the primordials unless this is like unless primordials really just sort of translates to you are an elemental sorcerer. And the power is that you get better at like a very specific element.
Yeah. Well, primordials are meant to be like have a deep connection with the weave, so better at controlling their magic. So maybe I'd swap out the damage boost at 6 to focus more on control, focus more on meta magic. Nothing.
You could do something like that. Yeah, I'm not really sure because I'm not sure what the right move is here. I think you got to play around with it a little bit. Let's look at ancient magic. At 14th level, your magic becomes harder to cancel out as it is infused by ancient powers. Your cantrips can't be counterspelled, and you cast cantrips in areas of you can cast cantrips in areas of anti-magic. Put a period at the end of this sentence. With this commas, that should be a period. All of your magical class still work in the
Oh,
air.
I forgot to put in the word features.
Oh, I see. All of your magical class features work. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, this should be its own sentence.
Sorry.
That's okay. Also, at the start of your turn, if you're in an area of anti-magic, we're trying to cast a 1st level or higher spell that targets a creature in an area of anti-magic, you can expend a bonus action to roll a charisma check. All right, I'm going to stop reading this here. This is too specific of a feature. There's only the only time you will ever use this feature is if somebody's trying to counterspell a cantrip, which is not going to happen, or if you're in an area of anti-magic, which is going to happen 3 times maximum in your whole campaign.
Okay, fair enough.
So I feel like you could do some anti-magic. Like I like the anti-magic your cantrips working anti-magic as a ribbon feature. I think it's a really cool ribbon feature, but I think this thing needs something chonky. Need something chonky at 4th level. I'll give you like at 14th level, sorcerers are getting things like infinite ability to teleport, fly speeds, stuff like that. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Data, if I'm saying stuff faster than you can type, that means that we're just on the same page. Primordial form. At 18th level, you can unleash your full power. As a bonus action, you can... Oh, did you give this thing a fucking avatar state? Come on now, man. It's not a paladin. Stop giving non-paladins avatar states. Let's see what it gets. As a bonus action, you can change into a paladin avatar state for a minute. You gain a fly speed equal to walking speed. You can hover. All spells you cast cannot be counterspelled and can be cast inside magic, anti-magic. You gain resistance to all damage types and immunity types you chose for the whatever, so the advanced magic. All spells you cast that deal damage, you add your charisma modifier to the damage rolls. Yeah, I would not do this if I were you. You do not need to listen to me if you don't want to. You are more than welcome to give your avatar your sorcerer an avatar state, but I usually strongly disagree. If I were you, if the primordials are supposed to be the manipulators of magic, I probably would I would try to lean into that direction more, and instead of it just being your magic is unstoppable and you are better at resisting magic, I would make it like a big magical effect you could create if I were you. I don't know. I'm not sure what it should be, but I would move away from the anti-magic, or I would move away from the avatar form.
Yeah.
Reflect spells that deal damage of your favorite type. That's not a bad idea. Somebody's yelling Hellscape. I don't know what that's supposed to... I don't know. Hellscape. I don't know what that means. Yeah, some sort of magic reflection. Some sort of spell or magic reflection could be kind of cool. It is still pretty niche. Like an arcane maelstrom. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, what if you could, like, I feel like that fits also what you were saying, where it's like it's supposed to get harder and harder to control. Like, what if at 18th level you can like unleash the chaos of your magic? You can expend any number of spell slots as an action, and you add all of the levels of spell slots together. So if you expend a 1st level, a 2nd level, and a 3rd level, that equals 6. And then something happens, and that what happens is affected by the total number of spell slots expended, or something like that. You know,
Okay.
some big crazy magical storm or something. That's what I would do if I were you. It's an interesting idea. It does. Parts of it feel like you are an elemental specialist, and parts of it feel like you are almost like a magic user that's meant to fight anti-magic users. So I think that if your goal is somewhere in that space, you're accomplishing it. If it's not, I think you should lean more towards abilities that give the feeling of being in charge of the arcane and being able to manipulate the arcane, even if those abilities are more specific and less vague. Sometimes a very specific ability can still help accomplish a big, broader feeling. How about as an action, you can spend 8 sorcery points to cast 1 1st level, 1 2nd level, and 1 3rd level spell with a casting time of 1 action that deal your chosen damage type. That's kind of fun. Cast 3 spells at 1 turn. That's kind of fun, Shadosio.
I like that. That is actually cool.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. That's a neat idea. It's very strange. You probably have to put some limiters on it, but I do like that idea. That's fun. That's a weird one. You could cast Burning Hands and Scorching Ray and Fireball at the same time.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's a neat idea. I like that idea. Cool. Do you have any thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
I generally agree with everything you've said so far.
Mm-hmm.
I am thankful that you took the time to look over and give me such detailed feedback.
Of course.
And I will say I didn't think about it too. Like, I thought I was doing a pretty decent job when I was making it, but now that you've actually kind of pointed it out, I think I do kind of want to will take out the extra damage at sixth and change the avatar state to something different. And I do think I'll probably keep the anti-magic thing because
Mhm.
like it's meant to be powerful enough to kind of withstand anti-magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
it
makes
meant
sense.
to-
You,
yeah.
you listen. You did a good job. Listen, me giving you feedback doesn't mean you did a bad. It doesn't mean you didn't do a good job. You can
Yeah,
do a fantastic job and still need feedback. So don't worry about that. Listen, if I almost never do I. Well, I don't want to say that, but rarely do I feel like somebody just does a bad job. The time that I feel like people do a bad job is when they're like, "Yeah, I half-assed this," and it's like, "Yeah, I can tell you half-assed it." But no, be proud. It's a fun idea, and I think that, like I said, all the pieces of this puzzle, not all of them, but specifically the ones that I suggested changing, they all work for the most part. It's just a matter of the question, and this is the hardest part of homebrew, is figuring out how to pick and choose what to put in to best accomplish the goal of the feeling. And it's similar to like writing in that way, where like if you read any poetry, the difference between a good poem and a bad poem a lot of the time is that a good poem will have the right sentence and a bad poem will have the right sentence but 3 different sentences. You know what I mean? Like you can sit in this space where you're doing too much of the same thing or not enough of one thing, and it's hard to tell sometimes, and trimming that and refining that is the hardest part of this process. So it's why we do it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you for the call.
Welcome. Have a lovely day.
You too. Bye. That was Deadpoolio with the Primordial Sorcery. When I first read Primordial, I was imagining like giants and titans, so it did throw me off for a second. But now that I'm realizing Primordial is like the language of the elementals, so that I should have not been so thrown immediately. Rex with the 10. What do they say? Hey, Cinder, I was curious if you have a favorite 40K channel and if you'd consider picking up a book yet. Also, did you know Magic the Gathering cards are a great inspiration for D&D? Been great for your islands? It does not surprise me that Magic the Gathering is a good inspiration for D&D. I don't have a favorite Warhammer 40K channel. I like Luton. I forget his name, but like Luton, whatever that guy is. I like... that's probably my favorite one. There was one that I really like that's name I forget. I like Squidmar Gaming. They're not really a Warhammer 40K channel. They're like a mini painting channel, but I find watching I like watching their channel. I really liked what was it called? Like Warhammer TTS when it was around. It's not really around anymore. I don't know which other ones I like. I like a lot of them. All right, Derek, I'll do what I can. I'll try to spin your name in the next half hour. I don't know if I have much more than a half hour left of me. I am getting tired. I'm very tired. I'm feeling myself getting tired. If the Emperor had TTS, yes, it was a fantastic channel. Oh, Derek, almost, man. Tridosia won out. The Dragon Warlock. So, if I remember correctly, the goal of this Dragon Warlock was to make a Dragon Warlock that didn't feel like a, like all the other Dragon Warlocks. Or like all the other Dragon whatevers. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm assuming you want to come on. I don't see you in the waiting room, Tridosia. Tridosia, if you want to come on stream, go to the waiting room. I guess I'll start reading it, but if you come into the waiting room, just yell that you're in the waiting room in the chat, and I'll grab you. Pact of the Great Worm. Here it is. Boop. Boop. All right, you just got about to drive? Oh, man, the timing of this is always so funny. All right, well, you just listen then. We'll chat later. You have made a pact with a mighty dragon. Whether you were subjugated into becoming a minion or you found reasonable ground for a deal, you'd better uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, you will incur your patron's wrath. These powers don't come free, and dragons hate sharing. I feel like you spend a lot of time talking about the importance of the deal. More so than I would have imagined. It's like half of your flavor text. Well, I guess we'll see. Maybe that matters. Maybe like the deal is like a big part of it. You picked a color of the dragon. It gives you a elemental damage type. You get an expanded spell list. Let's see it. Absorb elements. Identify. Nice. Dragon's breath. Locate object. Nice. Elemental weapon. Glyph of warding. Nice. Private sanctum. Secret chest. Nice. Do you guys see the pattern here? I see it immediately. Animate object. Summon draconic spirit. Draconic transformation. Okay. So what's happening here is it's about being a dragon, but it's also about the collection of treasure and protecting your treasure. That's what this is in the spell list, which is nice. Yeah, dragon hoarding. Exactly. Yeah. Which I like. I think that's good. Yeah, it's a really good spell list for a dragon. Yeah. At first level, you learn Primal Savagery. Whenever you deal damage with it, it deals the damage type associated with your patron. Okay, cool. That makes sense. It's basically just a big dragon claw hand you get. Draconic Reward. When you take this pact at first level, your patron grants you brief fragments of their strength and presence. You get a pool of these sixes called Draconic Reward Dice. You have an amount of Draconic Reward Dice equal to half your Warlock level rounded up. Okay. You can expend these dice in the following ways. Okay, wait. So at level 3, we're going to have 2. Level 1, we have 1. So we have 1, and then we have... So between 1 and 10. So but most of the campaign, we're going to have like between 1 and 4 or 5. You can expend these dice in the following ways. When you deal damage with an attack, it's really maybe... Okay, well, let's see how strong these are. When you deal damage with an attack, you can expend a Draconic Reward and add the number rolled to the damage of the attack. This bonus damage type is associated with your patron. When you fail a Charisma check, you can expend 1 to add the number to the total. When you roll initiative, you can expend 1 and add the number rolled to your initiative. You can only expend it at 1 at a time. You gain all back on a long rest. I don't think you get enough of these. I think you get not enough, and then I think you get too many. Why is this not based off? Why is this based off your Warlock level? Because that means at level 1 and level 2, you can do this once. At level 3, you can do it twice. At level 4, you can do it twice. At level 5, you can do it 3 times. My guess is that you based this off your Warlock level because you really don't like multi-classing, and you're trying not to encourage multi-classing. But I think you got to base this off of your charisma, my guy. I don't know if it's too much at first level. Is it too much at first level? I don't know, man. I don't know. It feels weird. Yeah, proficiency. Well, the thing is, that's the irony here is proficiency bonus is a much better solution. But, as Tradosio has mentioned, Tradosio is very anti things growing on proficiency bonus. You didn't want to make it too much more because of the cantrip? Half level rounded up plus character level? What the fuck? No, that doesn't make sense. You're crazy. Plus charisma modifier. Oh, I see. I think then it might be then you might want to tone them back a little bit. But I don't think that this is too much to get. I think it's kind of fine to get, like, I don't know. I think charisma modifier times per day is fine, probably. Equal to your number of known invocations. That's kind of a neat idea. People agree in different directions. Somebody's saying number of warlock spells known. Somebody's saying number of invocations. That's a good point. It would be 0 at first level. Proficiency bonus grows regardless of what class you have. So if you have a Warlock feature that gives you something proficiency bonus times per day, and you take 1 level of Warlock, and then you go Fighter for 19 levels, you will still get to do that Warlock thing 6 times a day, because your proficiency bonus will be +6. And I think that is the main thing. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a good or a bad thing, but that is how they're tied. I like the core mechanic of what it does. I think that I just feel like I disagree with the half your level rounded down or rounded up. Let's look at Power Hungry. At 6th level, you can transfer power between yourself and your patron. Whenever you expend a pact slot, you regain 1 expanded draconic reward die. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. Your die increased to D8s, I think is fine. We get something else at 6th level. I might just get rid of that first part. Worm senses. Also at 6th level, your patron's power alters your senses to closer emulate their own. Whenever you make an intelligence, wisdom check, you can expend a die and add the number rolled to the total. When you do so, you gain blind sight to the end of your turn. Man. This is just a different version of this. It's too similar. Like, was that like... Like, I feel like you could just get this part at 3rd level. 1st level. Maybe get rid of the initiative part and add this part. I wouldn't do the blind sight at 1st level. Or just, I don't know, it just feels like an enhancement of it feels like an enhancement of the 1st level feature, because it is doing exactly what the 1st level feature does, and I feel like it's too early to do a direct enhancement of the 1st level feature. Like, I feel like 10th level is where you would want to do that. At 6th level, I want to get something brand new. This doesn't feel brand new. It feels just like an alternative extra use of my draconic reward. I don't think it should be something based on gold. How much gold is going to be in your D&D campaign compared to mine? How do you know? How can you plan for that? Maybe spend the die to get blind sight for a turn and drop the rest of the feature. Yeah, I kind of feel like that makes a lot. I feel like that's better. I feel like that fits better. And if you feel like that's not enough, your die are also increasing by 8 at that level. You could maybe give them something else. I do think you drop Power Hungry, though. Wouldn't you use Wyvern's special feature and have it deal poison damage on attacks? You could. You could use any of them. You could, depends on your dragon type. You're a green dragon type. What about making it stronger but taking an exhaustion to do? No, that is not good design. The reason why the Berserker Barbarian is the least played barbarian, aside from the Armorer one, is because of the exhaustion mechanic. It's just not good. I mean, exhaustion is a bad mechanic in D&D currently. We don't need to be using it. Still think adding dice to the damage type should be free. Feels like a short rest restore would even it out. Short rest restore of what? Of these features? Nah, they should be long rest. Yeah, I don't know. Mixed feelings about Dragon Sense, Wyvern Senses. I feel like it's too, like either don't. I would just either not tie it to Draconic Reward and have it be like passively on, and then make this a Draconic Reward thing, or just make it something different. Great Worm's Trade at 10th level. At 10th level, you are granted some of your patron's signature magic. You learn one spell of 5th level or lower from any class's spell list that deals the damage type associated with your patron. The spell becomes a warlock spell for you and doesn't count against the number of spells known. At the end of a long rest, you can replace the selected spell with another spell following the same restrictions. Okay. I think you should get a free casting of it once per day. Just getting a new spell is kind of not much for a warlock. You get access to a new spell? I don't think that's enough. Now, the question here is it limited enough to have it be damage of the associated type of your patron? Because it is any 5th level spell or lower, which is very strong to be able to be switching that around. If you can change that every day, that's very strong. But you can already cast Dragon's Breath. You have access to it here, my guy. So the question is if that's a good enough limitation to make it work. If it is, then I think it works. But I would give it a free casting. Yeah, but there's a lot of spells that deal damage. A lot of crowd control spells actually deal damage. You could take the one that allows you to summon a cosmic horror realm because it deals cold damage. That's pretty CC. Although that already is a warlock spell, but it's a free one. Yeah, fireball is crowd control. That's a good point. At 14th level, whenever you fail a saving throw, you can choose to succeed instead. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you complete a long rest. Additionally, your Draconic War die are improved. Legendary power. How do we feel about one use of legendary resistance for a 14th level feature? Lot of mixed feelings in the chat. I just had someone say, and then someone say, I like it, and then someone say, too weak, and then someone say, too strong. I kind of agree with Baba in that I feel like I want an active feature as opposed to a reactive feature for my 14th. I feel like a reactive feature fits a lot better in 10th. But that's just me. It's a neat idea. I think that some of this works really well, but I think you kind of lose the plot in the middle. I feel like I'm on board for this being dragony stuff at first level for the spell list. I feel like 6th level and 10th level, I'm not feeling the dragon vibe as much. I don't think they're bad. I just feel like they're missing part of the puzzle. So I feel like if I were you, I would reconsider Wyvern Senses and Great Worm's Trade magic. I think 14th can work, but I think that you should consider how much people feel on the fence about it, or pretty strongly in either direction. 14th with a freak. Dragon's Breath is not that good a spell. It's like a 2nd level spell. One free casting of a 2nd level spell is not good for a 14th level feature. That's not strong enough. Less physical dragon, more behavioral dragon. Yeah, I hear that. It is a fun spell. I don't even... Once a day is not the most annoying. I don't know if that's a big deal. A breath weapon attack is something that you could do, although I feel like Tradosio was trying to stay away from that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's worth thinking about. It's an interesting... It's an interesting piece. Alright, I don't really have much more to say. I hope you keep working on it, Tradosio. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome for the review. Thank you for sharing. I appreciated reading it. Next is a Jonathan. First real homebrew. You hope I like it. You said you'll be here. Let's see if you're in the Discord. Blacksmith's Shame. Oh, that's a fun name. I do see you in the Discord. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to pull you in. Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Happy to be here.
All right, let's take. Let me take a look at your item, and then we'll chat about it. You gain a -1 to attack and damage rolls with this magic weapon. This sword was cursed and infused with the frustration of a blacksmith experience. With the frustration a blacksmith experiences when they make a mistake. That was me reading it wrong. I apologize. When attuned to it, comma after that, becoming attuned to it extends the curse to you. I'm reading wrong. I don't know what's wrong with me. As long as you remain cursed, you are unwilling to part with it. Blah blah blah. Confusing. Why wouldn't anyone make such a bad sword? That can't be it. When identify is cast on the sword, this should probably be the first feature. Confusion should not be the last thing. It should be the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what this thing does is if you cast Identify on this sword, it appears to be a +1 sword on a... So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say two things about this. One, just from an order of operations, this is how it goes. Right? Have the Confusing be the first thing, the first feature. Have the -1 to attack and damage rolls be the second one, and have the Curse be the third. The other thing that I was going to say is... I don't think that there should be a intelligence check to get it right. I think it should just always identify as a +1 sword. If you want this to work on players, if you ask them to make an intelligence check when they identify it, they're immediately going to know something's up. Because you never have to do that normally.
Yeah, I didn't want to just completely cancel out a spell like that. Just make it it doesn't work anymore.
But it's not like you cast the spell once and then you never cast it again. It's just a spell slot. That's it.
No, but like this spell just doesn't work on this item.
Yes,
I don't.
But you don't think that's fine?
I don't.
If that,
I don't know.
That's an opinion thing. I think it's fine because technically the way that I would see it is that the -1 to attack and damage rolls is part of the curse. It's not really part of the core item. The core item is nothing. The core item is a sword. The curse is that you get -1 to attack and damage rolls with it, and that you don't want to drop it. And the way that curses usually work in D&D is when you identify a cursed item, the cursed part does not reveal itself. Identify doesn't reveal curses in general. So if it matters to you, like if you'd rather keep that intelligence check, you can, but it goes against the grain in a way that I feel like doesn't need to. And like I said, Identify is the first level spell. You can cast it as a ritual, so you're really not losing resources by having Identify not work. I think it's fine. The only other thing that I would say is if you're making a cursed item, whenever you're making a cursed item, I think that you have to think about it from a couple different directions. One is like, how is it gonna, like the one direction is like, is it gonna be like, how is it going to be cursed, blah, 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 all that stuff. But the thing that I think is also really important is you don't want to create a situation where a cursed item only just frustrates your player. Like, the way this item works is it tricks someone into having a weapon that has -1 to attack and damage rolls, and that's it. So I feel like the best cursed items give some incentive for them to be used, even if it's not what they're intended to be used for, but they aren't all bad. And the reason why that can be so important is because it can help alleviate the frustration of playing with a cursed item. If you want to make it all bad, I would encourage you to incorporate some mechanic that allows a player to try to break the curse. That doesn't rely on remove curse. Like something like whenever you finish, whenever you rest, maybe whenever you miss with an attack, you can make some save, and if you succeed on the save, you can unattune from it or something. But creating some incentive, creating some way that the player can interact with it that isn't that can either use it in another way that's fun, so they don't feel totally like they're just getting handicapped, or 2, give them a way to try to fight back against it so that they don't feel helpless. It's just not. I think it's going to be too mean of an item if it doesn't do one of those 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Cool. So if you're going in that direction with Blacksmith's Shame, I could really easily see you doing something where you can cast Mending. When you wield it, you can use it to cast Mending. You could do something like that, or you could have something to do with smithing, or something to do with destroying things. Like, what about this? Like, maybe it deals double damage to objects and structures. Like, it's it's good at smashing stuff, but it's not good at hitting stuff like a sword. I don't know. There's a lot of different directions you could go to with it, but I feel like that's worth thinking about.
Yeah.
But I like it. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I guess it would make sense if it's just like a bad sword. It's just like a stick. You just beat stuff with.
Yeah. It's fun though. Do you have any questions, concerns, answers, yearnings?
No, I was gonna ask about the difficulty of the intelligence check, but
I think
no
if you want to keep
there,
it,
so...
no, you could listen. You don't listen to anything I say. If you want to keep the intelligence check, I think a 13 is good. I could also see a 12 being good too. I think 12 or 13 for an uncommon item makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do want to keep it, I think 13 is fine.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you for sharing.
Thanks for reviewing.
Of course. And I think this is the first time I've looked at any of your pieces on stream. So, welcome to the show. Happy to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Jonathan, be good.
I'll try.
Click. All right, guys, wait, where'd my... Uh-oh. Did I just ruin my universe? No. Where is... There it is. Okay. Let's give Jonathan a round of applause, everybody. Good job. All right. Oh, there's a spider. What's up, spider? What are you doing? It's Dude Bro. Dude Bro, I think you had to go, but you're here. I don't know if you're still here. Let me see if you're still here. I saw you earlier. Dude Bro, away. This is a cleric that I themed around sickness. They can give or protect from diseases. I want you to be as harsh as you feel you need to be. Okay. Appreciate the encouragement. Oh, you're back. Cool. Well, welcome. Do you want to come on stream or no? If you want to come on stream, go into the waiting room. If you don't want to come on stream, don't. Okay. Plague Domain. In the darkest hour, when pestilence prowls and sickness spreads its cruel wings, there arise those who divinely wield macabre power. You are doing a little too much flavor text in this flavor text. It's a little too much. Tone it back. I don't know, couple words. It's a little too much. Hold action. Thank you for the 2. Woo! Clerics of the Plague Bringer domain harness the very illness that afflicts mortal bodies, channeling their malevolent energies to wither their foes and give life force to others. With a whispered prayer and a touch of divine rot, they become the harbingers of decay, sapping strength. Okay, you're just repeat. Okay, so this is a good Both of these are good sentences. They say the same thing. So pick which one you want to use. Don't use both. Okay, let's see what we get. Ray of Sickness. Inflict wounds, blindness, deafness, ray of enfeelment, bestow curse, gaseous form, blight, confusion, contagion, cloud kill. I feel like that's a pretty solid spell list. 5th level is this is the only one where I'm like, I'm not sure if there's better 3rd level spells here, but it's worth thinking about. If I were you, Faust, it is decent prose, but they are, you know what it is, Faust? This is what it is. And I'm only going to be harsh to Horror Dude Bro because I don't want them to keep making this mistake because they are writing well. Horror Dude Bro, you're building an ice cream sundae here. What's going on with this last sentence is you have now put too many toppings on the ice cream sundae. And it doesn't taste like anything anymore other than headache and sugar. So, you need this flavor. I would say you probably could cut, I would say, 40% of the words out of this, and it would be a lot better. I don't know if any of you have ever taken a poetry class, but if you ever want to learn why being concise with your writing and not overstating a point is important, I would encourage you to take a first-year poetry class at the college level, if possible. And you will hear so many poems that you wish ended way earlier, where they say nothing and it takes 20 lines. It is probably the most impactful moment I've had as a writer was taking a poetry class. I hated it so much. And I never took another one. I took a lot of writing classes. I took a lot of playwriting classes. I took a lot of creative writing classes. And then I started to run creative writing workshops. And I think I learned more in that poetry class than I learned in a lot of my creative writing classes by seeing how much you don't want to do. Okay, at first level, we get Divine Sedation. You think Bestow Curse and Gaseous Form are good? I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying they're the only ones that I was thinking if you were going to look through any to be like, maybe not, these were the ones. I think Stinking Cloud is 4th level. It's definitely not 3rd level. Yeah, what Arcade Avery said. At first level, you can deteriorate an enemy's body to slow it down. When a creature fails a saving throw to reduce or avoid taking poison damage from you. You need to say from you. Against one of your spells, right? Or just in general, if they fail a save to reduce or avoid poison damage. Their speed halves for 1 minute. You can use... This is not that strong. I like Infestation. I like Infestation with a range of 60 feet. That's really fun. One of the more fun things I think you can do when you give someone a cantrip is allow it to be cast in a slightly unique way. Tridosia, have we talked about this? How I've never had Taco Bell? I like this a lot. This is too specific and not strong enough. Yeah. I'm not sure what the solution is here. But I think we need something else. Divine Sedition is too powerful? Really? I know it can shut some stuff down, but like... Oh, I missed the for a minute part. Yeah. I would probably drop the minute. This is honest. This is what I would probably do if I were you, actually. What I probably would do is I would drop the minute. I would make it probably around. And I probably would not limit it to poison stuff. Like I probably would say, when a creature fails a saving throw against one of your spells, you can reduce their movement speed by half for a round. Something like that. Just like any of their spells, though. Yeah, exactly. Your magic is toxic. I don't think we need to limit it to poison. Especially if we take away the minute. Let's look at Channel Divinity, Practitioner of Cruel Medicine. Starting at 2nd level, you can use your Channel Divinity to harm your enemies at the gain of those you hold close. As an action, you present your holy symbol and invoke the name of your deity. Excuse me. You choose a creature within 30 feet of you that you can see, cursing it until the end of your next turn. Whenever the cursed target is hit with a weapon attack, the attack can heal the creature, making the attack for half the damage dealt. Oh, weird. Huh. I feel like that's still too strong, Cinder, especially if the suggestion is on any spell. Look at Spirit Guardian. Alright, then maybe don't make it on any spell. Or maybe the movement speed isn't halved, and maybe you just pick a number. Could be a 10-foot movement speed. Could be the kind of thing. Could be a movement speed decrease where it's 10 feet and then it becomes higher at a higher level. I don't think you should limit it to cantrips. I like the idea that it happens to spells too. How do we feel about Practitioner of Cruel Magic, Cruel Medicine? This is how I would phrase it. Whenever the cursed creature is hit with a weapon attack, the creature that hit with the weapon attack heals equal to half the damage dealt. Something like that, period. You don't think it does enough? A Celestial Warlock with Spirit Guardians can reduce a creature's speed. I see no problem with this. The range is 30... What do you mean? Kyle, the range is 30 feet. And it lasts a round. It says so. Am I not showing you guys? Am I not... Do I have the wrong screen up or something? No, I have the right screen up. Channel Divinity should last longer but require a save to break out. It's not a bad idea. It lasts a minute. And then you would probably say once a round. Probably not any time they're attacked, but once per turn. When the creature is attacked, this happens, as opposed to every turn. But that's still a lot. That's still a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of healing over a minute. I don't know. I think it's fine for a round. I don't think you should go much higher than a round. I think it's pretty damn strong. Yeah. Let's look at 6th level. Yeah, I like the concept too. Contagion Ward. There's other things you could add if you feel like it's not enough, but I don't think the solution is to make it last longer. Oh, it could be... That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. What Matt Thorne said. It requires, like, maybe making it a reaction to do stuff with, that could make it work, especially if it's your reaction. Because then only one creature get access to it every turn. That might be the move, actually. It lasts a minute, and then whenever that creature is hit with an attack, you can use your reaction to have the attacker heal. That might be the move. Yeah, I think that's the move. Make it a minute. Databank, I agree. Make it a minute. We're gonna add the reaction side, and then we'll be golden. Oh, my speech impediment almost came out for a second. Did you guys hear it? Contagion ward. At 6th level, your divine connection allows you to swiftly ward against diseases. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit with an attack or fails a saving throw that would deal poison damage, you can use your reaction to give them temporary hit points equal to half your cleric level plus your wisdom level. While they have these hit points, they gain resistance to poison damage. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. This is too specific. This is too specific. I feel like you need to open it up a little bit past poison damage. I think it's fine if you want to build something around dealing poison damage, but as soon as you build it around protecting from poison damage, it is very niche in a way that is almost a non-feature. Like, you don't want to be... Just to give you an example of what I mean, it's very, very... You could very easily do a whole campaign arc where you never use this feature. You don't want to do that. You don't want to have a feature that you're not going to use for 3 sessions. You know? 6th level is the point where we should get a ribbon that eliminates or gives diseases. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I agree. What if the 6th level feature was a way to remove or give the poisoned condition, or a way to give or remove diseases? I kind of like that. Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of ways you could do it. Transfer disease, I think, is really cool. Yeah, I think that would be really cool. I feel like it would almost be like a spell. Like, the creature that you're pulling the disease from has to be within a certain range, and the creature you're giving it to has to be within a certain range. And they have to make a saving throw. And if they fail the saving throw, you can pull the disease out of one person and put it in another. I always wanted an ability to store diseases on yourself. I was thinking about removing creatures' immunity, but then elemental adept suffers. Yeah, I would remove that. I wouldn't deal with that either. I understand that. Especially with the last feature now being a reaction. Now changing this one works well. Yeah. Let's look at, what do we get? We do poison damage. Adoyoyoy. Do we get armor? We probably should get, this probably should be the cantrip bonus, not the divine strike bonus. Feel like this is not a melee character. This is definitely a ranged character. So I'd probably make this potent cantrips or whatever that's called. Nurgle likes heavy armor. This guy doesn't get heavy armor though. This is not necessarily, this could be a Nurgle. This could be Nurgle. But this is not a warrior priest of Nurgle. This is one of those little priests in the back with a stick. This isn't like a poison disease marine. At 17th level, your divine sedation feature improves whenever the poison damage is dealt. What poison damage? Whenever poison damage is dealt to trigger the ability. What ability? You need to just write your sentences a little bit more clearly. At 17th level, whenever at 17th level, whenever you use your divine sedation feature, you can choose an amount of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus within 30 feet of the target. Those chosen are also affected by the feature. I think that that's interesting. I'm going to be honest. If I were you, I would probably... I don't think it's cool enough for 17th level. Like, you can lower the movement speed of a bunch of creatures within 30 feet of you. Is it at the... Here's a question to ask yourself. Genuine question to ask yourself. What is the ultimate form of a plague domain cleric? Is it the ability to slow a bunch of creatures in an area? I would argue no. I think that there is a really important part of the puzzle that's missing from this guy. Yeah, some sort of massive plague eruption or something. What level spell is Circle of Death? It's a 6th level spell. Okay, here's what I would do if I were you. I feel like at 17th level, you should learn the spell Circle of Death. If you do that, do they normally have access to it, clerics? No, perfect. At 17th level, I think you learn the spell Circle of Death. I think it counts as a cleric spell for you. I think you can cast it once without expending a spell slot. And when you do, when you cast it in this way, in this unique way, if a creature is not killed by it, they are afflicted with some sort of disease, some sort of plague. And then perhaps if a creature is killed by it, their corpse becomes a plague receptacle. Why not Contagion? They already have Contagion. Isn't Contagion just a touch spell? Oh, that's an interesting idea. You gain the ability to cast Contagion as an area spell, as opposed to a touch spell. Oh, that's a kind of interesting idea. That could also work really well, too. If you were going to do that, I would make it a cone, though. Like it's blasting out of you. At 17th level, you can cast Contagion. When you cast the Contagion, you can choose to cast it without expending a spell slot. When you do so, instead of a range of touch, it becomes a cone with a range of, I don't know, 40 feet, 40-foot cone. Pretty big. You can make it smaller or bigger depending. And just make it a once-a-day thing. Once a day, you can cast Contagion as a giant cone. I like that. I think that's cool. Good on you, Trodosio. Yeah, so this is a pretty neat idea. I think that there's some stuff here that works really well. I think there's some stuff here that's a little jank. But I think overall, the meat and potatoes are pretty solid. I think you need to do some reworking of some features. But yeah, I like it. I think the hard thing here is you focused in a little bit too much, in my opinion, on poison defense and dealing with other things doing poison. And I think that that is not the move, because dealing with poison is so specific. But I like it. Make some changes if you want. Thank you for sharing. And in the words of our people, let's give our dear horror dude bro a round of applause. Guys, I have an idea for, I think, what my next so I have 2 long form videos I'm working on right now. Long form videos take me so long to do because I'm not good at editing. They take so much work. One of them is a sequel to my Become God video, where it's going to be about making villains. It's going to be called Become Evil. I'm very excited for that. And then the other one that the other one that I'm making that I'm a little bit more excited by, and it's going to come out first, I think, maybe even next week, if I can finish it over the weekend. I don't think I'll be able to, but I'm going to try. Is a video that is going to be silly, but I think pretty cool. But the basic gimmick of the idea is very similar to a couple of the shorts I took today, where I'm going to be taking Wizards of the Coast art and turning it into little scenes where I have the characters in the painting talking back and forth to each other, and it's going to be like a series of little D&D vignettes, almost like a little sketch comedy show. I think it'll be good. We'll see. It'll either be good or it won't be good. Hopefully it'll be good. But that's the other thing I'm going to try to make next. We'll see if it works. We'll see. Oh, data bank. Data, did you want to come on stream or no? You say yes, so if you want to, you're welcome to. Hello, Blinder. Blinder, is that my name? Today I'm submitting spells. Please choose from the spell Trample. Please choose from the spell Trample or the feature First Strike. Review both if you think you can. Are these? Oh, these are based on magic cards, I bet. Not yeah, they are magic cards. Okay, Trample and First Strike. So First Strike, is this a feat? Okay, we'll do first. We'll do. How long is Trample? Trample's not that long. Yeah, we'll do both. We'll do both. We'll do both. We'll do both. Let me grab Data. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Welcome to the show.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
How's it going?
I am coding in AI, and it is.
It's going?
Yep. Yeah, it's going.
I don't know anything about coding, so I can't help. Okay, so these are based on magic, not magic abilities, right? Like I recognize First Strike and Trample as both features in magic. Am I correct, or am I imagining that?
Yeah, they're keywords, but hopefully, as all good design is, you shouldn't have to know anything about a magic.
Yeah. I just, I wanted to make sure I wasn't being crazy.
Wildly out of control.
All right, let's check. Your dex First Strike. Your dex increases by 1. You have advantage on initiative. During the first round of combat, you can force a creature to make a Constitution saving throw. Against your spell save, against your save DC, strength or dex. On a failure, the creature cannot attack or cast spells on its turn. When does this happen? Does this happen when combat is rolled, or does this happen on your turn, the last part?
Yeah, no, what happens is, and of course, the moment that you read it, I immediately catch what I didn't put in there. If you hit a creature on the first round of combat and they haven't taken their turn.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. The only thing that I would say is that I feel like getting advantage. I'm wondering if getting advantage on initiative and the second feature is enough, where you shouldn't get the dex bonus, or if the dex bonus could be replaced by something else, or if that doesn't matter. I feel like it might be fine. I think it might just be fine. I like it for First Strike. I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, this is the kind of thing where, I mean, this is like, I want it on my Gloomstalker, you know? If a Gloomstalker took it, yeah, Assassin Rogue is okay, but if you did it with a Gloomstalker, you would be adding your Wisdom to initiative and rolling it with advantage. You would
there's tons of initiative builds out there, and I suppose this would help too.
You'd be the king of first. Advantage on initiative makes it feel bad on Barbarian. That's true. This would not be a good feat to take for a Barbarian.
Oh shoot. I guess I could give you a +5.
I probably wouldn't do a +5. I might base it off of a stat.
Well, that's the thing. If I add proficiency, everyone sooner or later gets a stat added to initiative, or just advantage.
That's not true. Mostly martial things do, and a couple non-martial things do. But it really depends.
Yes, but my statement was like I could do intelligence, but then it's the warcaster. I could do charisma, but then that's someone probably.
No, yeah. I'm not sure what stat I would tie it to. I feel like the flat bonus might be better. What if
+5 is technically advantage?
Depends on who you ask.
If you had to convert it into numbers, that's technically what it is.
Depends on who you ask.
Wizards of the Coast.
All right, if you trust those hooligans. Isn't this a lot like the alert feat? I don't know. Remind me what the alert feat does. Let's check.
It's either alert or observant.
I mean, alert already gives you a +5 to your. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say because of this feat existing, I'm gonna say something a little out of pocket. I would say If you kept the last feature and dropped the first two, what would you add? That would be the question that I would ask you.
Okay, so first strike.
You don't need to answer it right now, but
Yes,
that is the question I would ask you.
I do. I do have an idea, which is just a sort of bound at the maybe at top of initiative on the first round. On initiative count 20, is you get to move 10 feet of your choice.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. That is an interesting idea. Because this does sort of feel like an alternative to alert. What if it literally was? Like, what if First Strike was an alternative alert, where it was like, you get the alert feat, but instead of getting the other creatures don't have advantage on attack rolls against you, as a, you know, whatever, instead of you can't, instead of the, yeah, I don't know. You got to think about it. Maybe what if it was alert, but you don't get the bottom two features and you replace them with the single bottom feature of this. Trodosio had an interesting idea just then. What if when you roll initiative, if you roll a 6 or lower on the die, it counts as you get a 7.
That's really good. I will
something like that. That's actually, I think, the solution right there. That's what I would do if I were you. I feel like that's very different feeling. It doesn't step on anybody's toes. Anybody that gets a bonus to initiative could still get that, would still like it. You don't need to go in that direction, but I think that's the nail. I think that's nail hitting head. Might be way off, but what if it becomes a static initiative, like 8 plus proficiency bonus plus dex plus mods? That is weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I would probably not play like that. I'll tell you what, Kyle. I would try it and see how it felt, but I feel like in a weird sort of way,
their entire system's built off of passive initiative.
Yeah,
and it's not as much fun.
I was gonna say it's less exciting. It also makes all of those other initiative things not matter, right? Like, it has the similar issue of not working well with the barbarian, because now you no longer are getting advantage on initiative. You just have a number. Yeah, I like the minimum initiative, but you know, you definitely don't need to do that if you don't want to. But I think the most important part, honestly, which is the last feature here, I think works well. I think that's probably the most important part.
Also, I also made it save DC in case somebody decided to use it on like a warlock or something, Bladesinger.
Oh, interesting.
And then also you get the opportunity, or
yeah,
option,
no, I see. We can do, yeah, we get 3 different options for our save. I have not seen that before in anything, and I think it works here. I think in other circumstances it would feel too strong, but it's a once a combat feature, so I feel like it's probably fine. What's up, Kelf? Kelf, I looked at your piece earlier tonight. I yelled. It made me yell a little bit because it was a little strong, but I love the idea. Kelf, your wizard that summons a pet was a very fun idea. Needs a little bit toning back. Just a little. Yeah, in chat, people were figuring out all sorts of different ways to break the game with it, including essentially getting double spell slots, and it was getting a little messy. But
I really need to send you that wizard.
What'd you say?
I redid Conjuration Wizard I redid Conjuration Wizard to add a pet, and I need to send you that one of these days.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
But we need to talk about it when I do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm down.
Hopefully that'll work.
Yeah. I'm always down to clown.
It is basically +5.
Let's look at Trample.
I hate Zeke's observation.
I thought advantage is basically +5, and then the die rolling a 1 through 3 are mathematically incorrect. Trample. Range of touch, 1 action, 10 minutes. Concentration? No. Peppermint. Classic. When the affected creature attacks a target, you have to start with what's happening. You maybe start with the phrase, you touch a creature, whatever.
Yep. I have it on everything else. I don't know why I didn't put it here.
It's okay. When the affected creature attacks a target, check the target's graze AC, which is equal to its normal AC minus its proficiency bonus. If the creature hits the Gray's AC, then still hits the target, dealing half damage. So the way that I would do this is I would not introduce a new key term. So here's what I would say. I would say, when a creature, when a trample, whatever, how are you gonna start the sentence? Whenever whenever the creature makes a attack roll against the target, if the number they roll does not meet the target's AC, but is higher than the target's AC minus its proficiency bonus, it is considered a hit, but deals only half damage, something like that. But I don't think you incorporate a new term here.
Okay, I can drop the term.
And
then there's also a thing.
Yeah, I got you. When the Gray's AC is hit, no abilities from successful attacks, rolls, or saving throws from attacks can be activated. Oh, so then it's even simpler. Ignore half of what I just said. So you say, you touch a creature, they get trample power. When a trample-powered creature makes an attack roll, if they miss the target's AC, but the number they roll is between the target's AC and minus the attacker's proficiency bonus, the creature still takes damage equal to half of the attack damage. You just phrase that. You don't mention any of the other parts. You don't actually call it still a hit. If you don't call it still a hit, if you just call it dealing damage, you don't have to deal with any of the hit mechanics.
I'm definitely going back to this part and rewatching it to write that correctly. But yes.
But does that make sense?
Also probably yes, it does. I'm probably also, and I just want to say this for the record, I'm probably going to send in some submissions of magic cards.
Cool.
Do you know where the flavor text is on the magic card?
It's at the bottom?
Yeah, it's usually the bottom. It's the stuff in italics usually.
Yeah.
So maybe read that before reading the monster stat block, but that'll be...
If you do that, make the flavor text in italics and remind me in your submission that you're doing that.
Yep, please read the flavor text.
Because I'm gonna forget to do that. I'll know to read it, but I might forget to go to the bottom to look for it.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, Tradocio brings up an interesting point. I feel like it's interesting how you interpreted trample. You interpreted trample from the perspective of the player, as opposed to from the perspective of a monster. You know? Like, this
monster
thing
is the player, I guess?
Yeah, that's the way that it was interpreted by because normally trample is like, if a creature is blocked, any excess damage goes on to still hit the player. So it's a slightly different version of it. You sort of are using AC to represent the monsters and the player to represent the player. Or the character to represent the player.
Yes.
But the AC, in the terms of mechanics, the creature's AC is represented as the initial blocking creature. Because it's like you're going... Yeah.
Well, it's what blocks attacks. AC blocks attacks.
No, I know. It's just an interesting... I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's interesting. I think it's very interesting to go at it from let's take these mechanics and figure out where they sit in D&D. It's like you pull all the flavor out and everything other than truly just what is happening. This is a thing that blocks a thing. Trample can make it overcome that thing. So in D&D, it's logical when you think about it that way that you would make it AC. But I also think it's interesting because if you didn't do it in that direction, I feel like if you describe it as what's happening, the much more logical option is your attack swings through a creature and hits another creature. So it's one of those interesting moments where, depending on if you're looking at something from a flavor perspective or a mechanics perspective, it kind of really dramatically changes what feels like the right thing to do, but neither thing is right or wrong. It's just interesting.
Swinging through to hit another creature felt situational enough, and or it would have to be magical enough. I've tried to make these as concentrationless as possible.
Yeah.
But it would also, require that your attack magically flies to another creature and deals that damage.
Yeah.
And then you're keeping track of overkill damage. This one's easier.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, the main piece of feedback I have for trample is I would explain the mechanics of what's happening without leaning on the phrase Gray's AC, and it is okay. I know I yell at people a lot if something is really long, but I do think that a thing only feels long if it's longer than it needs to be. There are certain mechanics that require a lot to say, you know? And like, I feel like
I've tried to bake those and failed.
It's okay. We all have. But I feel like this will benefit from it being a little bit longer and how it's written without dealing with a new mechanical term. Cool, man. Yeah, I don't really have any more thoughts. Do you have any questions for me?
Nope. The John dies at the end. Warlock is still on its way.
I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, beyond that, I think it's just, we love you so much. Thank you for doing this. You're the best.
Okay.
It's great to have you here.
I'm hanging up on you now. I love you too. I love you too. That was Databank, friends. Okie dokie. I think I'm running out of steam. My engine is running low. I've gone about a half hour later than I planned on going. I think we're going to do... I don't know how many more we're going to do. This might be the last one for the night. My roommate is taking a teaching course, and it's kind of inspired the vibe of this oath. This is Sponge Man. I see you in the Discord, Sponge Man. Let me grab you. Sponge Man! What's the word? Is it raining? Raining outside. Sponge Man, hello. I can't hear you. You might need to leave Discord and come back really quick. In fact, that is definitely what you need to do if you're talking. Because you're not going green in the Discord. All right, yeah. Come back and then I'll pull you in and then it should work. The Oath of Knowledge. Oh, I like that idea for an oath. All right, let's see. Let's see if it works. Hey, buddy, can I hear you? That's the question. I still cannot hear you.
So it's
oh,
working.
I can hear you. No, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. We're good. How's it going?
Good.
So this is the Oath of Knowledge inspired by your teacher friend, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a soft spot for teachers.
Honestly, me too. Like my parents are both teachers, and teachers are nice.
Yeah, teachers are great. I know. It was loud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oops, sorry.
No. You have nothing to apologize for. It's on me. All right. The Oath of Knowledge. I'm sorry, Tradosti. I wasn't trying to scare you while you were driving. I apologize. I love that at this point in the show, like people always are like doing different things when we're streaming, and there's sort of like a habit of like, oh, I know that Tradosio is getting off work at certain times of night. It's fun. It feels like we're all a little crew. Okay, anyway. Oath of Knowledge. The Oath of Knowledge is taken by paladins who wish to pledge themselves to a life of intellectual improvement. These paladins focus their minds on magical knowledge, as well as learning the histories and religions of the world. I would not use the word knowledge as much as I understand that you want to. I would say a different word than magical knowledge. Magical understanding, magical secrets, magical something. Traveling through many lands, they yearn to... I would drop the traveling through many lands. I would just say they. They yearn to understand the true origins of the world, sometimes bringing them to question what came before the gods. Okay, cool. Yeah, just drop the traveling through the many worlds. You don't need that. They've been known to take in disenfranchised youths and put them through intensive crash courses. The paladins act as both a teacher and a co-learner. They strive to elevate themselves and those around them. No person is too ignorant to guide. No information too sacred to share. Okay, couple points about the flavor text. It's pretty solid. The end is fantastic. This is a perfect ending line. Love it. This part in the middle is a little bit weirdly focused and specific, but I think it is okay because it's the start of the second paragraph. And what you will find in a lot of the flavor text that you write, especially if you're posting it online, is most people will not read this second paragraph. Even if they really like it, most people will read the first paragraph and then move on. So it is okay to get a little bit specific in the second one because you're not even. It's almost like a subheader, even though it's not intended to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Tenets, we have inquisitive, studious, and teaching and understanding. The quest for knowledge is never ending, and questions must be asked at all opportunities. Leave no stone unturned, leave no page unread. Nice. Studious, always be aware of what you know. An idle moment is, you wish to be able to call what you've learned, you must keep a fresh mind. I feel like this, I think you can get rid of the first part if you could always be aware of what you know. I think you can just make it the second sentence.
Okay.
The only thing greater than learning yourself. What do you mean learning yourself? There's a comma maybe missing here. The only thing greater than learning yourself? Do you mean the only thing greater than learning?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, the only thing greater than learning is helping. Is helping, not say to help, say is helping the world around you gain a better understanding of itself, period. I also think you could probably drop everything after that. Understanding patience is invaluable tool. Do not anger lack of understanding. Okay, cool. Last one's solid. Okay, what spells do we get? Identify, detect magic, enhance abilities, detect thoughts, water breathing, speak with dead, arcane eye, private sanctum, contact other plane, legend, lore. The only one. Okay. Detect thoughts, I feel like feels off to me, and water breathing. Water breathing, I understand is like, oh, maybe you're going on an adventure underwater, but I feel like that's too specific. I would push you to pick something different for detect thoughts and for water breathing.
Okay.
But I think everything else is pretty solid. Let's see. Jamie, if you submitted Homebrew and you are not a member and you submitted to the link below, that means your piece is on the wheel for Sunday. So basically every day of the week that I stream, I look at Homebrew at least a little bit, and then Sunday is the big day that I look at Homebrew. But Thursday, I only look at member Homebrew as a little bit of an incentive to try to encourage you guys to support me and feel like you are getting something out of supporting me, other than just supporting me. Is it a fool's errand? Yes. But it is what I'm doing? Also yes. Channel Divinity, we get 2. Comprehensive words and Wizard's Insight. You can use your Channel Divinity to create a bond of understanding between yourself and others. As an action, you become unable to understand any spoken language you hear.
Oops.
You become able to. No, I misread it. As an action, you become able to understand any spoken language you hear. Moreover, when you speak to any creature that knows at least one language can understand you, it lasts for 10 minutes. So it's basically the tongues spell.
Yeah, just shorter.
What level is the tongues spell?
I think it might be a 3rd level spell, so that might be a little too strong.
No. If it's too weak if it's not a 3rd level spell.
Okay.
Tongues? Why didn't tongues show up? There it is. Yeah, 3rd level spell, an hour. Okay, yeah, no, I think it's good. I think it's good for Channel Divinity.
Okay.
Tridosia, you're too kind. All right, let's see. Wizard's Insight. No, I think it's good. I was gonna say if tongues was a 2nd level spell, I would say it's on. This is not exact science, but in my opinion, a Channel Divinity should be a little bit stronger than a 2nd level spell, and it should be something that if it's something that deals damage, it should scale a little bit. If it's something that has an effect that doesn't need to scale, doesn't need to. So like this doesn't need to scale because this is going to be useful at level 3. It's going to be useful at level. It's going to be useful forever. Excuse me. Oh, that was a weird burp. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Wizard's Insight. You can choose your Channel Divinity. You can use. Oh my god. You can use your Channel Divinity to tap into the teachings of your wizard mentors. When you take damage from a spell, you can use your reaction to gain resistance to one of the damage types dealt by the spell for 1 minute. Okay. I see it. I see it.
Yeah, that's another one where I was like, that might be a little too much, but it's like, it's only one damage type.
It's one damage type for a minute. I don't think it's too much. And it has to be from a spell?
Yeah.
I don't think it's too much. Do we feel like these channel divinities... I mean, I know they're very different. Do we feel like they sit well together? Let's think about this. How does this feel like? Yeah, I think it sits well together. If I would maybe change it from when you take damage from a spell or magical ability or magical effect, because I feel like I could also see this working on like magical traps or magical creature things in a way that might be good. But if you want to limit it to spells, I think it's probably fine.
I guess, because as it is, it doesn't work against, like, actions that are sort of like spells, but aren't actually spells.
Yeah. Jay Schmooze. If you... The member submission form is just a totally different form. There is no automation to make you become a member to have your homebrew switch over. There is no Google, YouTube. There's no Google Docs, YouTube integration, as far as I'm aware. But if you are gifted a membership, you have to go find the member submission form, which is almost always easily accessible on my YouTube community members tab or on the Patreon. Also, if you are a $1 member on YouTube or Patreon, you do not get access to the wheel. You have to be a second tier member. Being a first tier member gives you access, gives you high fives and you love me and access to the special discords and all the emotes. But if you want to get on the member wheel, that's the second tier. I hope that makes sense. If you need help and you don't know how to find things, the best place to ask is in my Discord. There's a section that says technical questions where I try to answer questions, but honestly, a lot of the times community members will answer them as well. So if anyone is having any trouble understanding where anything goes or where to find anything, you can always ask in the technical questions section in my Discord. Don't spam it, though, please, or you shall get melted into oblivion. All right, I think it's pretty solid, Channel Divinities. Let's look at the Aura of Scholars. Starting at 7th level, you can impart teachings of the scholar upon your allies. When a creature within 15 feet of you makes an intelligence check or spell attack roll, you can use your action to give it a bonus equal to your charisma modifier. I think if you want to make it if you want to keep the spell attack roll in there, you got to lower the range quite a bit.
Okay, see, I wasn't particularly attached to the spell attack roll and was considering switching that out for making it wisdom ability check.
I think it should be whenever a creature within whatever range makes, I think you need to list to the checks. And I think for intelligence, I think it would make sense to make it, I think the question to ask yourself is this making it so you are helping people make informed... The question is, does this make people better at being studious, or does it make them more knowledgeable? That's the question to ask. And then you pick which abilities out of that. So, for example, if you want this to make people more studious, then I think you give a bonus to investigation checks, survival checks, maybe animal handling. Maybe I don't know what other intelligence ones I would do. But I feel like you could also do the history one. So it's like you gain advantage, you get a bonus to history, arcana, religion, medicine would be the wisdom one there. That sort of thing. Things to think about. But I think but regardless of what you do, I think you should pick a couple. I don't think you should make it all.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like investigation's good. I feel like investigation is good. I feel like survivals could be good. It could also be, maybe it's just, I don't know. Think about it. If you're gonna make wisdom a part of it, I would be pretty specific though in which wisdom ones you do. I feel like
'cause giving it
insight
to,
wouldn't
like,
make sense.
Perception and insight would
Yeah,
be a little awkward.
I don't think those would make sense. I feel like the ones that make sense for wisdom would be medicine and maybe survival. And maybe animal handling, maybe. Nature is an intelligence check, not a wisdom check. Okay, it's a pretty okay. If that's the case, then I think the aura size is fine. If it's just brainy checks, it's also. I just want to point something out. If it's also just checks, it's a little weak. It's a little weak. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's something that I think you should think about. If you are feeling like there are places that you could make it more powerful, it is okay to do that if you limit this to checks.
Okay. Yeah.
So something to think about, either in the Channel Divinities or in Studied Approach. Probably Channel Divinity is where I would try to find something to make it a little stronger. Just something to think about. Data also suggests that if you'd make it just checks, the range be something more akin to 20 and then 60, as opposed to 15 and then 30. And I don't fully disagree. I feel like I feel like that might be okay. 60 might be a lot, but I think that that's not totally unreasonable. Let's look at Studied Approach. At 15th level, your pool of knowledge encompasses enough that you always have an effective battle plan. When you roll initiative and aren't surprised, you and a number of creatures of your choice up to your charisma modifier can move up to 15 feet before the start of combat without provoking opportunity attacks. Ooh. I like it. It's similar to a bard thing, but that's probably fine. It's it's not as strong as the bard thing, but it's every time you roll initiative as opposed to like requiring resources.
Oh, actually, I think I kind of intended for it to require to be a like proficiency times per day kind of thing.
Okay, well if you want to do that, I think you just add it, and then that's probably fine. Oh, that's a good idea. Borrowed knowledge is not a bad spell to give this guy.
Oh yeah.
That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Borrowed knowledge is super thematic. Yeah, that's a really good call.
Yes, thank you, whoever suggested that. I don't have the stream up right now, so I can't see.
If you want to make it Tradosio and then Arcade Avery and then Data, some of our heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Okay. If Tradosio and Data agree on something, it's usually right, because I feel like they disagree a lot, and not in ways where they're like confrontational, but they're often a little. I feel like they have different creative minds. Who's to say? The thing is, I don't know any goddamn thing. Sponge. You're not Sponge. You're Sponge Man. We have someone named Sponge, so I have to establish that you are a different character.
So the person in chat called Sponge is me.
Oh, that is you.
Yeah.
You are Sponge. Oh, so we don't have two Sponges.
But I think there's also someone called a damp sponge.
Yeah, there might be a damp sponge.
So that's why in the submissions I put Sponge Man.
Yeah. There's also the Knowledge Cleric Channel Divinity you could steal. That's true. You could lean into that. I like the idea of making it the unique thing, though. When you get an aura, you can make it to where everything in it gets your borrowed knowledge proficiency. Oh, that's kind of a fun idea, too. That would be a very different way of doing it, but that's a neat idea. I think Studied Approach is fine. I think that it makes sense. It's a nice way to interpret the combat thing. I would play around with the 15 feet. I don't know if it's enough at level 15, especially if you want this thing to be resource based. I might up it a little bit and just see how that feels. I would play around with it 15, 20, and 30. Lesson of 30 might be too much. Lesson of the Grand Master, 20th level. At 20th level, you become the embodiment of learning. Wow, no avatar state. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's a bold move.
See, the oath that I was looking at the most when writing this was, I think it was Devotion, and they have a similar thing where theirs isn't an avatar state.
There are exceptions to every rule. You have advantage on saves against spells. When you finish a long rest, choose a first level spell with a casting time of an action. Put a period probably here. I don't know. This feels weird language with the comma there. Until you finish a long rest, you can cast it. Oh, just put it until you finish a long rest at the end, you silly goose. Choose a casting time with 1 action. You can cast it without expending a spell slot. Period.
I might have kind of meant to put you can cast it at will in case that's kind of confusing.
Yeah, I would say you can cast it at will. When you finish a long rest, whenever you finish a long rest, choose a first level spell with a casting time of 1 action, period. You gain the ability, you can cast this spell at will, period. I don't know how I feel about this with the potential of healing. I know it's level 20, but still healing exists. So what I would say is maybe limited to wizard spells.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I had initially been like, oh, maybe I should have made that paladin spells, but that would still give you healing, so wizard would be a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, Matt Thorne has a good idea. Look at how the high-level wizards word it. Because they get access to first level spells. Yeah, it's cool, man. Chat folks at home, I feel like a first level spell, I feel like a at will first level spell is pretty damn strong. Like, depending on the spell you pick, this is massive. You could also pick a spell that makes it pretty shitty, but that's fine. That's the choice you make. I'd make it where you say you can change the spell after the initial explanation. Yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that. Yeah, shield is the obvious option here.
Well, shield doesn't have casting time of 1 action.
Oh my god. You're right. Shield is a non-choice. Excuse me. Cool. Yeah, this is a really interesting. It's a really interesting subclass. I think it's pretty close to done. Honestly, I think there's not a huge amount of stuff to make. You're sort of in tweaking mode. Do you have any questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
I think my final message will be: remember to thank your teachers.
It's a great message, folks. Remember to thank your teachers. All right, Sponge, get out of here. You're wonderful. Click. Okie dokie. Let's give Sponge a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty, guys. It is time. The night has gotten late and long. And your dear sweet dungeon master, well, he's getting tired. And he wants to rest that weary head of his. So, I think it's time we got to say goodnight, my friends. But we will be back. We will be back on Sunday. And Sunday's going to be a long one. Sunday will be one of those ones where maybe we start a little bit early and we go a little bit late. So if you haven't submitted to the main wheel yet, it'll still be there. Sunday's the last day for it. Let's give a big final round of applause to everybody that submitted tonight. Whether your piece got seen or not, you are all champions. Thank you so much. Yes, it's true. HP stacking. We should all remember it. I want you guys to have a good night. Be good to each other. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for the likes and the follows. Y'all are the best. Have an absolutely great night. And don't forget, whatever you do, why isn't the sky moving? There we go. Whatever you do, don't forget to be good to each other, to be kind, to be easy, to be creative. I believe in you, so you should believe in yourself. You're wonderful. Thank you. Have a good night.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.